and you this recording after the event is over. Okay? I just want to talk about how will we be presenting our doubts. I will be speaking throughout the meeting. I don't want any interruptions, so that's why I have not allowed you guys to unmute yourself. Once I'm done with my meeting, I will be opening up the room for questions, and I'll be opening up the mic for questions. So, let's get on with it, because I want to speak for about 2.5 hours. Then I want to open the room for questions. So I hope you have a good week ahead. And just 1 second. And let me start. 1 minute. Okay. So 1 second. Some new settings I'm enabling. It's actually my one of my biggest Zoom webinars. So I'm just getting used to it along with you guys. Yeah. Okay. So you all can see the slide, I'm assuming, and let me start with the meeting. 10 things I wish I knew before trading. This is something I've been wanting to do for a very, very long time. And what I have found out is that a lot of us lack this strong foundation, in this market. And most of you, I'm assuming, are in your first year of trading. Maybe there are some people who are already for the first 2-3 years. But COVID has not only increased the participation of traders, but at the same time, it's got this fundamental problem stuck in the side of people, that money can be made very easily in the stock market. And there are some things I want to address, and I have prepared a good slideshow for you. Believe it or not, it's my first slideshow that I've done. So I'll try to do my best, and I'll try to do justice. So the first point I want to discuss, because I assume that people are getting started, I'm increasing difficulty as I go. So I'm starting with psychology, and then I'll be moving on to the charts and the difficult aspects as I go into the meeting. Okay. So any doubts that you have, I would request you all, please note it down, and I will take it later. So the first thing I wish I knew before I started trading is the neglected essentials. Everyone talks about the money, but no one talks about the two things, the risk-reward ratio. I talked about this in detail in my recorded videos that I sent you out earlier, but I will just quickly press upon it if someone has missed out that video. High risk-reward ratio is always desirable as a function of probability. If you are someone who has a 1:1 risk-reward ratio setup, aapka setup bolta hai that, I want to buy something at 50 rupees, my stop loss is 49 rupees, and my target is 51 rupees. That's called a 1:1 risk reward setup. There's nothing wrong about it as long as you're disciplined. But in the long run, if you continue this methodology, I personally like to believe that you're actually not gaining a lot. And the reason about that is very simple. A 1:1 risk reward, of course, will have a high probability of you being right. But it's not about being right. It's about, are you making money of it? If I follow a 1:1 risk reward setup, I might have an accuracy about 70% of where the market will be moving. Mujhe lagta hai the market will be going up. I'll do a 1:1 risk reward. I might be right 70% of the times. But the problem is, if I take 10 trades, 70% accuracy will give me a $7 profit, because $1 is the profit in my example. 70% matlab 7 out of 10 win trades. $7 is the profit. If I take the losing trades, $1 per trade gone wrong, 3 times I'm wrong in this market, I have a loss of $3. So overall, I'm winning how much? Only $4. 7 right, 3 wrong. I'm winning $4. So that is how much actually I'm earning with a 1:1 setup with a 70% accuracy. But if I'm increasing this risk reward ratio and only taking the high confidence trades, what does that require? That requires you to be patient and disciplined to your system. If I can do that, yes, I will be decreasing my probability of winning. As you can see in my slideshow, if I go for a 3:1 risk reward, of course, I'm not going to find those setups every single day. I'm decreasing the probability of being right in the market from 70% to 40% approximately. But at the same time, my profitability is going higher 50% in the long run. And I'll tell you why. If you follow a 3:1 setup, you're buying something at 50 with a target of 53 and a risk of 49. That's a $1 risk on a $3 profit. You might be right 40% of the times. That means 4 times you're right. So if you're right 4 times, with a $3 profit, you're actually gaining $12. 4 into 3, $12. And you write 6 times, 60% of the times, and you're losing $1. That's $6 you'll be losing. So end of the day, 12 winning minus 6 losing. You're still gaining $6. Remember in my previous example, in the 1:1 setup, we were only gaining $4. So just by increasing the risk reward, just by only focusing on the high probability trading setups, we're actually increasing probability from $4 to $6. And trust me, that's a 50% jump. Doesn't look like in the example, but once you add the zeros, you understand what I'm really talking about. So is this point clear? The neglected essentials. Always focus on the risk reward ratio. You can always let me know in the chat if things are clear and I can keep on moving forward. So the question I get asked a lot is, does the trader have to be right in the market to make money? No, that's not the always answer. As I proved it over here, you can be right only 40% of the time about the market direction and still make money. So that's the brilliant part about risk reward ratios. The second thing I want to discuss about is trade size. I hate it that people don't follow it. I would see so many messages that I get on my social media, and that would be that I will go like this. And maybe some of you guys have done this. Let me know in the chat. And how it goes is, Devang, I earned a great amount of money in this month. I had a 100% gain, but just on the expiry, I lost everything. Just on one trading day, I took a risk and I lost everything. And at the end of the month, you're frowning because you have nothing to look back upon. Has anyone of you guys done this? So, okay, I'll just disable the subtitles. How do I do that? Okay. Yeah, how do I disable subtitles? I hope, I think some people are focused on the Hindi language, so maybe because of them. If that is okay, it's not visible anyway. Chalo, theek hai, chalega. So the problem is trade size. Sab logo ko na risk lena hai. But no one thinks about what's going to happen once the trade is initiated. Everyone focuses on, मैं यार expiry पे hero तो ले लेता हूँ. But किसी को ये नहीं दिखता कि if that trade goes wrong, क्या हो जाएगा? Trade size is the most important thing. And I follow this very simple rule. Never ever exceed 1 to 3% of the total portfolio size. If you want to enter into a position, it cannot, okay, I'll disable chat. 1 minute, yeah. Sorry, guys. Okay, so one thing is, if your capital is, let us say 10 lakh, an example de raha hu, your risk on a particular trade, it cannot be more than 1 to 3% of that 10 lakh. Why is that? Retail traders bark at these small percentages. Arey kya bakwas hai yaar. This is what I hear all the time. Why should I take 1% risk? Why should I take 3% of the risk? While professional traders embrace them. Do you know that Morgan Stanley, do you know that someone like Citi has an accuracy of 92%? This is not a figure that I've made up. This is something that you can read in the annual report. It's a published figure, and that comes in year after year. Just very recently, before the American markets boomed like anything, what was that on account of? That was on account of someone like Citibank gaining much more than they were expected to in their fixed income securities. They were something like because of abnormal trading profits. They don't trade with 20% of the risk on the portfolio size. They have billions of dollars that they're handling. They have to make sure they trade only 1 to 3% of their particular portfolio only. That's the amount of risk that they can forego in a particular trade. And that is something you don't understand. I have done it. I have made these mistakes, and I know that you guys have too. So retail traders keep on barking at these small percentages. Arey ye kya hai yaar? Option buying mein to meko 10% chahiye. But you have to understand, it's a game of longevity. It's not a game of 100-meter sprints. It's not a game of, doing these 3 high jumps. It's not a game of a T20 match. It's a game of a test match. You have to be present there in this market for a long time to actually gain money. All the investors talk about wealth, talk about compounding. That doesn't happen in one day. Understand this. It's something very, very important. As I always say this, markets can be irrational in the short term, and markets surely can be irrational longer than you and I can remain solvent. आपको लगता है market गिरना चाहिए. There is so much of rate hike. The repo rate is around 5% plus in India. The inflation is 9.1% in America. The markets have to come down. It doesn't matter what you guys think. The markets can be rational because they're not reflecting what's happening right now. They're reflecting what's happening 3 to 6 months down the line. That is what's really being discounted right now. So it can remain irrational longer than you and I can remain solvent. So the advice is always take a small amount of risk on your portfolio. And the reason is, if you risking 25% of portfolio in a particular trade, आपका 10 lakh capital है, you taking 10,000 quantity of 0 trades, होगा क्या? After 4 trades, you are out of business. खत्म हो गए आप. When you're out of business, how do you come back? आप नहीं आ सकते हो. You have to go back, maybe work with a massive amount of pressure with your job to earn money at the end of the day. You might have to, join hands in front of your friends and family. Ki yaar, kuch paisa de do, I have lost everything. And the cycle, I call it the vicious cycle, will keep on repeating. So the earlier you understand this in your trading journey, don't risk 25% in a trade. If you take 1% risk in a particular trade, आप 100 बार गलत होगे तब आपका account blow होगा. Otherwise, account cannot get blown. And that is what we want. The second point, the thing I wish I knew before I started trading, the psychology of trading. I think that's the most important. The lack of methodology, the lack of discipline, the lack of unrealistic expectations, and the lack of patience. I'll talk about all these things in detail. The lack of methodology. Methodology and discipline to follow the methodology are the most important things. You guys are technical analysts. I'm assuming 60% of you guys in this meeting here, maybe a figure much more than that, are technical analysts. And you want to know when to buy, you want to know when to sell, you want to know what's your stop loss, when to trail the stop loss. Every single day, tomorrow morning at 9:15, when you wake up, you want to know what these numbers are. When do I buy Nifty? When do I exit Nifty? What's my stop loss like? But the problem is what? The problem is we don't have that methodology. And the important word is we don't have that consistent methodology. Tomorrow morning, I'm buying on an RSI. On Tuesday, I'm using stochastic. On Wednesday, I'm using price action. On Thursday, I'm using Bollinger Bands. What's the problem? The problem is this. If your sample size is small, if you don't have a big sample size, you're not going to understand what's the efficiency of a particular trading system. Aapko, let us say you like RSI. I'm assuming everyone's heard of this term called RSI. Everyone loves RSI in this day today. Everyone loves price action. But if you tell me कि यार मैंने आज RSI के ऊपर एक trade लिया और वो गलत हो गया, RSI is useless, then RSI is not a fool. You're a fool because you're not giving it breathing space. You have to give it at least 10s of 20s of 30s takes with a good amount of risk reward according to your system and see what the efficacy of your system is. See what that accuracy is. If it is not coming, then don't follow. But if it is coming, then you must also have the discipline to follow the methodology. कि यार मैंने RSI में देखा, मेरा एक system है, या एक मेरा price action में I follow patterns. And उस pattern में, let us say out of the hundreds of patterns in the market, I only like to trade double top, double bottom, head and shoulder. And I see that my accuracy over here is 80%. Then you must have the discipline to follow that methodology. यार ये नहीं है, आज ये किया, कल ये किया, परसों ये करूंगा. उससे होगा पता है क्या? Confusion. करना क्या है? वो नहीं चाहता मैं. I have done it in the past. I have changed so much. I have had such a small sample size. It's not helped me out. And then I see YouTube videos. People are, publicizing. Yeah, this is the best. Then we try that. This is the best. Then we try that. So this is something that I don't recommend when you are following a particular methodology. So you must have a simple and a clear and a concise way to trade. This is one very important message. मैं अमेरिका गया था 2013 में. I went to study economics and psychology for a summer at Harvard. And when I had my final exams, I am from India, जैसे आप लोग हो, most of you. And यार हम लोगों को ना mug up करने का एक हमें सिखाया गया that we should mug up. If you are in the ISC, ICSC, CBSC kind of a curriculum, you've learned that you have to mug up. There is no way out of it. And the problem is in the market that will not work. When I went to Harvard, coming back to the same story, हुआ क्या था मेरे एग्जाम से पहले I got this card, cheat card कहते थे उसको. What happens in that cheat card, is I have a 3x5 ka card. I don't know if anyone's come across this if you studied abroad, and you can take that card to the exam. Obviously, you can't take a book in most of the exams, but on that piece of card, you can write कि यार ये कुछ formulas important है. I know that they will come in the exam and I will forget it. So I want to note it down so I know. Some important things, how much ever you can fit on the back and forth, you can take it. What I am trying to say is same thing over here. If you want to be successful in trading, get a 3:3:5 card. Whatever is your trading methodology, write on that card. Yeah, this is a buy signal for me. This is sell. This is exit, trailing stop loss, etc. All your questions should be on that card. If your system is too big to be fit on a card, you have to rework that system. This is the most important part. Don't complicate yourself. So define everything. What is buy, sell, trailing stop loss, when to exit on a piece of paper. The second thing is lack of discipline. I really enjoy this point when I wrote it. If the way you look at a price chart and evaluate a trading setup is different from how it was a month ago, then either you have not identified your methodology or you don't have the discipline to follow the methodology. In your piece of paper that we just mentioned in point number 1, हमने क्या लिखा? We wrote that this is buy, this is sell. But if after a month, just by looking at the market, that entire piece of paper is scrap for you, you tearing it and using something else in the market, the number 1, either you don't have it figured out, your methodology is not clear, or number 2, you're not disciplined enough to follow that methodology. आपके अंदर FOMO है, आपके अंदर excitement है. That's not going to help you out. It's not going to help you out. So you got to be disciplined. The third thing is unrealistic expectations. I brushed upon this point earlier in my recorded webinar. If you're in the first year of trading, I don't care. You got to go for a 0% return. That's all. ये आपका target है. Whatever people say, you can earn, price action. What is the things that I've heard? Price action works very well in commodities. Has any one of you heard these kind of statements? Price action works so well in commodities. Price action works so well in cryptos. करके देखो, मुझे फिर बताना how much it works well or not. Price action works so well in the forex market. I don't disagree. It's one of the most liquid markets with the most volume. I don't disagree. But आप करके देखो. You will understand how many people I have come across who blown their money just by doing crypto. मेरे को पता है, मेरे पास हर रोज फोन आते हैं. Shoot for 0% return in the first year of trading. What does that mean? आपका अगर first year है, you want to be at break even because you want to learn survival right now. आज मेरे पास लोग आते हैं, देवांग यार पोर्टफोलियो तो रेड में है, पोर्टफोलियो तो ये है. If anyone's someone over here who's an architect member who's attended my seminars, you've seen my portfolios. आज मैं अभी भी comfortable gauge में हूँ. क्यों? Because जब मेरा first year था trading का, जब मेरा first year था investments का, मेरा goal था कि देवांग इस साल सीखो बस, गलती करो recover करो, गलती करो recover करो, that's all. और कुछ नहीं करना. Don't, अगर आपको, if you are a risk manager and if by following the system you getting a good return, good, no problem for that. But if you aren't unable to understand the market, just focusing on what returns can be promised in this market, it's not going to help. The goal in the first year is not to lose money. When in the second, third year, the second goal comes to try to beat the Dow or the S&P or try to beat Nifty in the Indian markets. I think Nifty gives a good CAGR of 6-7%. That is something your FDs and all give you in the long run. Try to beat that. Your goal is not to be 100% in the first 2 years. It will take some time. First, try to be better off than the other assets available in this market. Then we will progress into getting better returns. The fourth problem and the most important problem is lack of patience. I always start my meeting late. It's a rule of thumb. I was sitting in this chair at 10:30 and I'm most excited to see how many people message me. And a lot of you messaged me. I sent my face with my tongue out and smiling. And they must be confused. Yaar, we have a meeting right now and he's smiling at me. The reason that is because I believe, before I come to that, a lot of you have messaged me in the question bank that I sent you on Google form. Devang, I'm getting FOMO. Devang, I'm not being patient. My market is giving me trailing SL, then the target is hitting. I am getting out earlier, I'm missing the big move. How are you supposed to get those answers if you can't wait 3 minutes for a meeting to start? Think about it. The problem is not with trading. Don't think that the problem is with trading. The problem is with your own personal life psychology. I remember I attended this webinar. I attended this webinar by ITPM. I love ITPM. ITPM is headed by Anton Creel, and it's this group of portfolio managers, investment bankers working in Goldman Sachs, etc. And I'll share you these links later. But I had this webinar opportunity to attend the webinar, and it was supposed to start at 6:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time. I logged in. Meeting was not starting. Who do I message? I can't write an email to them. If I write an email to them, they will not reply me in one day. Who do I message? I can't. I have to wait. So if you can wait, everyone who has waited has actually passed one exam from me. So dekho, if you are getting this problem, you've got to be patient. Edwards and McGee, these are one or two of my favorite people in the field of technical analysis. They have this book that I recommend everyone to add to their libraries. Technical analysis of the stock trends. It's something, it's got to be there. It's a Bible. So they have mentioned that markets trend 30% of the times, and the other 70% of the time, the markets are not trending. 70% is sideways, 30% of the time is trending. Hota pata hai kya hai? Every single day we want trending market, and that's why we go bankrupt. Last week, you saw massive movement on Nifty, massive movement on Bank Nifty. Now this week, everyone who missed those trading opportunities will try to do the same. कि यार इस हफ्ते भी OTM करेंगे. In this week also, we will play future. We will do out the money. We will play massive quantity. Q, because last week, my friend has earned money. But this week, I can promise you will become bankrupt if you follow that. Because once the market has been trending, you have to wait for some time for it again to be trending. As I explained in my webinar earlier, once the market expands, it will start to contract. Then after some time, it will again expand up or down. But you have to wait. So don't lose money and don't lose hope. FOMO is the biggest problem I feel. Yaar, wo miss ho gaya opportunity. This last week, as I was telling you in my video also in a webinar, jo recorded kiya tha, I didn't earn a lot of money last week. I was just in a 3-4% profit. Whereas in the last week, I did 10% profit. Jab wo breakout aaya tha above 35K, which I sent on Telegram also. So 1 week I did well, 1 week I was sideways. Nothing, no alpha for me. I'm still okay with it. The next week I come, I'll be fine. Okay, if you remember my question and answer video on YouTube, I uploaded for all of you. I showed you a trade. I took such a far OTM strangle. Did I have FOMO? I could have done some aggressive trading. Yeah, I am missing. I will trade overnight trade. I can do all these things. But nahi. I said, Devan, you missed opportunities. No problem. Do OTM strangles. At least you will get some 1% or something out of your trades. That's all. So you have to know when to be aggressive and you have to know when not to be aggressive. And that I will explain in the later part of this video. Always remind yourself that every week there will be another trade of the year. I'll tell you one formula. If you're a long-term investor, if someone like me, I have this investing mindset. You might have heard of it from my voice notes also. I don't talk about intraday much. I'll talk about macros. I'll talk about kya ho sakta hai, which sector can perform. For example, the consumption stocks, I gave you one update, etc. Now, such a trade, I made around 25%, 20% money on consumption stocks, most of them, mostly HUL and all. Up that trade now for me will come now in the next 2-3 months again. But I can't say, Devang, every week, every month, find a long-term trade. Nahi ho sakta. So if you're a long-term investor, the formula is something my favorite person, David Bowden, tells me. David Bowden is a practitioner of GAN, one of the best ones I know. And he has mentioned in his videos, in his lectures, in his programs, that in a year, you will only get 3 or 4 big movements as a long-term investor. That's all. If you've captured one move, you have to wait for 3 months. That's the hard side of reality of trading. If you're someone who's a slightly positional trader, not the long-term, but a positional trader, then try to understand every month you will get maybe 3 trades. That's all. Bas itna hi aayega. If you're a day trader, every week you will get maybe 1 or 2 trades. But not every single day. Yahi to problem hai. Every day you want to come and trade. That's the biggest problem. That you have to eliminate that seed from your mind. I hope that this is clear. Coming to the third point of my lecture, being right or making money. It is something I just love talking about. And I've captured this part. So whatever I'm discussing, some of are my own points and some of mine are the points I have got from the big books of investments. And I will keep on quoting these books. This part is from the book by Ned Davis, N-E-D Davis. This is called Being Right or Making Money. I want to talk about the story of the Texan who had all the money in the world, but had an inferiority complex because he felt he wasn't bright. Ye story sunna. This has changed my mind about stock market. There was this Texan, someone who was born and brought up in Texas. I will send you this PDF, Kunal, don't worry. Everyone, you don't have to make notes. If you don't want to listen back, eat your popcorn and breakfast. I will be sharing the recording in PDF after I'm done. So there was this person from Texas, America, and he had all the money in the world. He's a billionaire. But he had an inferiority complex that I'm not bright. So he hears in a newspaper, there's an advertisement. He hears that there is a doctor who's a very famous doctor in America, and he does brain transplant. This person has too much money. He says, fine, I will do a brain transplant because I think I'm inferior. He goes to the doctor and asks the doctor, I am not bright. Give me a solution. The doctor says, I have 3 brains with me. Choose what you want. I will do the transplant. The first brain that I have is the brain of a lawyer. And that brain is costing you $10 for 1 kg. In the example, it is 1 ounce, but I will say 1 kg. So if you want a brain of a doctor, of a lawyer, I will give you it for $10 for 1 kg. If you want the brain of a doctor is more sharp. He has to save life. If you want the brain of a doctor, I will give it to you $50 for 1 kg. He says, fine. Anything else you have? He says, I have also the brain of a stock market guru. If you want the brain of stock market guru, I will give it to you for $250 per kilo. This Texan guy asked the doctor, why is a stock market guru's 1 kilo of brain more than a brain of a doctor, of a lawyer, of an engineer? The doctor says, do you know how many gurus it takes to make that 1 kilo of brain? Story ka matlab samajh aaya? Matlab, to make that 1 kilo of grain, you have to get 30, 40, 50 people. Then you can get that 1 kilo of knowledge. Whereas that 1 kilo of knowledge is easily found in one doctor, one lawyer. This is the problem. All of us, even me right now standing, I talk like as if I know it all, but I don't know anything. You guys don't know anything. Kisi ko kuch nahi pata. And I'll prove it right now in my next slides. Listen to it carefully. The only problem, this is what Ned Davis said, the author of this book. Ned Davis said, the only problem at the end of the year is that I would add up all my capital gains, all my profits and losses. And unfortunately, I would only owe Uncle Sam nothing. Uncle Sam is the tax, the central government in America. That's what they call him. Matlab, at the end of the day, I am doing this forecasting. This will happen. That will happen. But at the end of the day, I am not owing Uncle Sam any money. I'm not paying any tax. If I'm not paying any tax, I am basically not earning any money. Before someone else asked me, I asked myself, if you are so smart, why aren't you so rich? That's the problem. Are you paying tax? If not, then you are just wasting your time. And I'll explain these things. Listen to it very carefully. It's a very interesting part of my PDF. This is what Peter Lynch said. Beating the Wall Street, one up Wall Street. Nobody can predict interest rates, the future direction of the economy, or the stock market. Dismiss all forecasts. Everyone's talking about, all the economists right now, talking about what the interest rate will be in September. What will be the inflation in August? Nahi farak padta, because no one knows the answer. Kisi ko nahi pata. Everyone's just using their own minds. And remember, it takes 10 people to make that 1 kilo of brain. Mark Twain, another legend. The art of prophecy is difficult, especially with respect to the future. The reason I'm adding these slides is I want to remove that seed from your brain of forecasting. Ye main hatana chahta hu. Because this is my third problem. It's not about being right. When I started my journey in the market, I got fascinated with Gann, and I still am. I don't study him religiously now, when I used to do it earlier. But in my nightstand, when I go to sleep, I have some books of him, which I read as storybook. So that after 10 years, I might have that 1% of knowledge. I remember in 2020, I made some forecasts. Even in 2022, right now, I made some forecasts. I found some good tops and bottoms. मैंने 8th March का निकाला था, the 16,000 calls. I found 22nd December 2021. बहुत निकाले हैं, मेरी videos हैं उसके ऊपर. The question I ask myself is, Devang, being right or making money, what is better? I will always say making money. You know what? I remember my 22nd, if anyone is over here, if you remember this, 22nd December 2021, I told everyone, buy 34,000 calls and hold it. मैंने सिर्फ एक one lot लिया. क्यों? I was just trying it out. अगर मैंने वो forecasting नहीं करी होती ना, I would have made a lot of money by doing normal trading. But मैं नहीं कर पाया. I was just forecasting and testing it out, and everything played out. I was just hoping. Some forecasts go wrong, I lose money. Some go right, I make money. At the end of the day, I don't owe Uncle Sam much on my forecasting because I'm too small a pea in the sea. That's how I like to, put it. Bob Farrell, another investment guru. When all the experts and forecasts agree, something else is going to happen. John Kenneth Galbraith. We have two classes of forecasters. Those who don't know that they don't know. बहुत important, बहुत deep चीज लिखी है. Those who don't know, पता ही नहीं हमें. Those who don't know that they don't know. ये होते forecasters. Next, I'm showing you a chart. इस chart को देखना. The chart over here is currently a chart of, I'll just open the screen like this. थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा हो गया. This chart is the real GDP growth versus survey of professional forecasters. America में there are these professional forecasters. उनका क्या? What is their forecast from 1970 to 2015 regarding the GDP growth? The dotted line, you can see is the GDP, actual figures. The blue line is the forecast. This is the forecast they were doing. This was the actual GDP reported. 1978, the end around 1978, जो 1970s था, we saw two recessions. Both of these recessions were never predicted by the forecasts. आप observe करो. The forecaster said GDP will be at 3.6%. The GDP actually came minus 2.1%. Look at 1990 or look at 2000 when the bubble burst happened. Look at 2008 when the Lehman Brothers collapse happened, housing bubble crisis. At those times also, the forecasters were saying we will remain in positive GDP territory, but the GDP declined. So if someone who has so much potential, professional forecasters are, you can say, are economists, they are people working in the Fed, they are people who have tons of experience. If they can't be right, and if, अगर ये 100 लोगों का group है, 100 people means that 1 ounce of 1 kilogram of brain. If they aren't right, who am I? Who am I? I am not even I am Ahmedabad. समझो मैं क्या बोलना चाहता हूँ. This is something I will come to in a second. The second slide I want to show you is not with the professional forecasters. I want to go forward. This is Federal Reserve, my friends. Again, the black line is the actual GDP. And the red line is what the Federal Reserve thinks about the GDP. And you know what the funny thing is? Alan Greenspan, who's actually been the federal governor, he said this in 2013. This is the governor who said it. We really can't forecast that well. We pretend we can, but we can't. Yaar, agar RBI Governor of India, Shaktikanta Das is coming and saying this, how will it make you feel? You're wasting your time. You tell me you're a technical analyst, you can forecast the future. If you can do it, don't you think those guys can do it before you can do it? So if they can't do it, and this is the actual numbers, the Fed was only correct in predicting the GDP 26% of the time. The rest 77% of the time they were wrong. Ye accuracy Federal Reserve की है, forecasted and proved, statistically proved. मैं सिर्फ आपको numbers दे रहा हूँ. You can see the diagram over here also. The US GDP to Federal Reserve outcomes.
Federal Reserve कहता है 3.75 will be the GDP. The GDP actually comes 1.5. 2% miss. Come on, yaar. It's actually, you know, what do they say? If you have a dartboard with numbers of GDP on that dartboard, and if you ask the monkeys to throw darts, they will do a better job. And this is why a lot of people who believe in the efficient market hypothesis, they talk about the random walk theory, that everything is random. और जो हम लोग हैं, technical analysts, can I tell you one thing? Don't mind it. Technical analysis, is it a profitable business, has still not been statistically proved. And that is why there is still a very big clash between efficient market hypothesis people and people who assume that they know technical analysis. So if you know that the statistics are not against, if you know that the statistics are against you, then it is better not to forecast. If you know that you can earn 1% in a day by just doing intraday, and I will teach you those things, just do it. Simple. The biggest myth in the financial markets is that experts have the experts have expertise, or the forecasters can forecast. The reality is that flipping a coin would produce a better record, as I just said. आगे चलता हूं. The fourth question, now I'm getting more and more, I'll be increasing the difficulty as I go forward. The fourth question is, complexity is your enemy. The fourth thing I wish I knew. Complexity is your enemy. There are hundreds of indicators and oscillators in the market, and the list will go on. And I can show it to you if you want. I'll just open my trading view. I have it right now. I'll go on the indicator tab. I'll write one indicator, okay? Something that you might not be aware of. This is called the Hindenburg omen. ठीक है? ये एक indicator है. This represents market breadth. It is not in trading view. But there are 4 people, अलग-अलग लोग हैं, maybe 3 people at least I can see. They are saying they have given Hindenburg omen. मतलब all the 4 of them, indicator एक ही है, all of the 4 of them have different interpretations. Which one to use? That's why I use stockcharts.com, वो अलग बात है. I'll use another indicator, McKellen oscillator. मैं कुछ दिखाना चाहता हूं आप लोगों को. देखो, McKellen, it's one of the most famous indicators or oscillators for market breadth. Something that we don't see in India, and I hate it. That's a discussion of another webinar. Market breadth basically means, in very simple words, if the market is going up, is it just by HDFC Bank or majority of companies are going up? So advanced declines, McKellen oscillators, Hindenburg omens, new high to new low ratios, all these things are coming into play. That is a different big topic. But look at this. McKellen oscillator, my God, there are 20 people claiming to have their own settings. What am I trying to explain? What I'm trying to explain is complexity is the key. There are hundreds of indicator oscillators. Even if you click on stochastic, you get hundreds. But remember, all indicators and oscillators are derivative of price and volume. If you know, and if you want to know 3 things, something I really never focused on. When I started my journey, I remember my first video on the TFA YouTube channel was candlesticks, because that is what I have heard. Candlestick is something you have to know. And I will explain something going forward. Candlestick is shit. And some people might be thinking, Devang, kya ho gaya aapko yaar? We have learned so much time or spent so much time in studying candlestick. But yes, candlestick is crap, which I will explain. Don't come to the conclusion. And sorry for my language and profanity, but I have to get my message across. If I am very happy with you, I can't get my message across. I'm here to show you the reality. So everything is a derivative of price and volume. If you don't have price and volume, you can't have anything else. The indicators like RSI are nothing without the price and volume, nothing. So what I am trying to say is, first understand price. How do you read the tape? The word at tape, don't go against the tape. First thing, understand that. I will explain, don't worry. Then understand volume, which is a part of the tape. If you want to add one more tool, add open interest. Technical analysis, yes, means that you are trying to predict what can happen in the future. You're trying to foresee how the prices can move in the future. Yes, by looking at the past data, because history for a technical analyst is very, very important. But the most important thing is you need 3 things: price volume open interest. I got a doubt in my questionnaire that I had sent you all on Google Forms. And someone asked me, Devang, I'm using MACD and RSI and I'm getting good signals. Can I continue to do it? I will say you're a fool. RSI, MACD are the same. It is just a different way of showing the data. That's all. I will show you two indicators to explain. देखो बात को समझो. I love all of you. मैं अगर थोड़ा बोलूंगा ना full बुरा मत मानना. I will show you two indicators. मुझे आप बताना how do you guys think about it. I'm showing you one indicator called stochastic. I'm showing you another indicator called William percentage R. अच्छा, they've changed the name. William, एक second. William percentage range. ये indicator. अच्छा, I have to pay now. एक minute. I'll hide everything. I'll show this indicator called William percentage range. मुझे आप बताओ, यार मैं अगर बोलता हूं, अब हो पता है क्या रहा है? Problem in everyone. I'm hiding ATR. People are doing this. Devang, stochastic is saying buy. William percentage R is saying buy. Oh my God, I have to buy. These two things are the same thing. It's just that you're too unknowledgeable to understand that. When you say I am using RSI, stochastic, MACD, they're all the same thing. Obviously, they will give you same answer, and they will all say the buy at same time. But you will say, Devang, this is 20, this is minus 80, because it is inverted. Because stochastic is showing you where is the high closing price as compared to the highest, and this is showing you where is the closing as compared to the lowest. तो ये फर्क हो जाता है. इतना ही फर्क है. Just because we don't know the theoretical text, we are just coming straight away into the chart. So as I said in my starting of the lecture, you first need to know what your trading methodology is and follow that methodology and make sure you don't make it complex. Your screen needs to be clean. If you see my charts on Telegram when I send it to you guys, मेरे screen पे कुछ बकवास नहीं होती है. Maybe sometime I do Bollinger Band, or maybe I might add RSI once in a while. I'm not saying they aren't good, but you have to focus on price, volume, OI first, then come to the rest, and make sure you are not doing duplicity of the same indicator. This is one very good language I can find for you. 95% of the indicators are narcissism by pseudo-quants who have to justify their own existence. यार देवांग मेरा is a good technical analyst, एक indicator तो बनाना है. That's what it is saying. Most of them are just trying to justify their existence. They might not have any predictive ability. So you have to have a sample size and understand that. Lastly, unless you are a Goldman Sachs trading on the trading floor, or you're running your own hedge fund, please keep it simple. Please keep it simple. The fifth part I want to explain. Don't ruin. This has to be the goal of your philosophy as a trader. If you're an investor, if you're a trader, this has to be the goal of philosophy. You might hear me a lot when I talk about investments. You will never hear from me, guys, buy LT Food, buy KRBL, let's buy both of these companies. I will never ever say such things, because I know one thing. If I want to give risk in my portfolio, that will be only 20%. 80% will go for safety. When I wanted to buy the consumption names, I bought Nestle, HUL, ITC, Nestle, ITC, and क्या नाम है उसका, Colgate, and this thing, Britannia and Tata Consumer. All are safe names. But I didn't go in down the stratum kind of people. क्योंकि मेरे को पता है, when I build a portfolio, it's not for today. I am marrying a stock. When I buy something today, when I buy HUL today, I want to marry that stock. So is the fundamental going to be the same? And can I assume it's not going to change and only get better in the future? So my focus is on don't ruin. The second thing, before I go to my next slides, which I haven't added over here, if you have a 10 lakh capital, I want to know one thing actually. I'm going to open the chat option for 2 minutes. If you can tell me in the chat, if you have a capital, whatever is your capital, how much % allocation is towards trading or equity? मतलब जो आपका portfolio है equity का या आप trading करते हो, कितनी allocation है? अगर आपका 10 लाख capital है, how much money has gone towards trading and equity? I want to know this. That please be truthful. मुझे फालतू के अच्छे नंबर मत देना। अभिनव इज सेइंग 10,000, काफी लोग कह रहे हैं 10-20% कह रहे हैं। अच्छा 90% इक्विटी, 10% ट्रेडिंग। मैं थोड़ा सा क्वेश्चन को चेंज करता हूं, लेट मी प्लीज चेंज द क्वेश्चन। मैं आपसे ये पूछता हूं, हाउ मच मनी हैव यू एलोकेटेड, 1 मिनट प्लीज वेट ऑन द चैट, हाउ मच मनी, फॉरगेट ट्रेडिंग इक्विटी, हाउ मच मनी हैव यू एलोकेटेड टू डेट टुडे? डेट आपका जो होता है बॉन्ड्स, किसी कितना परसेंट आपका डेट है? 0.0000000। कम ऑन यार। अब कई लोग होंगे जो पुराने हैं, इनको पता है। आई विल आस्क यू वन मोर थिंग, हाउ मच मनी इज एफडी? आज मैं आपका ना माइंड को थोड़ा खराब करने वाला हूं, मुझे डांटना मत। हाउ मच मनी इज टुवर्ड्स एफडी? एफडी में कितना है? अभी भी लोग कह रहे, समवन इज सेइंग लेट मी अज्यूम 10 लाख है। चलो मैं आपसे एक चीज डिस्कस करता हूं, ठीक है? मैं चैट को डिसेबल कर रहा हूं, मैं, आप मुझे आंसर मिल गया तो चाहिए था आपको। लेट अस से आपकी 1 करोड़ की एफडी है। चलो आई विल टेक द बेस्ट एग्जांपल, आपकी फैमिली की एक 1 CR की एफडी है, एंड आपको पता है कितना मिलता है? क्या कहते हैं, रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट मिलता है 5.5%। द रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट दैट यू आर गेटिंग राइट नाउ ऑन एफडी, अज्यूमिंग यू आर नॉट अ सीनियर सिटीजन, इज अराउंड 5.5%, which will go up because रेपो रेट होगा, वो बात की बात है। आपने मान लो एफडी करी 1 करोड़ की, आपका 5.5% रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट है। ओ माय गॉड, 5.5%! पता है बात क्या है? फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल इन्फ्लेशन ऊपर है, वो छोड़ो यार, वो सबको पता है। लोगों को एक बात पता ही नहीं है, डू यू नो एफडी, आई वांट टू आस्क यू इन द चैट, डू यू नो एफडी इंटरेस्ट आफ्टर मैच्योरिटी इज टैक्सेबल? पता है कि नहीं पता है? जिगर इज सेइंग यस, अनंत इज सेइंग डोंट नो। अगर आपको ये नहीं पता था ना, तो आप अपना एफडी में टाइम वेस्ट कर रहे हो। एग्जाम्पल बताओ, आप 5.5% पे एफडी का एफडी बनाते हैं, यू आर मेकिंग और एफडी एट 5.5%, 1 करोड़। मान लो जो भी आपको रिटर्न मिलता है, एंड ऑफ द डे, यू नो हाउ मच यू गेटिंग आफ्टर 10 year of FD? 5.5% minus 30% tax bracket, that is around 3.5%. That is what you are getting. Inflation is 7-8, you are getting 3%. Who is a fool? FD का जो टाइम था ना, when it was 7-8% अच्छा था. I remember in 2019, you know, my earliest batch of people I used to teach, I used to tell them, guys, whenever you earn money ना, make an RD. क्योंकि at that point of time RD was 7.5. My recurring deposit right now is 7.5% ICICI Bank. तब मतलब मैंने तब किया, आज तो 5.5% है, बट आज आप करोगे तो कोई पॉइंट ही नहीं है. The goal I am trying to explain is asset allocation. Hardly anyone is in debt. Hardly anyone is it anything other than equity. Yeah, if you are fully in equity, you are full on risk. This doesn't work. Let me give you one simple formula, nothing to rata nahi marna. Whatever is your age, 100 minus that, maximum must be equity. If you are 40 years old, you can't have more than 60% in equity. You have to be also safe. It doesn't mean आप अगर 20 के हो तो 80% equity. That's the maximum thing. But आपको तो थोड़ा कम ही रखना है ना उसका. Today, right now, if I am, let us say, trading with an X amount of capital with my option selling, doesn't mean that's my 100% capital. The most important part is I'm also in asset allocator mutual funds. I'm also currently placed in non-corporate bonds, debentures of companies. I'm also placed in maybe RDs and FDs. Kuch part wo bhi hoga. I'm not saying they're wrong, but I will have some part there also. I'm also placed in National Savings Certificate of the government that's giving me a 7% return of interest. I'm also in Provident Fund, which is also very, very important, 7% rate of interest. बाकी ये सब करता हूं ना जब मार्केट गिरती है, my equity portion falls down, but all these things are still going up. My क्या कहते हैं, this thing, fixed income securities. If I have currently put my money in debt, currently debt का जो yield है, the sovereign bond का जो yield है, that is currently at 7.4%. It is just much more than RD. It is much more than RD. I'm getting that by doing nothing. So ये चीजें मैं आपको allocate करना है. I will try to, you know, explain all of you in detail later. But आज मैं सिर्फ आपको ये छोड़ना चाहता हूं that आपके जो funds हैं, they can't be in 100% equity, because if that's the case, then you are not following the philosophy of don't ruin. Because जब market गिरेगा, आपको tension होती है, मेरे को खुशी होती है. When market fell down, there is so much exposure of added in equity. जो मेरे यहाँ seminar members हैं, आर्किटेक्ट मेंबर्स आज जो बैठे हैं उनको पता है ये बात, कितना मैंने आप लोगों को ऐड करवाया, आईसीआईसीआई, एक्सिस, बजाज फाइनेंस, कंज्यूमर नेम्स सब ऐड किए हम लोगों ने, करते रहेंगे, एशियन पेंट अनदर वन, दीपक नाइट्राइट। क्यों? बिकॉज हमारे पास फंड्स पड़े हैं, मेजरली वी आर समवेयर एल्स एंड ओनली 30-40% इन इक्विटी। ये गोल है। आगे चलता हूं। द फर्स्ट थिंग, अब नाउ दिस इज समथिंग यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड, व्हेन आई से आवर इन्वेस्टमेंट फिलॉसफी इज डोंट ruin, I am trying to say that most of the people you follow in investing, they are not good people who earn profits. They're actually the best risk managers. Please see something that they have written. Paul Tudor Jones. If you don't know who that is, he is one of the people who have survived and actually profited from the 1987 crash in America. One of the only few people who is known for that. And he said this, the first thing I do is figure out what is going to go wrong. And then I spend the rest of my day trying to cover my butt. पहले सोचो गलत क्या हो सकता है. I taught you this 3:1 rule. If you're entering in a trade, that's 3:1 is the maximum loss. मतलब, if your maximum profit is 1 lakh in a trade, your maximum loss 30,000. You have quantified that. But if you just focusing on the profit aspect, then things are mistaken. You are deeply mistaken. Jim Rogers, whenever I buy or sell something, I always try to make sure I'm not going to lose money. My basic advice is don't lose money because आपको survive करना है. That's the main thing. Marty Schwartz, one of my favorite guys, he's known from his books that I will recommend you all to buy. Winning on Wall Street. Learn to take losses. The most important thing in making money is not letting losses get out of hand. Remember my 3:1 rule again. If I take a trade, 1 lakh profit, max loss 30,000, 3:1. If I cut my loss as 30,000, tomorrow I can again come back and do better and recover it. But if my losses get out of hand, it will take me weeks to recover. And just because of one ego that came into one trade, I'm wasting one full month. The question is on you. Do you want to spend your whole month firefighting? Or do you want to accept when the tape is telling you wrong and go past it? याद रखना. ये जो last week था ना, I explained also. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I had a hard time. Monday, this last week. Monday, I was in a 40K profit. Tuesday in a 10K loss. And Wednesday, 60K loss. और मैंने लिया उसको. मैंने कहा देवांग, you're wrong, accept it. But Thursday, I did my 2.1 lakh. Because expiry है, I will discuss it later. वो मैं कर लेता हूँ. अगर मैंने Wednesday का loss नहीं लिया होता, because I was in call shorts, I was in puts. If I hadn't taken the loss, my expiry would have gone waste in fighting and recovering that loss, and my one full week would have gone in zero return. I can't afford it. Time is money for me. Marty Schwartz, once again, honor thy stop. Exiting a losing trade means your head is clear and restores objectivity. When I got out of my trade on Wednesday in a loss, मैं basically call shorts में था. I saw market is expanding now. I said, Devang, get out. I follow this saying, whenever the sky is cloudy, whenever things aren't making sense, don't forecast and hope. I discussed it already, being ready to making money. Don't forecast and hope. Get out of market, whether loss, profit. ऐसे बैठो. Have a cup of coffee or whatever, alcohol, whatever you want. उसको आराम से sip करो और देखो. What is the market showing you? If you are short in the market is giving you a new high, clearly you were wrong. If you are long in the market and the market is breaking a day low, clearly you were long. So exiting a trade is giving you confirmation of what's happening. I will tell you one thing. बहुत बार क्या होता है? Market, you are long in the market and you see the market has broken out. When the market has broken out, you enter long. You have bought future or you have bought call, you have short puts, whatever it is, you have gone long. And then due to the activity of the money makers, the market hits a trailing stop loss. Matlab, it goes up and just comes down and that wick touches your stop loss. So what I am saying is, if your SL is getting triggered, you exit that trade. Because the SL, I am defining not during the trade, but when I was entering this breakout, that is exactly when I've defined. अगर मैंने SL define कर दिया है कि मैंने share 100 पे लिया है and 95 is SL, वो fix हो गया है. I can't change it just because of my whims and fancies. The question is, I was long, it hit my stop loss, and then it again broke out. The question I want to ask you all in the chat, if you can answer, is do I again re-enter longs? पहले ऊपर long गया, मैंने long किया, वो नीचे गिरा, accelerate हो गया, and then it again went up. A lot of people are saying no. Someone is saying yes. There's a mixture of crowd. And I
didn't get that. Could you try again?
And I can answer this question for all of you guys. The answer is yes, you have to enter. You know, people ask me, Devang, what is the best confirmation for you? The best confirmation for me is that when I'm wrong, when I enter a trade, I prove out to be wrong, I again prove out to be right. सोचो उसका क्या मतलब है? उसका ये मतलब है that आपका जो व्यू था, आपने जो ये ब्रेकआउट का व्यू बनाया था, it had taken some considerable brain of yours. It is not like this, you woke up and you went long. If you are going long in the first place, that first trade of yours, I'm not saying second trade, that first trade of yours would have taken you at least 1 day or 30-40 minutes. That due to some stop hunting you got exited. But if that view is again being proved right, you have to again enter long. After that, if you're unlucky and market again stops you out, I always follow one rule: maximum 2 trades in a day. If both of them are wrong, just get out, accept the hardships and get out. But the best thing is when you're proved wrong in the first place and again it is turning out right, you have to enter. There is no other better confirmation than this. ये याद रखना बात. Warren Buffett, as you all know, never lose money and never forget rule number 1. It's the most famous saying. Again, everything talks about risk management. Every one of these people, they don't talk about how much money you can make. They don't talk about that. In my last all videos since Wednesday I have produced for all of you, I've never talked about how much money you can make, and I don't have to. Let it be done by YouTubers or let it be done by Instagrammers. ये मेरा काम नहीं है. मेरा काम आपको सच दिखाने का है. Bernard Baruch, don't expect to be right all the time. If you make a mistake, cut your losses as quickly as possible. ये करना है. यही तो मजा है. Jesse Livermore, from the book Reminiscences of Stock Market Operator by Edwin. A loss never bothers me after I take it. I forget it overnight. But being wrong, not taking the loss, that is what does the damage to the pocket and the soul. मेरा एक मन था, पता है आपको बताता हूँ. मेरा एक मन था on Wednesday. I was expecting and forecasting that market will go higher and blast. And the market था at 36,800. I said, Devang, can we after a long time buy 37,500 call option? I wanted to buy 25,000 quantities. It was around 10 rupee premium and that cost me 5 lakh rupees. Because I had earned that money in the last 2 weeks, I wanted to take a portion of that as risk. मैंने कहा, Devang, you know it's going to go up. Can we take that risk? It took me 1 hour. I'm thinking whether to press enter. At the end of the day, at 3:20, I said this, Devang, if you're successful, that 20 rupee thing will become 40. Your 5 lakh will become 10 lakh, which is fine, which is very, very good actually. But if that trade goes wrong, I'm planning a trip to Paris in September. I said, Devang, that trip will go wrong. And that trip that you want to take your mother will not materialize. Do you think that's worth it? So what am I saying? If I don't take that loss, अगर मैं गलत opinion लेकर चल रहा हूँ, it is going to hurt my pocketbook and my soul. So I didn't take it forward and that premium expired at 0 at the end of the day. So don't have those fancies of earning quick money. If you want to earn quick money, go to the casino. That's one of the best ways to earn quick money. The last thing, Leo Mandel. What do you think are the primary psychological barriers that prevent most traders from being successful? When Leo was asked this question, he said, one of them is the ability to take a loss. क्यों नहीं ले सकते हो? Problem क्या है? You've got to know that no risk taker is going to be right all the time. As a matter of fact, I figured out that when I was trading, I could be wrong 60% of the time. Remember my 3:1 rule, only 40% right, and come out still as a big winner. The key is money management. Take your losses quickly and keep the profits running and make them worthwhile. मैंने 60 के लॉस लिया वेडनेसडे को, आज मैं अभी भी स्माइल कर रहा हूं. क्यों? उसको कट किया था. आज नहीं कट करता, पकड़े रहते, God knows what will have happened. Zoom out. Now we are coming to the technical aspect. I wanted to discuss the psychological aspect. Before I want to start my technical training now, I just want to give you one example that has stuck to me throughout my life. And this is about, does any one of you know what an hourglass is? Hourglass एक होता है. Hourglass में क्या होता है? There are two sides and there is sand dripping down. एक ना sand होती है. Maybe you have a 1 hour का hourglass. मैं आपको दिखा देता हूँ. This is something I want to, if you want to remember something from this webinar, I want you to remember this. What is an hourglass? That's all. आप बोलोगे देवांग आप पागल हो यार. But मैं थोड़ा पागल हूँ. This is what an hourglass is. And हम लोग ये खरीदते हैं. Some people buy it as a decoration item on their office tables. And some people buy it to time their activities. And this is what happens. Maybe this is a 45-minute hourglass. Or let's take a better example. Maybe this hourglass is designed in such a way that it is representing your life. Maybe 100 years of life. Every 1 year of life में थोड़ा सा ये गिरता रहेगा sand. And it's already been, I am 25 now, turning 26 shortly. And ये जो नीचे part गिर गया है ना, this is my life already gone by. This is 25 years of my life. And over here is the 75, let us assume, remaining. The problem is what? The problem is majority of us, why aren't we able to be positive and succeed? Is that we're focusing on the 25 years of life that has gone by. This may be some losses in your trading journey. This may be a failed marriage. This may be a breakup that you faced. This may be a divorce of your parents that you faced. This could be a death in the family. It could be anything. But this is gone. ये हो चुका है. If you keep on focusing on what is done, you're making it absolutely certain that the rest of your hourglass is going to turn out the same. कहने का क्या मतलब है? क्या कहना चाहता हूं? अगर आपके अपनी जर्नी में लॉसेस हैं, right? If you've done a loss in your journey, forget about it. It's gone. It's over. You have to start again. Every day is a new opportunity to start a new life. Every month, every year is a new journey to start a life. But if you keep on thinking, I have a 5 lakh loss, it's never going to come back. It's always going to build up into 5, 10, 20, 30. You got to forget about that. And you got to start fresh. And one good way is what? One good way is start from a new broking account. If you trade in upstocks and you keep on looking at the P&L in upstocks, go back to Zerodha. Start an account there. If you already have account in Zerodha, start from your parents' name. But start a new account. Start a fresh journey. Trust me, it gives you some other type of feeling. ठीक है? ये याद रखना. It's something I have just always remembered. That's all. Time is the best healer. Zoom out. I hate it when people zoom in. And what I mean by that is this. I want to open a chart of the market. This is the chart of, I'll hide all these useless indicators. I would term them like that. I want to open the chart of Nifty. 15-minute chart of Nifty. 5-minute chart of Nifty. Anyone over here, let me know in the chat. I want to make it a discussion session. Who trades 5-minute charts? It's not wrong. I'm not saying it's wrong. Who trades 5-minute charts? A lot of people. Me. How's the performance coming in? It could be great. It could be great. How's the performance coming in? Mixed, decent, bad. I'm not saying, I'm not forcing these answers. आप खुद आंसर कर रहे हो. आप खुद आंसर कर रहे हो. What I want to explain is this. 5-minute चार्ट में क्या कर लोगे? क्या कर लोगे यार? लोग 3 मिनट चले जाते हैं. ये देखो. ओके यार, 3 मिनट. आपको मैं कुछ और दिखाता हूं. ओ माय गॉड, 3-minute चार्ट पे तो ये ट्रेंड लाइन ब्रेकआउट हो रहा है यार. सॉलिड है यार, सॉलिड है. यहां पर देखते हैं. ओ यार, ये तो डबल टॉप इज कमिंग ऑन अ 3-minute चार्ट. नो डाउट इट इज वर्किंग. वो रिवर्सल भी आ गया. ओ माय गॉड यार, दिस इज अ डबल टॉप हैपनिंग. इट ब्रोक डाउन. यार यहाँ पर एक, आई होप यू गेटिंग व्हाट आई एम सेइंग. I hate it when people are zooming in like this. Not only with a 3-minute chart, even on 15-minute chart. People trade like this. For them, this is what matters. For them, this is what matters. They don't care about this. Farag hi nahi padta. They don't really care what's happening in the past. But can I tell you one thing? Technical analysis is following one assumption. History repeats itself. And you have to know what the history is. Without history, you can't tell what's going to happen in the past. You don't have a sufficient reference point. That's the main part of technical analysis. मैं कहना क्या चाहता हूं? Let me go back to my slide now. Zoom out. Technical analysis is a top-down approach of decision making. It's not bottom up. कि मेरे को यार लोग क्या करते हैं? People do this. They will start on a 5-minute chart of Nifty. They will say, Devang, I am seeing, and I get this a lot. Devang, there is a divergence of Nifty and RSI, bullish divergence coming on 5-minute chart of Nifty. So I want to go long. Do you think I should carry it overnight? You want to carry it overnight for hours. And you are asking me an analysis on 5-minute chart. What the hell? Does it make sense? क्या बात कर रहे हो यार? So what you have to understand is it's a top-down approach. First of all, study the major market averages. If you trade stocks, what is that stock index doing? For example, if you're trading TCS, you can be a stock trader. I'm not saying you have to be an index guy. You can be an investor also. This is for both of you, not only trader, investor plus trader. If you're someone trading TCS, you first focus on the major market average Nifty. What is the trend of Nifty? Because if the trend of Nifty is down, you're not going to expect TCS giving you good returns. It's not going to come. So the first thing is find out what the first big guy is doing, what the grandfather doing, Nifty is doing. Then I find, if let's say Nifty is bullish, then I find out what are the market sectors or industry groups that are giving me that strength. If Nifty is bullish, what is driving Nifty higher? Is it IT? Is it bank? Is it auto? What is that industry group? So I start with the grandfather. I come to the father. I then come to the son. Then I will select the individual stocks showing the best relative strength. Example deta hu. I want to buy TCS. You can't buy it like this. Example yaad hoga aapko maine kya bola tha? On, I think my Telegram also, I've been saying the same thing. I will not buy Nifty IT till Nifty IT goes above 29,000. I never even spoke about someone like TCS. I don't care. लोग यही करते रहते हैं. We will capture one movement of TCS. यार मेरा वो काम नहीं है. I want to capture one movement that is a big movement. I want to capture that pie of that big movement. If I go to a restaurant and if I'm hungry, I am not going to order one full cake of New York cheesecake. I will order one slice. If I am hungry, I will order one slice. यहाँ पर भी same है. You are hungry to make money. Hunger वहाँ पे भूख की थी. Now it is for money. You don't eat the entire Nifty chart. You have one slice. So I don't want to every single day trade TCS. I want to only trade on that day. It is giving me a significant movement. Also very significant for day traders. People have this misconception कि यार ये तो सिर्फ only for positional traders है. नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है. For day traders, not only they have to look from top down approach from grandfather to son, but they also have to look for movements on bigger charts and then trade them on smaller charts and not vice versa. If you want to take a intraday scalp on TCS, right? ये भी भूल जाओ. I'll take a simpler example. If you want to go long on TCS for maybe 1 hour, you want to buy for a 1-2% movement, you first look on bigger chart. Is the weekly chart doing something? Is the daily chart doing something? If that is the picture, if daily chart is giving breakout, then you come to intraday chart, maybe 1 hour chart, and then you trade it there. But you're not doing this 5-minute breakout and then taking it forward. That is the biggest mistake of trading. I want to earn quick money, easy come and easy go. Remember this. ठीक है? Example दिखाता हूं. This is the chart of TCS. I want to just you all to think about it for once. If you see the level, I'm on a 15-minute chart of TCS. If you see the chart, 3123, market has level already tested its level multiple time. It then broke out. Yahan par you would have gone long. But remember one thing, I am trading a 15-minute breakout. 15-minute means you will only get 2 or 3% movement. That's all. You can't tell me, Devang, I took this breakout. Why has it again come down? मुझे लोग ये पूछते हैं, Devang, this was a perfect breakout. Someone will say it is a double bottom. Someone will say it's an iPhone level. The levels we tested multiple times, it will break now. There are hundreds of subjective opinions. But I want to ask you why it failed. It didn't fail. It gave you the money you deserved, but the money was only 3 to 4% because it's a 15-minute breakout. If you are someone who wants to buy for long term, then 15-minute charts are not significant for you. What you have to do it is this. I go on the Nifty IT daily chart. I start with a bigger index, industry group. I see that this level on around the 7th of June is giving me this consolidation. I talked about this concept in the video I produced for you guys on Friday, that whenever the market gives you momentum, it will consolidate. That is the time for option buying in future and all. This level tested multiple times, markets building up, consolidating. Daily chart, 15-minute chart, 2-3% move. 1 hour chart, maybe 5% move. Daily chart, 10% move. Weekly chart, 20% move. That's the formulas. So if the Nifty IT daily chart is giving a breakout on 7th of June or 8th of June, this is where I come on the intraday chart. I do my charting on intraday chart, and rather trading over here, 26th of May, I don't trade because it failed, because that was an intraday move. Now understand, 7th, 8th of June, Nifty IT broke out. Then I went to Nifty IT, a component TCS chart. I traded the TCS movement on based of a symmetrical triangle or a congestion breakout. And this breakout from 3160 almost went till 3320. And it still went till 4000 levels. You know the charts now. क्या कहने का मतलब था? कहने का ये मतलब है, if you're an intraday trader also, it is advisable, find the movement on bigger chart, then trade on intraday chart. So whenever you are scanning the market, don't scan like this. I'm just giving an example. When you're scanning the market, don't scan like this. Acha, 15-minute chart mein to, I'll just please hold back now. Okay, acha, Infosys has done this. मतलब इसके नीचे शॉर्ट, इसके नीचे बाय. नो यार, ये इसके नीचे शॉर्ट है ही नहीं, क्योंकि ऑन द डेली चार्ट 1540 लेवल इज अ ब्रेकआउट लेवल. इसके नीचे शॉर्ट है ही नहीं कोई. शॉर्ट तो आप इसके नीचे करोगे. I hope you getting the point I am trying to make. If you go on the Infosys chart, you might want to go long if the day high is broken, because Nifty IT has become strong for me. But you can't say that below 15, this level, 40, I will go short. Because yaar, ye to consolidation tha. As per technical analysis, it's a range breakout. But ye 15 minute ka hai, might give you hardly what, 10 rupee or something. If you want to go short, go to daily chart. And daily chart says only below this level will the buyers get trapped, because every buyer right now has a stop loss over here, below the last swing low. So if the market goes below this, only then they will cover. So only below this I will short, but above this I can buy. So intraday trader के लिए long ठीक है, but short का sense नहीं है. Unless until I get some consolidation like this for a couple of days or a week, and then it breaks out, then I have reference point, because daily chart has given me information. I hope this point is clear, because this is very, very important for all of you. I'll go forward. Can's advice on stock picking. This is something which has saved me a lot of money. The earlier you understand it, the better. If you are waiting for an indication to buy stocks, you want to select the strongest stocks in the group, as the stock which is the strongest is the naturally that will lead in the bull market. You are bullish on banks. Will you buy Yes Bank? Socho, this I want you to answer. Think about it. I am extremely bullish on banks. NIM will increase, whatever. I have some rules. Ye hoga, wo hoga. Because of the rate hike, initially banks will gain money. And why bank is going up is a no-brainer. I can put it this way. One fundamental reason why bank is going up. And anyone, because this webinar will be watched by all people who attend my seminar, I'll be sending this link to you later. मैंने अपने seminar last year when I came to your city, मैंने एक point discuss किया था that whenever the rate hikes and inflation happens, the bank will start to gain. आपको ये बात को समझना पड़ेगा क्यों? Why I am so bullish on ICICI? मैं क्यों ऐड करता जाता हूँ बजाज फाइनेंस, एक्सिस बैंक? हो पता क्या रहा है अभी? ये लॉजिक को समझो. बिकॉज पूरी गेम फंडामेंटल की होती है, टेक्निकली सिर्फ आपको साइकोलॉजी बताती है. अभी हो क्या रहा है? बैंक ने व्हाट द बैंक डज, हाउ द बैंक मेक्स मनी. द बैंक मेक्स मनी लाइक दिस. लेट अस से they are giving you a loan for 8%, maybe a housing loan 8%, and they are getting this interest, and they are accepting deposits from you, and they are giving you interest. So and that currently is how much? That currently is 5.5 or maybe 4%. That is currently the rate of interest that is going on in the market. ये जो spread है इसका net interest margin, ये इनका profit है. आपको हुआ क्या था? The problem that had happened is earlier, before these rate hikes, when repo rate was at 4%, I think the housing loan or any loan that you were getting was maybe around 6 to 6.5%. You can correct these figures later on in the comments. अभी क्या हुआ है? दिमाग लगाना. What has happened right now is the repo rate has gone to around 5 plus. I don't remember the exact figure, 5.35 or something, 5.15. The repo rate has gone up. The loan that you were getting earlier at 6.5 is now, I think, at 8%. Example de raha hu. But at the same time, has the FD rate of interest increased? वो तो वहीं का वहीं बैठा हुआ है 5.5 पे. वो नहीं increase हुआ, which will increase in some time. Which will increase. So the NIM will contract later. But for some time, you have the same base of expanding out the interest, but your interest that you are receiving is increasing. So in a way, by doing nothing, just because of inflation, just because of rate hike, by doing nothing, they gained 1.5%. And this 1.5% is on thousands of crores. They will make money. It's a no-brainer. That is why very recently also I replied to a message. कि ICICI Bank, you have to buy, वो लेना है. So something I have been saying in all my Architect group for the last 2 months, खरीदो. It came to 700 also. आज कुछ 800 plus चल रहा है. Same with Axis Bank. So ये logic है. Fundamental थोड़ा सा awakening I want to make you all. Anyways, going back to our slideshow of Gan's advice. Coming back, what Gan said is buy the strongest stocks. If you are bullish on a sector, you have to buy the strongest stocks. And I'll give you one very simple example on something I have done earlier. एक बार ये समझ जाना, ये बड़ा easy example है. I will use the same example of Nifty IT. One mistake that has made me understand this. 7th of June was the time when I was bullish on Nifty IT. ये वाला chart है. When I saw that Nifty IT is breaking out, and if you can go back on my Telegram commentary, maybe in Devang Mera or TF Telegram, you will get this commentary. I am speaking right now in hindsight, but we've done it in live market. Mera ye commentary tha that guys, today Nifty IT is breaking out. You will get 30K on Nifty IT now. Please buy TCS, Infi, Emphasis. मैंने ये sub names, what you can see over here, I mentioned all of them. I didn't say buy one stock. I said buy all of these stocks. Kyun? Because Nifty IT is breaking out now. But the problem I did was, other than this, I also bought at this point of time Apple. I got Apple in my other accounts now. But हुआ क्या? अब observe करना. 7th of June, Infosys. 7th of June, Infosys was giving you breakout. So when Nifty IT broke out, even Infi was strong. So okay. If I go on the chart of Emphasis, 7th of June, even Emphasis gave a new high. ये भी ठीक है. When I went to the chart of LTI, 7th of June, when market was bullish, इसका भी breakout आया था, ये भी ठीक है. What I'm saying is, when I went long on Nifty IT, I majorly chose those stocks that were also breaking out. Problem क्या हुआ? I chose at that point of time AFLE or AFL, what you call it. AFL में क्या हुआ? On the 7th of June, it was actually not breaking out, but it was forming a descending triangle, and it was in fact breaking down, or it was at support. It didn't break out at that point of time. It was still at support. Try to understand one thing. सारे stocks breakout कर रहे हैं. Nifty IT breakout कर रहा है. Apple India support पे है. सोचो इसका क्या मतलब है? It basically means at the time when the sector is the strongest, this stock is still not performing. Problem in our mind is what? This is cheap. Let us buy this. But that's the wrong. As Gan has said, this stock underperformed. Luckily, it recovered like anything. From 1000, it went till 800 and then went till 1200 or 1400 plus. That's a different story. That was a later trade. But all I am saying is at that point of time, when I got a 15-20% gain in my IT portfolio, I also had some loss around 15-20% in this stock. So that is what hurt me. So I always remember this advice now, that whenever I want to buy a stock, whenever I want to go long on a stock, I will only go long on the strongest stocks. If they are at premium valuation, if they are expensive, it is good for me. It is actually confirming my view. But I will not say, Devang, buy Yes Bank because Bank Nifty is bullish. No, I will not do that, because Yes Bank is a weak stock in a good sector. The same advice is for the one that is in the weakest position will lead in a bear market. इसका क्या मतलब है? I'll give you one example on Nifty Pharma. Nifty Pharma has been doing extremely well in COVID in 2021. But what happened was Nifty Pharma didn't really do well in after the March. I think March May you got that variant that was very bad. Omicron 2021. After that, things have been fine. But March के बाद pharma has in a way kind of stabilized. So आप देखोगे generally March में एक high बन गया था pharma का, and then it, because pharma has discounted so much profits now. जो COVID में इसको returns मिली हैं. I have never been a pharma guy. I am the one who's seen Lupin at 1800 in 2015, and currently it is at what 500 rupees. So when people are saying Devang, let's buy Lupin, I say यार मैंने इसको 3 गुना देखा हुआ है. So I have hated pharma. I've seen the bear market of pharma, but I have just been puzzled by how things have played out in 2020. All I'm saying is, हुआ क्या था in mid 2021, there were some bullish signs on pharma, and I will talk about this. Achha, is my voice lagging? Can anyone tell me, is my voice lagging? Because I've got 1 or 2 messages on the chat. If you can tell me. Achha, it is clear. Okay. ठीक है. Thank you. यार थोड़ा सा ना, I am not a tech guy, so ठीक है. Thank you guys. If your voice is lagging now, please reconnect your connection, and if it's still unclear, you will get the recording. So if you missed something, you will get it. हुआ क्या था? I will give you one fundamental thing. Recently, I had met नाम ही नहीं सकता, sorry, and we keep on meeting mutual fund managers. When I travel, I make it a point to have meetings with them. And one point that we got was that pharma na in 2015 had done big investments in America. And all these are high gestation. They take time to churn into profitability. If you want pharma stock to go up, you need something to show it. And pharma's 2015 investments done in America are actually churning out now. They're actually giving the money now. That is why if you see Sun Pharma, Divis, Dr. Reddy, where they are right now, and they're actually doing so well in comparison to what pharma is doing overall. So I have turned actually slightly bullish on pharma. When I say that I haven't added lots of exposure, I'm still waiting for some triggers. So I have added Divis Labs for the time being, but still awaiting some more clarity. But I will be adding some pharma. I'm holding Ipca Lab, Divis, Alchem Lab, and I want to get into Dr. Reddy and Sun Pharma later if I can, because we are getting that portfolio of pharma of 2015 churning out now. So this signs actually were also there in 2021 mid. आप अगर notice करेंगे ना, I want to show you Sun Pharma chart. Please try to follow with me. On the Sun Pharma chart, you will see when Pharma made this top of COVID, उसके बाद थोड़ा ये गिरा था, which was in Sun Pharma not too much, but for other pharma too much. And it somewhere made a bottom and went up like anything because those results were showing the information. होता क्या है? You hear the news that pharma is bullish. आप देखते हो यार Lupin तो has fallen down. It's come down so much यार. Lupin has, I'll tell you how I think, how I used to think. यार Devang, Lupin has fallen down from highs 30%. ये मजा आ गया. It's a no brainer. And यार Devang, Lupin में even Mr. Jhunjhunwala is sitting. Rakesh Jhunjhunwala is holding Lupin. It's a no brainer buy. 30% down खरीदते हैं ना. But Gann has clearly said one thing. The one that is the weakest, it will lead in bear market. So when pharma didn't do well, it is actually Lupin which led the bear market. It led 30% अगर गिरा है, वो 30 और गिर गया है. Lupin has to date, year to date actually fallen down, not year to date. It's currently down 50% plus. Some people are saying it's a no-brainer buy now. I still think it's shit. Why? Why should I buy Lupin when I am getting Divis doing much better than Lupin? It's still doing much better than Lupin. आप compare करेंगे आपको दिखेगा ये चीज. Why should I even buy Divis if something like Cipla or Sun Pharma is doing much better than they are? If a stock has been consistent in a bad time in pharma, they are going to lead when the bull market of pharma starts. Get this concept in your mind. Don't buy cheap because it is cheap. Don't buy expensive. So buy expensive, and also don't sell expensive because it is expensive. You buy iPhones. I might buy iPhone 14 or whatever when it comes out because I see value in this. So if you see value, value comes in when things are expensive. Yes Bank is at 14 because going concern is at an issue. Vodafone Idea is cheap because going concern is the issue. It doesn't become cheap because they want you to buy. Remember these things. Value kharido, but value should not come at the price of cheap. So I hope this is clear. Going forward, the same example of Nifty Pharma on July when it started going up. Nifty Pharma went up 30% from that July 2021. Lupin at the same time, it went up also 30%. Someone like Divis went up 72%. Someone like Sun Pharma went up 70%. The problem is of time. Everything will go up. पता क्या होता है? 10 years down the line, सब ऊपर होगा. Maybe Nifty is at 30K. But some stocks will be exponentially up. You have to be placed in there. याद रखो ये बात. Seventh point I want to discuss is volume. Volume. When I write bold capital letters, some of you might be thinking, ये गलती हो गई देवांग से. He might have to maybe शायद गलती हो गई है. Maybe Devang wanted to make a sentence bold, but उसने लिख दिया bold capital letters for his staff to actually do it. But नहीं. When I say bold capital letters, सब देखते हैं bold. Bold क्या है? This is what volume tells you. The volume, whenever there is high volume, it is telling you in bold capital letters that market wants to give you some information. ये signal है market का. कुछ हो रहा है. Some substantial information is being discounted. People are reacting. When there is low volume, no one's concerned. People ignore volume. People focus on indicators, which are actually derived from volume. But focus on volume. There are many indicators which I have not covered over here. But if you want to do mastery in volume, other than what I will teach you today, you can always try to master in on balance volume, OBV. You can master in MFI, money flow index. They are very, very good tools that I follow. The other thing, if you want to master in, I think is William oscillator. They are also very, very good. And also check in money flow. मैं कुछ नाम दे रहा हूँ, लिख लेना. Maybe around 1 month down the line, I will explain in detail. Because ये बहुत बड़ा topic है, around 10 hours of training उसमें लगेगा. All I'm saying is volume में on balance volume William oscillator, check-in money flow, check-in oscillator. Check-in is CHIKIN. Check-in oscillator, money flow index. There are 5 breakthrough inventions in volume indications. ये चाहिए. You need it. So करेंगे बाद में. Whenever volume is high, it is giving conviction. हम देखते ही नहीं है. निफ्टी का ब्रेकआउट हो रहा है, हो जाए. अरे वॉल्यूम क्या है वहां पर? Is it happening on high volume? Is it happening on low volume? What is that volume? And I'll explain why is it important. Whenever there is a high volume movement, it means 2 things. Either it is called a spike. Spike का मतलब क्या होता है? Share has gone up massively and then it turns out to be a reversal. Spike means reversal. You might have seen this. I remember this. I was trading in the charts of Pfizer, and Pfizer came out to be the first company, I think, with their vaccine. One day it went up 20%, and that was actually a reversal. I don't think Pfizer ever broke that level again in life. होते हैं spikes because news is already discounted. People are actually finding exit when you're entering. Fundamental people who knew that concept that जो NIM of bank will expand, वो तो पहले ही आ गए थे ना. You people, let's say 30% right now, who are pure technicians, you might have bought ICICI Bank maybe at 760, 770, but we have bought at 680 levels, 700 levels, even before that. क्यों? Because we saw that happening. So fundamental लोग निकल चुके हैं. Now when we will exit, आप लोग तो अभी आए हो. That is the problem in technicians. So you have to have that fundamental aspect. So high volume movements on the chart, they will either tell you reversals, spike, or they are giving you fresh breath to a movement. Market is volatile, not doing anything, and breaks out. It is giving a fresh momentum. That is what we like. ज्ञान एक बात बहुत बोलते हैं, बहुत books पढ़ता हूं उनकी, and I will share a good list of books. It is actually on Wikipedia, the entire chronological books of GAN. You can also go on wtgyan.com. And मैंने एक बात पढ़ी थी ज्ञान के books में, that never buy dead stocks. For example, Yes Bank. I like Yes Bank because I deal with startups and I know what the contribution of Yes Bank is. There's no doubt to that. But Yes Bank is a dead stock right now. It's awaiting a trigger. So when you lock in a good amount of capital, let's say I want to buy Yes Bank, I will buy 5 lakh, 10 lakh shares of worth of Yes Bank. ले लेता हूँ, 5 lakh ले लेता हूँ. But my capital for maybe 1 year is locked. Maybe it will not do anything. Risk is limited. चलो हो गया. But for that 1 year, till that stock is dead, my capital is locked. So in such a case, Gan always says, look for some volume. He calls it volume of sales, and look for some fresh breath. When some fresh breath is happening in Yes Bank, means people are participating now. When the crowd is getting in, you get in. ये मत सोचो crowd के साथ नहीं चलना. We will not go with the crowd at extremes. But when the momentums are starting, तब तो crowd के साथ रहना है. वो बात है. What is the importance of volume? 4 things. Number 1 is volume substantiates information. क्या मतलब है इसका? There is an information that has come in the chart. Dr. Reddy has posted 50% gain in profit. ये information you have got it on the exchange. Ab you don't know as a trader, as a small P in the market, no matter how much money you have, you will never know how the market will take it. Because at the day of the result, it all depends upon how much short and long people are, and that will be the reaction that will come in. It will never be true and fair discounting. वो हो चुका होता है. Now the question is, अब जैसे आज Axis Bank has posted a 90% rise in profit. उससे पहले शेयर 100 रुपए भाग चुका था. It already went up 15-20% before that news. अभी नहीं भागा था. Bajaj Finance maybe on the day went up 10%, but I am still in 40% gain because पहले ले चुके हैं. क्योंकि पहले पता था परफॉर्म करेगा. समझो बात को. Substantiating information मतलब क्या है? This basically means whenever a news comes in, अच्छा profit आया है, some new product is being released by pharma company, some construction contract is being given to a construction company of $10 billion. How is the market taking that information? It depends upon volume. Is the share rising with good volume? If that is the case, people are interested. People find it good information. But if the share is going up, but there is no volume, people are not interested. People are just offloading. Socho, this is what volume tells you. If after a news, a share is going up or down with volume, People are going in that direction. But if the share is not going up or down with volume, very low volume, people are just exiting. You are getting trapped. It can be a fake breakout. Second is volume reveals conviction. We hear it all the time, block deals and bulk deals. We hear it that today, someone forwards you a message that Devang, today, Rakesh Jhunjhunwala or Vijay Kedia has bought 10,000 shares of of Axis Bank. ये नहीं आता, इतना लिखा आता है that Devang, today Vijay Kedia ji has bought aggressively in Axis Bank. I will say, यार खरीदते हैं, चल खरीदते हैं. It reveals conviction. When I know some big money has got in, I want to buy with him. But if by the end of the day, I get a news that Vijay Kedia ji has only bought 1,000 share of Yes Bank, I will say, क्या बकवास है यार. So I know that he didn't have conviction. He's just buying time pass. But if the news has been 1 lakh share of Axis Bank, I know I have to be with him. So it shows conviction. बहुत important point है ये. Third thing is volume expresses interest and enthusiasm. आपने देखा, आप क्यों शेयर खरीदते हो? Why do you buy shares? You buy shares because of two things. Number one, to earn potential gain. Or number two, you are investing or trading to not be on the wrong side of the market. Only two possible options are there. Either you are exiting a share because you think the market will go against you, or you are buying a share because you think the market will go up, you want to take that gain. So volume will show interest hai ki nahi hai, as I talked about in the first point. And finally, the most important point, volume is the fuel of the market. If anyone is involved or is fascinating things like NASA, things like space, anyone loves space, you might be knowing this concept already. If I want to launch a space shuttle into space, मेरे को अगर एक space shuttle है, Devang 1, I want to take it to Mars. Now once Tesla, Elon Musk start to do it, हम भी सारे सोचेंगे चलते हैं यार. Anyways, if I want to launch a shuttle to Mars, उसके लिए मुझे fuel चाहिए. But एक problem है, या एक hack है. 50% plus fuel is actually exhausted to only get out of the orbit of the Earth. And बाकी orbit of the Earth के बाद to Mars is just little bit fuel. ये आपको पता होगा बात. If any one of you have seen the movie, I think Mangalyaan or something came from Akshay Kumar and Vidya Balan एक आया था. उसके अंदर भी same था. उसके अंदर क्या था? वो spaceship एक orbit कर रहा है. वो एक टाइम में सिर्फ fuel on करते हैं, वो bounce करता है, फिर बंद कर देते हैं. Because आपके पास when you are in the space, fuel 30% ही रह गया to do the mission. क्योंकि 70% fuel is being used just to get out of the orbit. Same thing in the market. Resistance है. You want to break the orbit. I want volume. If I don't have volume, it will fail. It will fail. Most of the time. Once I have good volume breakout, उसके बाद थोड़ा retracement आएगा. But because fuel has been exhausted to give that breakout, you will reach your mission, you will hit your target. Remember this rule. You want that initial fuel to get you out of resistance or get you out of support. You want that participation. So I didn't know these things when I started. I just ignored them. But now I make sure I know it. These are some correlations that you have to mug up. I will never say mug up things, but I want you all to mug this up. If price is rising and volume is also rising, it means bullish, that people are supporting the rising price. If price is rising, but less and less people are buying, volume is not there, it is bearish. There is less demand. Demand बहुत कम हो रहा है, छोड़ दो. People are booking out. If price is rising, but volume is falling, थोड़ा गलत लिख दिया. If price is falling and even volume is falling, this is not good. Bullish है ये थोड़ा सा गलत है. Just please इसको ठीक कर लेना. अगर मैं repeat करता हूँ, price rise कर रहा है, volume rise कर रहा है, good है, bullish है, go with the flow. If price fall कर रहा है, volume rise कर रहा है, it is bearish. क्योंकि market दिखा रही है, it wants to go down, add high amount of volume. If price is falling, volume is also falling, not good. The falling prices are not supported by the volume. There is lack of supply. If price is rising, the volume is coming down. Lack of demand. There is not enough demand to get the price to the mission. So that is also bearish. These correlations have to be understood when you trading in the market. आप बहुत बार देखेंगे मार्केट में ब्रेकआउट आ रहा है बट वॉल्यूम नहीं आ रही है, छोड़ दो, और मे बी ट्रेड ओनली स्मॉल क्वांटिटी. मार्केट में ब्रेकआउट आ रहा है, उसके बाद एक रिट्रेसमेंट आ रही है. बट आई विल गिव यू वन एग्जांपल. चलो इसमें दिया हो मैंने, जस्ट लुक एट दिस एग्जांपल, यू विल गेट इट. आई हैव एक्चुअली यूज्ड द CMT बुक आई हैव सेंट यू लेवल 1. उसमें से आई हैव जस्ट गॉट दिस एग्जांपल. You can see market is sideways and the volume is declining. So it means it's a dead stock. It's dead right now. Ignore. Get that fresh movement. But at point number 2, when the breakout happens, you can see even volume is increasing. That's a good thing. You can clearly see at 3 and 4, market is going up or sideways, volume is sideways. Chhod do, don't mess around with it. But once the breakout has happened, this is also when number 4. Always you can see volume बढ़ना शुरू हो गया. If you see volume is increasing, you can see one thing, volume always precedes price. Market breakout तो बाद में देगा, volume पहले ही बढ़ना शुरू हो जाएगा. It precedes always price. It always tells you that. So you can always use that as an indication, but take a trade when that breakout happens. So volume is rising, and when the breakout happens, 2 confirmations, take a trade. But important is it has to convert on the breakout. It has to convert from low volume to high volume. If even after breakout there is no volume, it is not sustaining. As I talked about this, number 5, massive bar, it's called a spike. ये होता है मार्केट में. This became a reversal, उसका मार्केट रिवर्स कर गया. You can see over here मार्केट गिर रही है. पॉइंट इंपॉर्टेंट है. 6 to 7 मार्केट is falling down, but it is falling down with low volume. Volume है ही नहीं मार्केट के अंदर. It basically means that market will not go down too much. There is a lack of supply. And when this breakout happened, this green color, immediate volume increased. That Tudor talked about it. कि अब market में there is a fresh breath coming. Let's go long. So always take volume with you. Don't trade without volume. It will not hurt your pocket if you can just have volume in your side. I hope it is clear. थोड़ा सा एडवांस करते हैं. मुझे कराना नहीं चाहिए बट थोड़ा सा कराना चाहता हूं, सो दैट आई कैन गिव यू सम फ्रेश थिंकिंग प्रोसेस. ये जो था ना, इसको कहते हैं वॉल्यूम डिस्प्ले अंडर द प्राइस. देयर आर एक्चुअली 3-4 थिंग्स. वॉल्यूम कैन बी डिस्प्लेड एट 4 थिंग्स. इट कैन आइदर बी अंडर द प्राइस लाइक दिस, और एज एन इंडिकेटर, OBV, money flow, like that. The second thing can be at the price, what we call volume profile. The third thing is volume weighted average price, VWAP. बहुत लोगों ने सुना होगा VWAP. It comes like a moving average. वो मैंने डिस्कस नहीं किया. And the fourth thing is equivolume charts. वो भी थोड़ा एडवांस है, वो भी नहीं कर रहे. ये मेरे लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. वॉल्यूम एट द प्राइस, ये आपको कैसे करना है, पहले ये कैसे मैं ले आता हूं, मैं दिखा देता हूं. What I basically do is I go on indicators. I click on SVP. Once I click on SVP, I will get something like this. Automatically, I will get something like this. Automatic. मैं समझाऊंगा मैं क्या है. SVP means session volume profile. मतलब 15 minute chart में this session had this volume like that. So what it is, let me explain. Just 1 second. Let me explain. 2 minutes. I'll take doubts later because बीच में मीटिंग में इंटरप्ट करना नहीं चाहता. 1 मिनट. यार वो मेरा कहाँ गया PDF? या सेशन वॉल्यूम प्रोफाइल में क्या है? वॉल्यूम, इफ यू नोटिस अर्लियर इन द वॉल्यूम अंडर द प्राइस, it was telling you at what time what volume was there. It told you at 11:30 or on 26th of June ये वॉल्यूम था. अरे बट 26th of June में वो सेशन में 11:30 बजे क्या वॉल्यूम था? मेरे को वो चाहिए. I want to know the internals of volume, and I want to know at what price what volume is coming. This is called session volume profile. It is automatically plotted. You don't have to do any mehnat. Automatically you will get this plotting on the chart. What I have done is this. यहाँ पर देखिए, ये 15 मिनट चार्ट है of SGX Nifty. I'm briefly explaining it. If you want to go in detail about this, there is a book, a simple book called Volume Profile by Trader Dale. Trader, D-A-L-E, Dale. You can read it. It's a good book. अच्छा बेसिक है उसके अंदर. अब यहां पर देखिए क्या हो रहा है. ये आपको बता रहा है कि 16,125 पर इतना वॉल्यूम था, 16,100 में यू हैड इतना वॉल्यूम, 16,025 में ये इतना वॉल्यूम था. बेसिकली वॉल्यूम एट द प्राइस इज टेलिंग यू एवरी प्राइस what are the number of shares being traded, and that is important for us. अगर मैं आपको बता देता हूं, I am telling you guys, there is so much volume happening. I'll give an example why we need it, why it is important for an intraday trader. देखो, volume profile is not so simple. You also have to look into what are the shapes of volume profile. ये की P shape है, D shape है, वो लंबा प्रोसेस है. But if I am telling you, just think about it. If I go on a daily chart of Nifty, if I go on a daily chart of चलो ICICI Bank, I'll go on a daily chart and I'm hiding this. I'm opening a volume under the price tool, and यहाँ पर if I am telling you guys, there is a lot of volume coming in at on the day of 19th of July. मतलब on this day significant buying has happened. Or if I can tell you on this day or on this day significant buying has happened. But if I can also tell you on this day at what price was that significant buying, isn't that crazy? That is basically exposing the truth of the professional traders. And this I have mentioned in my next point. यही तो गेम है सारी, exposing the truth of market participants. लिखा मैंने, यार, these investment professionals, they don't want you to know where they are buying or selling. But the problem is, if an order to buy 100 crore shares of SBI is coming in the market, is getting executed, your chart has to show. A volume under the price will show you on that day, but volume at the price will tell you at which price was the most amount of trading taking place. So if I can tell you this red color line, automatic hai, you don't have to do anything. This red color line is called point of control. Point of control tells you what during the day, at what price, the most number of shares have exchanged hands. On the 13th of July, I believe, 16,100 had the most number of trading. ये कैसे निकलेगा? जहां भी है, जिसका भी सबसे highest volume वो बन जाएगा POC. And yes, this can change throughout the day. मान लो the market has come down and at this price huge buy orders came in. This will become POC and the market will show you in the live market. How do we use it? This becomes a very good support and resistance. It also can be used to filter out your trades. Two uses, either filter trades or use it as support resistance. ये मुझे अगर पता होता ना first year में, my results would have improved. आप ये observe करो. One thing I have done, which you will have to do on your SVP, session volume profile. When you open SVP ना, it will look like this. सब कुछ same है. Everything is the same setting. कुछ फर्क नहीं है. But actually, when you open SVP, it will look like this. मतलब सिर्फ इतना ही आएगा. What I want is this point of control. This is the highest trading कहाँ पे हो रही है, ये वो बता रहा है. कहाँ पे शेयर ज्यादा हो रहे हैं. What I want to do is just extend POC right. That's all. Then this line will be extended. The first use is this will become filtering of trade. कैसे? अगर आप इसके ऊपर हो तो थोड़ा buy on dip रखो. अगर आप इसके नीचे हो थोड़ा sell on rise रखो, क्योंकि ये resistance है. ये resistance है. ये देखिए resistance है. This is one use. You can use whatever setup you have on price action, whatever. You can just mark it that Devang, आज today ICICI Bank का SVP 814 है. इसके ऊपर हम यार short नहीं करेंगे. Because people have bought it from there, there is no need to short above this level. Be smart. We will do buy on dip. We will sell puts on declines. We will buy future on declines. That is one thing. The second use is they are great support resistance levels. Look at the beauty. When this became SVP, it became perfect support. And the beautiful thing is the virgin point of control. Virgin point of control means a point of control which is not tested the next day. For example, यहाँ पर देखिए, ये point of control था on 28th of July. Next day, it became exact bottom and support. So if market, for example, on जो Monday है, if it is opening somewhere over here and if it is falling down, this is virgin POC. अब यहाँ पे आएगा, more likely than not, it will become support. So they are very good prices. So they are not random levels. They are levels given by institutions at which they are trading. यार यहाँ पर मैंने खरीदा है. एक rule है. The institutions don't buy expensive. They will never ever justify a high price. They always wait for a good price. And this is that good price. समझ रहे हो बात को? ये बहुत important है. For example, I have good charts I can show you on Bank Nifty if you want. अब ये Bank Nifty future पे आएगा. It will not come on the spot. Please look at the Bank Nifty future chart on 28th July. This was the price where most trading took place. Market opened, gap up, fell down, took support at SVP of last, POC of last. It was virgin POC. And then यहाँ पर बहुत selling हुई है. तो market में ये resistance बन गया. Exact वो point बना है. मैंने मेकअप नहीं किया, ये आपके सामने है और ये मैंने ट्रेड किया है. I said देवांग यहाँ पे POC है, sell triangle, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. Observe करिए how this became resistance, how this became support. It will work. How this is a good level. How this is a good level. How this is a good level. This is very, very helpful in tracking मुझे करना क्या है. Look at this support. Look at the resistance. In the future, now one important part. If some sell-off happens, अगर market गिर गया, कोई reason आ गया, then you have a virgin POC over here. This will become a good place for you to sell puts, for you to go long. If you get some reason to buy here, we can go long over here. So this is one very, very good tool I'm using to help me understand at what price, not the time, the people are entering. Look at this example of SGX Nifty. How this was the SVP. Once it broke down, it turned support into resistance, retest and fell down. Later on, it became resistance, never went above that. Uske baad, the 14th of July had a POC over here. It took a support, bounced. When it broke down, it became a level. Uske baad, yesterday's POC became support the next day. It is a clear part. इसमें तो कोई difficulty नहीं है. उसके बाद अगले दिन का 15 का ये देखिए exact POC है. Look at this part. ये POC था 18th का, ये exact support आ गया. Exactly वहीं से market bounce कर रहा है. So every single day आपको पता चल रहा है कहां से buying आ रही है, कहां से selling आ रही है, कौन से level significant है आपके लिए. तो please don't use it just like this. Combine it with your price action. You will get accuracy. This can also be used as targets or stop loss. If, for example, you went short over here on price action, SL can be above POC. If you're going long over here due to price action, SL can be any 15-minute closing below POC. That you can do, I'm believing. So POCs and volume profiles, however basic I've explained it, exposes the truth. Another example, यहाँ पर आप observe करोगे, I was focusing on the session volume profile, but I don't want it. I want to know देवांग, मुझे dip चाहिए अब. Example देता हूँ, समझना. I am a person who says देवांग, अरे बहुत हो गया यार. Now I want a dip. What is a dip that I should buy? I am opening chart of Nifty. How much Nifty should give a dip to tell me what is a big support for Nifty? I want to answer that question. One question could be that this was earlier resistance. यहाँ पर एक accumulation था. This can become support. That can be one more thing. ठीक है. But you can use another concept called fixed volume profile. Fixed range volume profile. You click on this. कुछ नहीं और करना. Your work is done. What you have to do is from where to where you want. For example, I want from 18th October to today. Automatically बता देगा कि कौन से level पर अच्छी buying या selling है. The most activity throughout this time took place on 17,200. So this could be a hurdle and that we will see later. मतलब ये आपको क्या बता रहा है? ये आपको बता रहा है यार कहां पर एक सिग्निफिकेंट एक्टिविटी है. सो इफ यू डोंट, ये तो बहुत बड़ा ले लिया मैंने. अब फॉर एग्जांपल थोड़ा सा सिंपल करते हैं. ये तो मैंने बहुत ही वेग कर दिया कि मैं पूरा साल का ले लेता हूं. लेट्स डू समथिंग लाइक दिस ऑफ दिस इंटायर रैली. ये मैंने कैलकुलेट करा हुआ है. इफ आई शो यू अ चार्ट, ये मैंने अप्रैल का दिखाया था. चलो एक ये एग्जांपल है. आई कैन शो डिफरेंट एग्जांपल्स. एक ये है फ्रॉम 18,200, बेसिकली व्हेन द मार्केट फेल. आई वाज डूइंग दिस एनालिसिस कि जब मार्केट गिरा था अप्रैल में यहां से, तो ये पूरे सेलिंग में, द क्वेश्चन आई वांट टू आंसर इज, ये पूरे सेलिंग में सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट जोन क्या है? इफ आई वांट टू आंसर दैट क्वेश्चन, आई गो ऑन अ फिक्स्ड पीओसी फ्रॉम हियर टू हियर. आई कैन सी 16,200 had the maximum amount of contracts exchanged. And you can see over here, ये ऑटोमेटिक है. हाउ यहां पर दिस became resistance and then support. ये देखिए, तो ऐसे आप कर सकते हैं. इफ यू वांट टू कैलकुलेट कि यार नहीं यार मेरे को अभी देखना है दैट द मार्केट्स हैव, अब सम पीपल डू दिस, फिबोनाचीज लगाते हैं कि इतना रिट्रेस करेगा. इफ यू वांट टू से देवांग, यार मेरे को लगता है मार्केट में पुल बैक आएगा, अभी मैं शॉर्ट तो कर नहीं सकता बिकॉज स्ट्रक्चर इज बुलिश. आई थिंक द मार्केट विल कम डाउन. ओके, वेयर शुड आई गो लॉन्ग और वेयर शुड आई एड माई इक्विटी? व्हाट आई कैन डू इज टेक माई 20th June लो एंड टेक इट टू टुडे. वो ये कहता है कि यार सबसे ज्यादा जो बाइंग हुई है ना, द मोस्ट अमाउंट ऑफ एक्टिविटी हैज टेकन प्लेस हियर, 15,800. एंड दिस इज एक्चुअली इन लाइन आल्सो with my point and figure charts. I just want to show it to you why I am saying that looks like a bottom is made. People who know point and figure charts will follow, others just take it for the sake of it. ठीक है, बाकी आपको बाद में बताऊंगा. निफ्टी, I am using stockcharts.com. Sorry यार, ये क्या कर दिया. Stock chart is the best platform for research. I don't think anything better than that. तो आप अगर ऑब्जर्व करेंगे in my point and figure chart shows you objective. कुछ इसमें कोई मेरा वो नहीं है, इसमें ट्रेंड लाइन इज ऑटोमेटिक. आप यहाँ ऑब्जर्व करेंगे ट्रेंड लाइन आ रही है 15,800 पे और यही लेवल पे एस आपका पीओसी है. तो अगर गलती से इन्फ्लेशन बढ़ गया, अमेरिका 9.5%, मार्केट क्रैशेस, डरना नहीं है, ये लेवल आएगा. आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग देन दिस लेवल शुड बी अ गुड बॉटम. मेरे एक्सपेक्टेशंस हैं. एंड इफ आई एम लकी, and it's now a question of being lucky, 1400 point away, but I am not saying iska wait karo, we can always buy even here also, that's a different story. But agar ye level aayega, we can take long term options also. We can take long term 1-2 months ahead put shorts, long term futures, because it's a significant level. So SVP helps you intraday action. Fixed range profile answers your question aapne karna kya hai. अब for example अगर मैं ये पूरा देखता था from here to here, ये मुझे क्या बता रहा है कि यार 17,200 पे काफी सेलिंग है, तो यहां पर थोड़ा कॉशियस रहो, सेलिंग तो नहीं आ रही है. दैट इज व्हाई आई एम आल्सो ऑफ द व्यू कि यहां पर अभी हम सेलिंग नहीं कर रहे हैं, बट यहां पर अभी बाइंग भी नहीं करेंगे. एनी इक्विटी दैट आई वांट टू बाय और एनी फ्रेश और लॉन्ग आई वांट टू टेक ऑन निफ्टी, आई वोंट टेक इट ओवर हियर. आई विल वेट फॉर सम कंसोलिडेशन टू ब्रेक दिस. आई विल वेट फॉर सम पुल बैक, देन आई विल गो लॉन्ग. FOMO can't come in. I hope that this part is clear. I was actually not including it. I thought people will not understand thoda advanced hai. But even if you understood 5% of this, I'm quite happy. Don't pick fight with the bullies. मैंने बहुत सोचा क्या टॉपिक दूं, क्या नाम दूं इस टॉपिक का. I could have given a name, price action. मैंने कहा नहीं. You have to remember these things. आप अगर याद नहीं रखेंगे तो फिर कोई पॉइंट नहीं है. When I went to school, I was in Doon school. And when I went, 2009 में मेरा एडमिशन था. तब एक we had this hierarchy कि यार सीनियर्स हैं, बोर्डिंग स्कूल है, we have seniors and juniors and we used to be scared. अब तो चलो ऐसा नहीं होता in any school now, but पहले एक हायरार्की होता था that हमें डर लगता था कि यार कुछ स्कूल के बुलीज हैं, उनसे दूर रहना है, उनसे पंगे नहीं लेने हैं. No matter even if you think you're 1% lucky to take revenge, don't. Because once they get back at you, then you only know what can happen. I'm not going to say her stories openly what used to happen, but सबको पता है how boarding life is. Don't pick fight with the bullies. हमारी मार्केट में 3 bullies हैं. Anyone knows what those bullies are? I will चलो. I am now 2 hours we are done. थोड़ा सा एक इंटरेक्शन करते हैं. I've opened the chat for all of you. Who do you think are the bullies in this market? FII, DI institutions. अच्छा, कोई और आंसर दो. रिलायंस. रिलायंस इज, मैं रिलायंस कभी ट्रेड नहीं कर पाता. आई डोंट नो, अदानी एंड रिलायंस इज जस्ट समथिंग, मुझे समझ ही नहीं आता. गुड आंसर है. चलो, नाइस नाइस. देखो बुलीज क्या है. फनी स्टोरी अबाउट रिलायंस, मुझे याद आया. मैंने ना रिलायंस का शेयर कोविड में लिया था 800 पे. इट केम टिल 1600. And my brother is the wealth manager that we all look over to. मतलब I would talk to him, get our decision, then I will give it to you. मैं खुद नहीं दूंगा. हमेशा he's someone who's been there for the last 12 years in the wealth management industry. And I called him. I said, kind of his name. I said, यार मुझे Reliance बेचना है यार. I don't like Mr. Ambani. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of his work. I think it's a big manipulation. He said, ठीक है, up to you. As long as you don't use that money in options and futures, it's fine with us. And मैंने वो funds कुछ family के बेच के कुछ और share ले लिए. And since that, 1600 का share went till God knows, I think what, 2600-2700 or 3000, whatever. With Morgan Stanley now having target of 300 plus. I don't understand what they do, what Adani does. मैं अभी तक, I have only bought Adani Green. That also I bought at $300, sold at $500. I think I saw it 3,000 rupees. So I don't understand. But if you are in those shares, I will just give one advice. Please keep holding. Please keep holding. Don't think about booking, because I know this question will come in my Q&A after this. If you are in any kind of these kind of stocks with 100% gains, 80% gain, unko nikalna mat, because they will give you 500% gain in the time to come. अगर आपको डर लग रहा है, अपना कॉस्ट को निकाल लो, अपना कॉस्ट को निकाल लो and let the profit be reinvested, and so you will be at no risk. So that is my one advice. Don't pick fight with the bullies basically means I want to talk about one law. This point is again by Ned Davis from the book Being Right or Making Money. Ned Davis said the degree of unprofitable anxiety in an investor's life, it corresponds directly to the amount one spends dwelling on how an investment should be acting rather than the way it is actually acting. हम यही सोचते रहते हैं. मैंने आज स्ट्रैंगल लिया, अपना आपका एग्जाम्पल अपना दूंगा. I took a strangle. यार वो छोड़ो, वो तो ठीक चल रहा है. I took a call shot on Wednesday कि यार market broke last swing low. I have to go short. I'll give you that, show that example also. मैंने क्या किया, on I trade bank nifty very heavily now, and 15 minute chart पे I'll just hide everything. मैंने देखा 15 मिनट चार्ट में, आई थिंक ये वेडनेसडे था जी, 27th of July. I think yeah, this was the day. मैंने देखा on this day market broke day low. मैंने कहा देवांग सेल कॉल्स, यार अब यहाँ भी डे लो ब्रेक हो रहा है, यहाँ भी हो रहा है, यहाँ भी हो रहा है, कुछ तो बात होगी. मैंने कहा देवांग सेल कॉल्स, मैंने बेच दिए. देन मार्केट वेंट अप. प्रॉब्लम क्या था, मैं 3:1 निकल गया 60,000 लॉस लेके. अच्छा हुआ. प्रॉब्लम क्या हो जाती है in a lot of us are the degree of anxiety about that profit and loss is directly related to how much time we are spending on how investment should be acting. अरे ये गिरेगा, मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना तेरे को, I will call my friend, यार तेरे को बोल रहा हूँ गिरेगा, होल्ड का कुछ नहीं होता. हम सोच रहे हैं how it should be acting rather than it is actually acting. It's not working out. The selling didn't come fast. Ignore it. छोड़ दो. Exit it. Exit it. Focus on the tape. So if you are feeling very much anxiety, stop focusing on what could happen and just focus on what's happening on the chart right now. So remember this Davis's law. Marty Schwartz again from Making Money on Wall Street. To me, the tape is the final arbiter of any investment decision. Tape matlab jo aapko dikh raha hai, price falling hua hai. I have a cardinal rule. Never fight the trade. Tape. टेप अगर कह रहा है ऊपर तो ऊपर, टेप अगर कह रहा है नीचे तो नीचे. आपको ट्रेंड फॉलोअर बनना है, नॉट अ ट्रेंड फाइटर. आप वॉर करने नहीं जा रहे हो, वॉर करने जा रहे हो, बट वॉर में अपने साथ यू कांट से, you know, we can't say, for example, Russia can't say I will fight Ukraine also, I will fight US also, I will fight UK also all together. They don't have that capacity. Even only Ukraine is being difficult for them, but it's working out quite well for them, to be frankly honest. But they can't say सबके साथ लड़ते हैं. If you want to fight with someone like America, You get China, which they are actually trying to do. You get someone like Taiwan, which they will get. They've already got someone like Sri Lanka now. What a conspiracy happening in the world, by the way, if you follow. How Russia is getting Turkey on their side, how they are getting now things like Iran on their side, how they are getting China, Sri Lanka to China se aa gaya hai, Taiwan, and now China is fighting with Japan over their islands. And on one side, we have America, which is struggling with their government. One side, we have UK struggling with their government, and Russia is taking benefit of all this. So you have to, if you want to be a trend follower, you get people on the side. Trend fighter tab bano jab aapke saath log hain, otherwise nahi. Marty Schwartz. So the first thing is, the first bully, the tape. Don't fight the tape. The heading of this is don't fight the tape. Listen to the bloodless verdict of the market. Market kya dikha raha hai aapko, usko dekho. It's a bloodless, cold verdict. You might be short, I don't care. If the market is in you tsunami, एक tsunami आ रहा है, market नहीं, एक let us say market में बात करते हैं. When COVID fall happened or when that war happened, I think in February, when that big fall happened on markets, it doesn't care you're Jhunjhunwala or you're Devang Mehra or you're someone who doesn't want to tell his name. Everyone can wipe out. No one will remain the same. If you're long, you are gone. So you have to listen to the bloodless verdict of the market. The second thing, the tape provides stop loss. Aap short ho. Example kya hai? The tape provides stop loss for beliefs, your beliefs. You think, yeah, Devang, long, hum to short hai. Devang, hum to short hai. I'll open a daily yard of Bank Nifty. नहीं यार देवांग, लॉन्ग की सेंस नहीं बनती है, हम शॉर्ट हैं यार. बट अगर मार्केट, आपने यहां पर कहीं शॉर्ट किया है, अगर मार्केट हाईएस्ट को ब्रेक कर रही है, द टेप इज गिविंग यू अ व्यू और अ स्टॉप लॉस फॉर योर बिलीव्स. आप गलत हो. एंड द मोस्ट बेसिक पार्ट इज, इफ यू आर शॉर्ट, you don't wait. If you are short in this market and the last day high is breaking, exit your shorts. If you're long in this market and the last day low, for example, आप long हो और आपका ये low टूट रहा है, tape is telling you निकल जाओ बाहर. Sky is getting cloudy, निकल जाओ बाहर. वो आपको देखना है. The tape is giving you that information. So just to repeat, if someone is going short over here, they can hold the shorts as long as these levels are intact. But if the level is going, you're going above these people. The people who have gone short over here, they're covering now. That's the time when the market makes a bottom. So the tape is telling you when to exit or not. It's giving you that stop loss for your beliefs. So respect it. The third thing is, the trend is your friend. And I'm going to explain something now. No matter how much technical analysis you know, how much trend against trading you do, you have to understand that. And you know why? And finally is, moves with lot of confirmation are the healthiest and the huge moves are global in nature. ये दो points मैं discuss करना चाहता हूँ. Trend is your friend and the moves with confirmation are the healthiest and they are global in nature. If you see the markets right now, सब बढ़ रहा है. क्या बढ़ रहा है? इंडिया बढ़ रहा है, जर्मनी बढ़ रहा है, फ्रांस को भी ऊपर जा रहा है. हांगकांग को मार्केट देखो, ये छोड़ दो, ये चाइना इनका ही चलता है. हांगकांग वी डोंट इवन कंसीडर. अमेरिका देखिए, बॉन्ड्स बढ़ रहे हैं आपके, ये कमोडिटी छोड़ दो. S&P बढ़ रहा है, सब बढ़ रहा है. अब मलेशिया देख लो, सब बढ़ेगा. जापान देखो, सब बढ़ेगा. व्हाट एम आई सेइंग? इफ मूव्स आर कमिंग विद ग्लोबल कंफर्मेशन, सब लोग अगर साथ में बढ़ रहे हैं ना, दे आर द हेल्दीएस्ट. इंडिया बढ़ रहा है, अमेरिका गिर रहा है, यूके साइडवेज है, मजा नहीं आएगा. You have to move together. Always, this is why inter-market relationships are very important. You need everyone to go together. If you get some global news, for example, when the Fed governor said recession is not on the cards right now, everyone took it as positive. The rest is history. Confirmations came in globally, they were healthy, everything went up. So try to trade. When I say top-down approach, if you can, trade moves that are in conformity of the global markets. If America is breaking down, UK is breaking down, India is breaking out, maybe you want to reduce your exposure on the upside. And that is my advice I would like to give you. The second thing I want to talk about is the trend of the market. मुझे पढ़ाई करने का शौक है, and that is why मैंने आपको एक बुक भेजी है, CMT. अब मैंने CMT की लेवल 2 मंगाई हुई है, उसको मैं आपको भी भेजता रहूंगा। मैं आपको CMT, what is happening, CMT is considered as the Bible। अगर आप एक टेक्नीशियन बनना चाहते हैं, इसके ऊपर कुछ नहीं है। I mean, there are other certifications and charters, but CMT is Bible. If you are someone who's a chartered accountant, आपको CA Act पता होना चाहिए, आपका कुछ बाइबल है। If you are doing company law बाइबल है, आपको वो देखना पड़ता है। मैंने भी ये बुक ना अपने साथ रखी है, when I'm trading ना, इसका हार्ड कॉपी मेरे साथ पड़ा है। If you don't have the hard copy, message me. What I will do is I will send you a number of a vendor who I am using. He sells me the book from Bombay around 1,000 rupees का, because अगर आप ये बुक खरीदते होगे 30,000 रुपए की, आप ले नहीं पाओगे, मैं भी नहीं लेता, तो doesn't make sense. I will send you the number. His name is लक्ष्मी मंसूर, मेरा एक है बंदा, तो जो तो कहीं भी रहते वो बुक भेज देगा आपको। Anyone who is watching it from abroad, I'm sorry, you have to buy. But ये बुक के प्रीएम्बल में हमारा एक है कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, उसका एक प्रीएम्बल है, वो हम पढ़ते हैं। हमारा ये बुक का पहला पन्ना पता है क्या बोलता है? पढ़ो। द बेसिक प्रिंसिपल ऑफ टेक्निकल एनालिसिस इज द ट्रेंड। और पता है प्रॉब्लम क्या है? हम सब इतने जूम इन कर लेते हैं, हमें ट्रेंड पता ही नहीं है। प्रॉब्लम है ये। हम पता है क्या बोलेंगे आज, टुडे, ये फर्स्ट वर्ड है। और मैं आपको क्या बताऊं, मैंने कम से कम 50 पेज इसके ऊपर पढ़े हैं। ये बुक इज अराउंड 700 पेज की बुक है। 50 पेजेस आई हैव जस्ट रेड ट्रेंड ट्रेंड ट्रेंड। मैं थक गया यार, एक मैंने बुक बंद कर दी, मैंने कहा बस। फिर उसके बाद मैं समझा, ओके मैं क्या बोलना चाहता हूं। चार्ल्स, आप इनकी लैंग्वेज सुनो। द आर्ट ऑफ टेक्निकल एनालिसिस इज टू आइडेंटिफाई ट्रेंड चेंजेस एट एन अर्ली स्टेज and maintain an investment position until the weight of the evidence indicates that the trend has reversed. Pring 2002। क्या मतलब है? Right now एक ट्रेंड है आपका ऊपर का, जब तक वो ट्रेंड चल रहा है दिमाग में कीड़े मत डालो। अरे खत्म हो गई मार्केट, खत्म हो गई, हो जाए खत्म, लेट इट रिवर्स। मार्केट दिखाएगा आपको, इट विल डू कंसोलिडेशन, इट विल गिव डबल टॉप, इट विल गिव यू इंफॉर्मेशन। बट जब तक इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं आती है, यू मेंटेन बाय ऑन डिप ना। व्हाई आर यू गेटिंग कंफ्यूज्ड? द प्रॉब्लम इज इन द लाइव मार्केट। व्हाट डू वी थिंक, यार मार्केट बहुत ऊपर भाग चुका है, तो आप मत ट्रेड करो। डू व्हाट आई एम डूइंग, लॉन्ग स्ट्रैडल्स कर दिए, मतलब बहुत दूर के स्ट्रैंगल्स कर दिए, छोड़ दिया मार्केट में। डू समथिंग एल्स दैट इज आउट देयर। ये थोड़ी है कि हर रोज ट्रेड करना है। If you missed out the trend, a good portion of it, fine, just get out and wait till you get the price. Remember one word, the institutions will never ever buy expensive. If you are someone who's buying at a 17,200, think like this. मेरा एक व्यू था at the start of the year, मैंने एक टेलीग्राम पर दिया था, ये साल कुछ नहीं होगा। आपको मैं अगर वो व्यू दिखाऊं, बहुत बढ़िया चल रहा है अभी तक। मैंने यही बोला तो लोगों ने, अब आप देखोगे स्टार्टिंग ऑफ द ईयर ना, हमारी मार्केट यहीं पे थी 17,000, ये देखो 17,300, आज भी वहीं पे है, कुछ नहीं हुआ। वो बस यही है, अप डाउन। ट्रेडर के लिए ठीक था, इन्वेस्टर के लिए तो वहीं पे था। मैं आपको ये बोलता हूं, क्या ये अभी ट्रेंड बदलना है? अगर ट्रेंड बदलना है, होता क्या है, ट्रेंड क्या है? आई थिंक फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज व्हाट इज ट्रेंड। ये कहीं लोग समझ नहीं पाते हैं। प्लीज एक बात को लेट्स अंडरस्टैंड। ट्रेंड इज something that you've done in theory, but you have to mug up on charts. Whether it is 15 minutes, 1 hour, 1 week, 1 day, 1 month, 3 months, it is the same rule. If you are getting higher swing tops, every high is getting higher, every low is also getting higher, this is called uptrend. As long as that is continuing, the trend is in force. If, for example, I'm opening the chat for a minute now. Try to answer this question. If, for example, the trend does this, the trend कहते, एक मिनट मैं कोई चार्ट दिखाता हूं, मार्केट इज डूइंग दिस 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 दिस, इसने ऐसे कर दिया, इज द ट्रेंड ओवर? बिकॉज आई हैव नाउ गॉन बिलो लास्ट स्विंग बॉटम। क्या लगता है? The answer is people are saying yes, yes, yes। अब yes भी है, no बड़े हैं, अभी भी कुछ नहीं हुआ। What did I say? The trend means higher high, higher low, higher swing tops, higher swing bottoms. If at any point of time, समझो बात को, if your swing low is breaking, there is some problem, agreed. Otherwise, why will it break? But you first also need lower swing high. And then when this is breaking, this is called reversal of trend. पैटर्न मत याद करो ये क्या पैटर्न है, मैं आपको पैटर्न गिनाने बैठूंगा ना, आप पागल हो जाओगे. मुझे ना बड़े लोग भेजते हैं, देवांग हेड एंड शोल्डर बन गया, ये बन गया. मैं आज की डेट में ना 100 पैटर्न जानता हूं. आई रिमेंबर व्हेन मार्केट वाज ओवर हियर, मैंने कहा एक मैचिंग लो बन रहा है, किसी ने सुना भी नहीं था. आई दैट पोस्ट ऑन टेलीग्राम, मैंने सिर्फ इतना लिखा था, टुडे वी आर गेटिंग अ मैचिंग लो ऑन निफ्टी. आई गॉट 100 शेयर्स. आई सेड ये क्या हो गया, पता ही नहीं लोगों को. मुझे पैटर्न मत बताना कभी लाइफ में, अपने आप को ही मत बताना ये पैटर्न बन रहा है, फर्क नहीं पड़ता. स्ट्रक्चर को देखो, दिमाग लगाओ, सब ठीक हो जाएगा. इफ यू वांट टू नो द पैटर्न्स ना, एक वेबसाइट है, एक ना थॉमस बल्काउस्की की, अगर आपको बहुत ही शौक है. दिस गाय इज वन ऑफ द बेस्ट पर्संस इन चार्ट पैटर्न्स एंड कैंडलस्टिक पैटर्न्स. स्टीव नाइसन इज नोन फॉर हिज कैंडलस्टिक चार्टिंग. एक ये वेबसाइट है, इनकी एक बुक को तो मंगा लो चार्ट पैटर्न की. इसके अंदर ना सारे पैटर्न हैं जो इन्होंने टेस्ट करे हुए हैं. अब इसमें मैं दिखा देता हूं चार्ट पैटर्न्स. थोड़ा सा यार ये एड्स क्यों आ रही है, ये देखिए आप कितने पैटर्न हैं, देखिए जाओ. आधे सुने भी नहीं होंगे, इतने ज्यादा पैटर्न हैं. आप ये मगअप करने बैठोगे, बेसिक वंस आर गुड, डबल टॉप, डबल बॉटम, फ्लैग, डायमंड, ये वो सब ठीक है. बट ये ज्यादा डीप में जाना इज द अवेलेबल. This website is called, I think, patternsitetheband.com. What I am saying is, please understand now what I am saying. If the market is continuing like this, ये क्या है? Which अब you will say, Devang, which time frame? मुझे फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता. Time frame depends upon the investor. If you are an intraday person, look at, I always follow one thing. आप अगर एक intraday हो ना person, हमेशा अपने टाइम फ्रेम का एक बड़ा टाइम फ्रेम देखा करो. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, इफ यू ट्रेडिंग ऑन 15 मिनट चार्ट, तो एक बार ना 1 आवर चार्ट पर अपना व्यू बनाओ, बड़ा चार्ट. इफ यू ट्रेड ऑन द 1 आवर चार्ट, तो 1 डे चार्ट का स्ट्रक्चर देख लो. 1 आवर का भी देखना है. क्यों? बिकॉज 1 आवर विल गिव यू द अर्ली सिग्नल. 1 डे विल टेल यू ओनली बाय द एंड ऑफ द डे. इफ आई एम ट्रेडिंग 15 मिनट, दिस विल गिव मी एन अर्ली सिग्नल. But what is the trend like? I want to see the 1 hour chart. आप अगर इंट्राडे करते हो, 1 आवर में ट्रेंड क्या चल रहा है, यू अंडरस्टैंड दैट. अगर आप थोड़े से मंथली ट्रेडर हो, तो आप 1 वीक के ऊपर ट्रेड कर लो एंड 1 मंथ का ट्रेंड देखो. आप ये भी कर सकते हो 1 डे, अगर आप कर रहे हो फॉर 2-3 मंथ्स, आप कर लो 1 डे का ट्रेंड एंड 1 वीक का, 1 डे का ट्रेड एंड 1 वीक का ट्रेंड. आप ये भी कर सकते हो. सो ऑलवेज 1 टाइम फ्रेम ऊपर देखना जरूरी है उसके वो ट्रेंड के लिए. सो रूल इज वेरी सिंपल. मार्केट इज गिविंग लाइक दिस. जब तक ट्रेंड इज इंटैक्ट, हायर हाई एंड हायर लो, यू हैव टू गो विद इट. इफ यू थिंक आई एम क्वाइट टेक्निकली ओवरबॉट, you wait for a fall, you buy over here and continue the trend. But if at any point of time market does this, you get cautious. Why it has given a new low? Because when now market goes up and then again goes down, then lower high is also being established and lower low is also being established. Double top is being formed. Now things are bad. This is where you change your side. And यहाँ पे हमने कहना that Devang, now we have to look on sell on rise. In the previous example, you're buy on dip. I want to give you some example. The same thing, by the way, the same thing you can also do on daily chart. मेरे पास टाइम नहीं होता देखने का चार्ट को. मैं क्या करता हूं, मैं चार्ट देखो, मैंने भी चार्ट खोला अपना. I am seeing Devang higher low, higher low, higher low. Okay, trend is intact. आप मुझे बोलते हो देवांग सेल करते हैं यहाँ पर 17,200 इज रेजिस्टेंस. मुझे फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता, आप कर लो, करना है करो, बट स्मॉल स्टॉप लॉस. लोग करते हैं. इफ यू वांट टू एक्ट अगेंस्ट द ट्रेंड, मैक्सिमम दैट 3:1 सेटअप. एसएल हिट हुआ तो निकल जाना. फिर ये नहीं है कि बैठे रहेंगे, बिकॉज देन द कैपिटल विल गो एंड वी आर नॉट गेटिंग दैट डोंट रूइन फिलॉसफी. आप देखिए ना, हायर हाई, हायर हाई, हायर हाई. हाउ कैन आई गो शॉर्ट? At least 1 day market does this, gives me lower or lower, right? At least That's the least I'm not even saying, sorry, I'm not even asking you all to give me a double top. मैं तो वो चलो बोलता नहीं, वो तो best है. If that can happen, that's key. So for example, I can show one good chart on positional trade for positional trades. ये एक ट्रेड मैंने पर्सनली फॉलो किया हुआ है. आप यहाँ पर देखिए 2018 मार्केट इज, ये वेदांता का चार्ट है. यहाँ पर आप थोड़ा जूम इन मैं कर रहा हूँ, हाइडिंग द वॉल्यूम. मार्केट इज गिविंग हायर लो, हायर लो, हायर लो, हायर लो, हायर लो, हायर लो, हायर लो. अब ट्रेंड है तो ये आप बैठे रहो. हायर हाई, हायर हाई, हायर हाई, हायर हाई, हायर हाई, हायर हाई. जब इसने ये नया लो बना दिया, आप शॉर्ट अभी नहीं हो क्योंकि आपका अभी भी हायर हाई है. यू स्टिल इन अ हायर हाई, बट वंस यू गेट अ पुल बैक, you got number one lower high, and then you already are in lower low. So once this breaks somewhere over here, you enter short, and then you continue your short exposure. You continue sell on rise. You have to make that view. That's the main part. Intraday आज क्या होगा फर्क नहीं पड़ता. It matters is what is the trend that you are in right now. So यहाँ पर देखो, market gave a pullback. You can make money by going long. I have this view. I have this saying, very famous है that bulls can make money, deers can make money, and pigs will get slaughtered. So आप अगर short हो चलेगा, long हो चलेगा, but pig मत बनो, फालतू के OTM मत लो. But आप अगर notice करोगे, this came again fell down, this came again fell down. अब यहाँ पर देखो higher low बन गया है, but it never ever gave you a higher high. That's why trend never changed. It again went down. It went over here. अब यहाँ पर फिर observe करिए. Market again gave you higher low. I'm not going to go long over there. It has to first cross this high, then double bottom is confirmed, and then I can go long. And it only reversed trends in COVID. It fell down like this, reversed, fell down like this, it gave me a higher low. And when this broke, I got a higher high, and then the trend reversed. That is how I trade. This is something, तो मैंने आपको ये दिखाया weekly chart पे. I can do the same thing on Nifty 1 hourly chart also, no problem. आप intraday trader हो, 1 hourly chart खोलो. ये देखिए, थोड़ा सा आपको अगर इसमें नहीं समझ आता है तो बताना. अब यहाँ पर I can explain थोड़ा सा. ये मार्केट अभी थोड़ा गिर रहा था. If you remember this time, 13th of July, things were not very good. मार्केट में 13 जुलाई से क्या हो रहा था? ऑब्जर्व करो कैसे हमने व्यू बनाना है. मार्केट ने ये लोअर हाई, 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 लोअर लो, लोअर लो, लोअर लो, लोअर लो, लोअर लो. तो मार्केट आपको बोल रहा है सेल ऑन राइज रखो. So if any rally was coming, you were selling calls, that was fine. I have no problem. But if you're observing over here, this was the last high. When the market pulled this up, it fell down. This was the higher low. Market broke this last high. Now I'm getting a change in trend. So after that, boom, market rallied, and it rallied well. It rallied quite very well. आप observe करेंगे at least till this point of time, there was no problem. आपका देखिए यहाँ पे एक lower low बना है, but आपका high तो higher ही है ना, nothing to worry. It again went up. अब बात को समझो, what the important point is. यहाँ पे you are for even a second getting a new high. On this candle, try to understand. You got a lower low, so maybe you want to be cautious. After that huge big rally, चलेगा. But यहाँ पर you again got a new high. How can you go short? The tape is giving you the coldest verdict. उसके बाद मार्केट ऊपर 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 जा रहा है, एंड फाइनली देन इसने यहाँ पर थोड़ा सा सेंटीमेंट बदला, एंड दैट इज वेयर आई सेड देवांग नाउ लेट्स सेल कॉल्स. सो आई डिड गो रॉन्ग समवेयर ओवर हियर व्हिच इज फाइन, बट आई न्यू व्हेन टू एग्जिट माय लॉन्ग्स आल्सो. ये आपको स्टेप को फॉलो करना है. सेम थिंग डेली चार्ट की जो मैं बात कर रहा था. अब डेली चार्ट के अंदर बात को समझो. ये पॉइंट अभी मैं आगे भी डिस्कस करूंगा, ये थोड़ा आगे मैं डिस्कस करूंगा बहुत डिटेल में, तो ये क्लियर हो जाएगा. What I'm saying is, आपका आज ये निफ्टी बैंक का चार्ट है, ओपन निफ्टी बैंक चार्ट. You might have got a red candle or bank nifty, but it is still a higher high, and still a higher low. How can you tell me short? You give me one reason. Maybe market falls on Monday. कोई बात नहीं, then Tuesday I will short. But at least let the market commit to you before you commit to the market. Follow that hack. Look at this. This is when I went long. above 35k, ये टेलीग्राम पर है, आप देख रहे हैं ना. 35k मैंने आपको लॉन्ग बोला था करने का. क्यों? आप देखिए ना, यहाँ पर एक कैंडल बनी है. इट हैज गॉन अबव द, कैसे है बात को समझना, यहां पे मार्केट ये हाई था, लोअर हाई, लोअर हाई, लोअर हाई, लोअर हाई, लोअर लो, लोअर लो, लोअर लो, लोअर लो, दिस कैंडल गिव बोथ हायर हाई एंड हायर लो. I am not saying you trade like that, but just try to understand. यहां पर आपको अगर इंट्राडे कोई प्राइस एक्शन मिलता है, कोई ट्रेंड लाइन ब्रेक मिलती है, आप उसके बाद ऑब्जर्व करो, हायर लो, हायर लो, हायर लो, हायर लो, हायर लो, हायर लो, कोई टेंशन नहीं है. एंड दिस इज वेयर आई एग्जिटेड. यहां पर आई बुक्ड आउट माई लॉन्ग्स. ये टेलीग्राम पर है. क्यों? बिकॉज यहां पर आई स्टार्टेड टू गो गिव मी ए लोअर लो, तो यहां पर आई गॉट स्टॉप्ड आउट. बट यार मैं पूरा ये ट्रेड किया. You can't say देवांग डोजी बन रहे शॉर्ट कर देते हैं, but you are still higher लो, कैसे करते हैं शॉर्ट? ये बात है. So always remember the bloodless and the cold verdict that the market has to give you. I hope it is clear. वो मेरा कहाँ गया presentation? Okay. थोड़ा सा रह गया बस. Last I will take half an hour time. Just सुनते रहो please. The major direction of the market is the second. I said there are three bullies. The first is the tape. तो मैंने वो पढ़ना सिखा रहा हूँ, किस तरह पढ़ते हैं, कब लॉन्ग कब शॉर्ट. मेन चीज है आरवी बाय ऑन डिप, आरवी सेल ऑन राइज, वो मेन है. एक हमेशा बड़ा टाइम फ्रेम देखकर व्यू बनाओ. सेकेंड थिंग इज द मेजर डायरेक्शन ऑफ द मार्केट is dominated by monetary considerations. That is the Federal Reserve policy. This is the second bully. Federal Reserve actions are important. Don't fight the Fed. इतना सा पॉइंट को समझ जाओगे, गेम क्लियर है. The Fed will use its influence on interest rate and money supply. The Fed can only do two things. The Fed can either control what is the availability of money in the economy, or they will control short-term interest rates. ये दो चीजें फेडरल रिजर्व कंट्रोल में है. Availability of money, how? The simplest example, by increasing the Fed funds rate, repo rate जो कहते हैं. क्या होता है ये समझ लो. If this will be done, why? To stimulate the economy, to give it boost when it is weak, or to restrain the economy when it is appearing to grow at unreasonable rate. आजकल इकोनॉमी बहुत ग्रो कर रही है, उसको कंट्रोल करना है तो रेट बढ़ा देंगे. अब ये डिस्कस कर रहे हैं, तो ये भी मन में रखना है एज ए टेक्निकल एनालिस्ट. ये डोंट से फंडामेंटल है. If you read technical analysis thoroughly, this inter-market understanding of macros is on the fourth of the most important parts to understand. इसके बिना काम नहीं है. Whenever the Fed is deciding it needs to restrain the economy, समझो बात को, हर जगह पैसा ही पैसा है. When COVID happened, liquidity increased. There was so much liquidity in the market. उसको कंट्रोल करना है, because whenever there is high liquidity, stock market will go up, no doubt. Because there is so much money, everything will go up. You all know in 2020 what happened. जो लोगे वो बंदा राजा है. Every hook and corner of my road at also there is someone who's a research analyst claiming to be, sir ये stock ले लो, वो ले लो. सबको पता है क्या खरीदना है, because liquidity based rally था. Now when we coming to the actual fundamental based rally, क्या खरीदना है, कब खरीदना है, अब सबकी वाट लगती है. People are still holding metals and in big losses, etc. So whenever there is so much liquidity, right, this will mean बहुत ज्यादा मार्केट बढ़ रही है, good for the market, but inflation will go up. अगर इतनी ज्यादा मनी सप्लाई है, why inflation goes up is because everyone takes a loan. सब लोन, आप सोचो ना, कोविड था, people want to start a business now, पैसा नहीं है, people are taking loans, liquidity बढ़ रही है, they are starting factories, because of that money supply increases, उससे हो जाएगा inflation. Whenever there is inflation which is high, it is not good for economy. आप मुझे बोलते हो यार, I am getting a particular vegetable for 100 rupees, अब मुझे वो मिलती है 150 रुपए की. It's not good for me. The Federal Reserve has one target. This target is called price stability. They want their inflation to be below 2% or at 2%. In India, the RBI also has such goals. RBI wants a 2 to 6% bracket for inflation. This is the main reason why they come in. So जब ज्यादा inflation हो जाती है, to control that, what they do in one way, I'm not saying only way, बहुत ways है. There is OMOs also, but one way is that they can raise hikes. जब वो rate hike हो जाएगा, क्या होगा? When I was getting in COVID a car loan at 6%, because repo rate in India was 4%, but RBI ने अब rate कर दिए 5.15, तो मेरा लोन का रेट भी तो बढ़ेगा. अब लोन 6 नहीं हो जाएगा, हो जाएगा 8%। अब आई विल थिंक ट्वाइस कि पैसा लूं कि नहीं लूं, शुड आई बोरो एट a 2% इंक्रीमेंटल रेट और नो? सो होगा क्या, a lot of people will say छोड़ यार, I don't think it's worth it, we can't justify the increase in interest and that might not translate into increased revenue, so they will not take loan. If they don't take loan, money supply decrease, inflation come down, it is good for economy. But in the process of tightening, in the process of, जब तो लिक्विडिटी हाई थी मार्केट भाग रहा था, कोविड 2021 तक मार्केट भाग रहा था, बट जैसे ही मार्केट ने इन्फ्लेशन की बात करी, जैसे ही मार्केट ने सेड आई वांट टू कंट्रोल द रेट्स, द रेजिंग रेट्स, उस दिन से मार्केट स्लोली गिर रहा नीचे. सो रेजिंग रेट्स एनवायरनमेंट इज नॉट गुड फॉर मार्केट, दैट्स द ओनली थिंग. ये बाकी सेम लिखा है. सो जस्ट रिमेंबर, व्हेन द रेट हाइक्स हो रहे हैं, इट इज नॉट गुड फॉर मार्केट. You might ask me, Devang, then why after a 75 bips rate hike, why market went up? Because that huge fall we have seen got discounted or not? From 18.6 to 15.2, that was a rate hike fall. That got discounted, na? So we don't trade the news, but just remember, rate hikes are not good for stock market in general. This is one chart I am showing you. And what is this? On the upper spectrum is the S&P 500 chart from 1950 to 2010. The lower spectrum, a mid value is 0. What is this? This is showing me US 10-year bond yields minus US 3-month bond yields. दिखा देता हूं, ये चीजें कोई पढ़ाएगा नहीं. What I have done is this. US 10-year bond yield minus US 3-month bond yield. US 3-month bond yield, or called the treasury bill, this is called treasury notes. Ye treasury bill is in control of Fed. As I said, Fed controls two things: availability of money, supply of money, or short-term interest rates. This is controlled by Fed and this is controlled by the normal market rates. अब understand करो, ये आप फॉर्मूला डालना है, इसके अंदर कुछ करना नहीं है. Just write US 10Y, click, minus US 03MY, click, enter. That's all. Open a daily chart or open a weekly chart, not an intraday concept, but a weekly chart. अब बात को समझो, अगर आपका लॉन्ग टर्म बॉन्ड, think about an FD, 10-year yield is like fixed, मतलब उनका आप समझ लो sovereign bond है. 10-year yield मतलब इनका है, this is called the riskless return. In America, called the riskless return. In India, we call the Indian 10-year yields the riskless return. मतलब आज आप कुछ भी नहीं करोगे ना, आपको अगर कमाना है, इतना आप कमा सकते हो, 7.3. ये riskless return है. मतलब if you go for a Reliance का AAA paper, you will get 7.5. If you go for Bajaj Finance AAA, वो तो 8+ होगा. मतलब अगर आप मार्केट में सोते भी हो ना आज, और पैसा है आपके पास 1 करोड़ या 1 लाख जो भी है, आप यहाँ डालते हो, आपको साल का 8% मिलेगा. ये किसी को पता ही नहीं है, हम तो इक्विटी करते रहेंगे. तो थोड़ा सा एलोकेट भी करना पड़ता है, वो मैं बताना चाहता हूँ. सो ये हमारा रिस्कलेस है. इन अमेरिका इट इज 10-year yield. अब मुझे आप सोच के बताओ, व्हाट इफ आर रेपो रेट गोज अबव 7.4, तो हो जाएगा ना प्रॉब्लम. हमारा रेपो रेट जो हमें लोन लेने हैं, यार हमारा रेपो रेट इज गोइंग अबव द रिस्कलेस रेट. दैट इज नॉट गुड. दिस इज व्हाट इट इज मेंशनिंग. US 10-year yield minus US 3M yield. People also do US 10-year minus US 2-year. मैं दोनों देखता हूं. ये तो ऑलरेडी नेगेटिव है बाय द वे, तो अच्छा ही नहीं. अब एक चीज नाउ आई एम ट्रैकिंग इज दिस US 3MY. If this goes negative, then मतलब short term rates have gone above long term rates. America repo rate has gone above riskless rate. गलत बात है, वो नहीं होना चाहिए. And this has happened when I can show you in my diagram. In this you can see very clearly 1987 recession, the line, the US 10 minus US 3.1, it went below 0. It will go below 0 when there is a negative interest rate environment. मतलब when short term goes above long term. In 2000 आप देखेंगे, there was also negative figure. 10-year yield was low, US 3-month yield was high. In this environment 1970 में क्रैश हुआ था, जो क्राइसिस हुआ था, 2008 ये सब हुआ है, उसमें पहले नेगेटिव रेट मिले हुए हैं, आपका शॉर्ट टर्म रेट बढ़े हैं. सो नाउ इफ आई एम ऑब्जर्विंग, इंपॉर्टेंट पता है कि इवन इन कोविड, अगर आपको नहीं पता था ना, ये देखो इन कोविड ऑल्सो इन 2019 अक्टूबर में इसने नेगेटिव कर दिया था ये, दैट शॉर्ट टर्म रेट्स वेंट अप द लॉन्ग टर्म रेट्स एंड कोविड हैपेंड. सो अगर ये फिगर वापस जीरो के नीचे आ गया, इट इज नॉट गुड फॉर मार्केट. तो इन अ राइजिंग रेट एनवायरनमेंट, देन आई विल अगेन बी केयरफुल. And you know what this depends upon? This really depends upon what is CPI data now in August. मुझे ऐसा लगता है, if August CPI peaks, मतलब if it falls down, inflation in America, then America will say inflation has peaked, and then America will say I will not be raising rates at aggressive pace. But अगर गलती से ये हो गया 9.4, मुझे लगता है then एक और फॉल आ जाएगा, क्योंकि then तो it is against all estimates that they are doing. They will have to do another 75 basis or 1% rate hike, and then it is very possible that we might enter into a minus zero, and that could actually be the start of recession. मुझे ऐसा लगता है. तो recession call out करने के लिए technical तो हो गया है, negative GDP आ चुका हुआ है, but अमेरिका 2-3 मतलब 4 महीने वेट करेगा to see is inflation peaking out. मुझे लगता है हो जाना चाहिए, बट अगर गलती से अगेंस्ट एक्सपेक्टेशन हो गया, then that will cause a problem. So we might have to do some major asset allocations. So we are right now, Devang, what are you doing in equity? क्या आप कुछ आज खरीद रहे हो? नहीं. I am today 31st July. In 1-2 weeks CPI will be there of America and India. दोनों के आएंगे. I will wait for that. इसका अभी I am waiting, enjoying, जो प्रॉफिट चल रहे हैं enjoy करूंगा, बाकी देखेंगे. उसके बाद एक डिसीजन लेंगे. One example could be, मैं भूल जाऊंगा, मार्केट थोड़ा गिर गया, let us say the market dips and CPI numbers come lower, inflation goes down, I will go long on equity. Why not? Simple. Okay, going forward now, very easy part. तो यही सेम है कि remain in harmony with interest rates, जो मैंने समझाया. Rising rates are bad, money is moving the market, so please understand that. And whenever there is economic strains, inflation pressure हो जाएगा, that will lead to Fed tightening, what I have explained. And finally is, please beware of crowd at extremes. This is something I have discussed in my 6-hour webinars in June, free for all on Telegram. The last video I did was called Art of Contrary Thinking. Ki whenever crowd is fully bullish, you become bearish. Whenever crowd is fully bearish, you become bullish. On 21 June or something, when the markets made like a bottom, I said in America is, और the survey आता है जो A आएगा, मैंने तो भेजा था आपको, मैंने कहा ये पूरा bearish है, historical highs है, please think contrary now, please start to buy consumer, please start to buy equity. क्यों? क्योंकि जब भी crowd extreme है, आपको वहां नहीं जाना. You can't have FOMO there. The rule is what? The rule is go with the flow until you are at psychological extreme. अभी फॉर एग्जाम्पल मार्केट्स कंफर्टेबल हैं. वन वे इन इंडिया इज, अमेरिका में तो आई हैव ऑलरेडी टॉट यू द AAI सर्वे, AAI सर्वे, अमेरिकन एसोसिएशन ऑफ इंडिविजुअल इन्वेस्टर सर्वे. इट कम्स आउट एवरी वेडनेसडे. अगर नहीं पता, प्लीज सी माय वेडनेसडे वीडियो ऑफ वेबिनार वीडियो इन टेलीग्राम. इंडिया में क्या कर सकते हो आप? इंडिया में लुक एट द FII इंडेक्स लॉन्ग एंड शॉर्ट एक्सपोजर. इफ यू सी द डेटा ना, इफ यू सी द डेटा, I can just quickly show it to you. ये आप लोग, मुझे पता है ये आप सीख नहीं पाओगे, मेरे को वो सिखाना जरूरी है. जब मार्केट ने बॉटम किया था ना, निफ्टी मार्केट ने बॉटम कहाँ किया था, मैं थोड़ा सा ना, I have promised a 3-hour session, but I feel थोड़ा मैं पुश कर रहा हूँ. If anyone is getting late, आप लीव कर सकते हैं, you can listen to it later, but मुझे थोड़ा हाफ एन आवर और लगेगा. मार्केट ने बॉटम किया था 14 जुलाई को. ये क्यों किया था, इसको एक बार मैं आपको दिखा देता हूँ. यहां पर क्राउड एक्सट्रीम हो गया था. इफ आई गो ऑन द वेबसाइट मार्केट रिपोर्ट्स NSE, फॉलो इट विद मी प्लीज, देखना ऑल मार्केट रिपोर्ट्स, डेरिवेटिव्स, आई एम गोइंग ऑन ऑल हिस्टोरिकल रिपोर्ट्स, आई एम क्लिकिंग ऑन द रिपोर्ट ऑफ 14th, आई एम क्लिकिंग ऑन पार्टिसिपेंट वाइज ओपन इंटरेस्ट, and I'm clicking on date. The date I want is 14 July. जब मार्केट ने प्राइस साढ़े बॉटम बनाया, क्यों बनाया? आई ओपन दिस डेटा, फॉलो कर लो, ये थोड़ा आगे कॉन्सेप्ट है बट हेल्प करेगा. इन दिस कॉन्सेप्ट क्या हो रहा है, जस्ट आई एम ओपनिंग दैट फाइल. FII, I want to see what is long short exposure. Are they at extreme or not? If FII in index is long 40% and they are short 60%, it is normal, go with the flow. But you have to find out extremes. How do you calculate? FII index long is this and FII index short is this. Take out calculator. What is the total base? 26,390 is the long plus 129,833 is the short. Total exposure, whether long or short, is 1.56 lakh. If I find out FII index long exposure, it is 26,930. Ye figure divided by 156,000, 17%. This is called extreme. And iska matlab ho gaya 1 minus this 83% short. ये आप कभी भी कर सकते हो. I think today you are normal 40-50% पे हो. What I am trying to say is whenever the market goes to extremes through on this FII index long short data, थोड़ा सा be careful and don't go with that. तो थोड़ा सा shorts को काटना शुरू कर दो. Generally for me 20% below is an extreme. Even a 25% below is an extreme. Same thing if FII has become 75% long. वो एक्सट्रीम हो रहा है, वो ज्यादा हो रहा है, so some profit booking can come. वो हमने याद रखना है. So if the market is going up, FI is 80% long through this data that I showed you, then try to be careful. Don't enter longs there and have a tight trailing SL. So यही मैंने सारा explain किया हुआ है. Bull markets are born on pessimism, grow on optimism, grow on skepticism, mature on optimism, and die out on euphoria. Something I love to always listen, Sir John Templeton. Now the last two parts I'm left with, easy hai. Don't judge a book by its cover. ये बहुत गलत काम है. The danger of acting prematurely is 60% of these times the patterns will fail. Let the market commit to you before you commit to the market. एक डबल टॉप बन रहा है. मेरे पास ये बहुत डाउट्स आते हैं. मार्केट में ना एक टॉप बनता है and it gives a lower top और वहां से कुछ selling आ रही होती है. It's not broken the support. ये support है. Markets are making this double top. Double top is satisfied when you break the lowest trough. We have got a lower high, but we are here. Devang, can I go short? Arey, let the market commit to you before you commit to the market. Matlab, if you act prematurely, the risk is great. 64% of times the pattern will fail to penetrate and give you breakout and will actually continue in original direction. Market chart पे देख लो नंबर, देख लोगे फिर उसके ऊपर काम करो. Example देखिए. I will open the chat for 2 minutes. I would like you all to participate last 20 minutes. What do you think will happen on the chart? I am on October. I've got a bearish engulfing on the chart. What do you think will happen? क्या लगता है? तो answer, I'm very happy. I think someone said, sir, drink water. I'm okay, yaar, chalega. What I'm saying is, I don't know. Do I get follow through? What is the case? कुछ मुझे पता नहीं है. So I can't just use this and say Devang aggressive short. अरे आपका डबल टॉप बॉटम 17,400 के नीचे एक्टिव है, उसके नीचे सेल करेंगे, उससे पहले नहीं करेंगे. वेट करो, पेशेंस रखो. एंड हुआ क्या? आफ्टर दिस मार्केट वेंट अप. इट नेवर एवर gave a follow through and from here it went up 15-20%, 10%, whatever. आगे देखिए, रिलायंस इंडस्ट्रीज ऊपर 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 जा रहा है. ये बहुत बढ़िया एग्जांपल है. आई थिंक ये आई वुड लाइक यू ऑल टू आंसर. मुझे ये बताओ, रिलायंस ब्यूटीफुल ट्रेंड, डोजी कैंडल, बेरिश एंगल्फिंग कंफर्म हो गया, क्या करेंगे? मैं आपको, आई कुड बी कंफ्यूजिंग यू ऑल्सो. अब बताओ. लाइट शॉर्ट, लाइट शॉर्ट. अच्छा, एक आंसर सही है. आंसर ये है 1400 के नीचे शॉर्ट है. वो क्यों? अब मैं समझाऊंगा. पता है क्या हुआ इसके बाद? आप लोगों ने यहाँ शॉर्ट किया होता, क्या हुआ होता? दिखाऊं? रिलायंस यहाँ पे शॉर्ट हुआ, नेवर ब्रोक 1400 एंड सी द हाई। आप बोलोगे देवांग कैंडल स्टिक तो कंफर्म था। मैंने क्या बोला स्टार्टिंग में, कैंडल स्टिक्स आर क्रैप। तो वो लास्ट पॉइंट मेरा वही है, इजी पॉइंट है ये पॉइंट, सॉरी वो बोला है। व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से इज आपका ट्रेंड बुलिश है, यू आर गेटिंग हायर लोज। आप मुझे क्या कहना चाहते हो, वन कैंडल स्टिक विल रिवर्स द ट्रेंड? प्लीज रीड, कैंडल स्टिक्स आर शॉर्ट टर्म पैटर्न्स, वन कैंडल कैन नॉट रिवर्स द ट्रेंड विच इज कंपोज्ड ऑफ 1500 कैंडल्स। ये छोड़ दो, आप एक कैंडल को देखकर टारगेट लगा रहे हो 1100 का, क्या सोच के लगा रहे हो? मुझे तो समझ ही नहीं आया। मैं ना कल शार्क टैंक इंडिया देख रहा था एंड एक अनुपम बैठे थे, मैं इतना देखता ही इंडिया का, बट अच्छा था, वाज फ्री आपके कुछ तैयारी कर रहा था एंड वहां पर एक समवन सेड वैल्यूएशन ऑफ पता नहीं 50 करोड़। अनुपम सेड मुझे तो समझ ही नहीं आ रहा आप कर क्या रहे हो। मैं सिर्फ आपको बोलता हूँ, मुझे आज किसी का मैसेज सुबह आया कि देवांग मेरा टारगेट निफ्टी का है 15,800। मैंने कहा आज 17,2 पे है, आप शॉर्ट कर रहे हो, मुझे तो समझ नहीं आ रहा। मे बी मार्केट गिरे बट शायद वापस ऊपर भाग जाए। तो आप थोड़ा रियलिस्टिक गेम खेला करो यार, कि थोड़ा इतना लेंगे इतना लेंगे। ट्रेंड आपका इंटैक्ट है, कोई लोअर लो बना नहीं है, फालतू में हवा में तीर मार रहे हैं। कोविड इज ओवर, वी शेप्ड रैलीज और रिकवरीज आर आल्सो ओवर। कोविड में यू सॉ दैट वी शेप रैली, वो खत्म हो गया सर। अब लॉजिक में आ जाओ, कब शेयर बढ़ेंगे, दिमाग चाहिए उसके लिए, इकोनॉमिक्स चाहिए उसके लिए, ऐसे नहीं होता। अब बहुत आप देखोगे इन द नेक्स्ट 1 ईयर एक टेक्निकल एनालिसिस का एक फैड है, एवरीवन वांट्स टीए टीए टीए। यू विल सी, मेरा एक्सपेक्टेशन है यूट्यूब अकाउंट्स 50% will decrease on TAs because they started in this thing. COVID, they got idealized and now they know what to do because their logic doesn't make sense. So you can't always say, यार ये bottom है, अब तो 100,000 pound की रैली आएगी। नहीं, you want a double bottom, you want a structure that's got a reverse, you want accumulations, you want distributions. The second thing always remember is corrections are fast and furious, buying is slow and steady. If you remember the other day, this day when I was going short, मैंने ये point Telegram पर भी discuss किया है। Whenever I was, going short below the swing low, please remember this point. I will open the chart of Bank Nifty. Whenever I was going short below the swing low, the selling was very slow and steady. Whenever I got short below swing low, selling was very slow and steady. This is never the case. If you want to go short, you gotta fall down like this. You gotta fall down like this. Because if I tell you today, guys, buy ITC, everyone will think 100 times. But if I tell you, guys, please sell Nifty, it's gonna go down, 90% people will exit. That's how we think. So if you are input, if you have sold the market and market is coming down slow and steady, यार बाहर निकलो, कुछ गलती कर रहे हो आप। But buying will always be slow and steady. आप नोटिस करेंगे buying हमेशा slow and steady ही जाएगी। ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है for people who are trading. The bigger the accumulation, the longer the build up. And what is the buyer stop loss, ये मेरे को समझाना पड़ेगा, and accumulation distribution, ये 2-3 चीजें हैं, then I'm done with this. Look at this chart. Look at this chart. इस चार्ट में क्या हो रहा है? You can see that the markets have broken out and market में दिख रहा है डोजी बन रहे हैं। I want to ask you something. मैं ना I can confuse you also, मैं बड़े टेस्ट लेता हूँ। Can anyone tell me हो क्या रहा है? मार्केट में डोजी बना, रेड कैंडल है, वो कंफर्म भी हो रहा है। Can I go short now? Can I go short below 16,200 whatever? शॉर्ट कर सकता हूँ क्या? बिल्कुल सही है। तो ये दिमाग मार्केट में लगाना है। What I'm trying to say is, एक गैन का ना रूल है। गैन ये कहते थे अपनी बुक्स में कि यार आपने शॉर्ट इंट्राडे चार्ट को देखकर नहीं करना, दैट आई हैव ऑलरेडी एक्सप्लेन्ड। यहां पर हो पता है क्या रहा है? मेरा नेक्स्ट फिगर देखो आप, हुआ क्या है? accumulation happened here. Everyone who went long have a stop loss here. Always think about this. Whenever I'm trading now, I will always think like this, Devang. Today you want to go short. What is the stop loss of people who are going short? I want to know that. What is the stop loss of buyer? I don't want the technical pattern. मैं सिर्फ इतना ही सोचता हूँ, where is the buyer losing money? Where is seller losing money? Just look at this example. I have done the simplest charting, and this is why I have said, please use accumulation distribution. That is to be used for overall trend. यही important है. In a way, you can say इनको cutoffs लेकर चलो. आप यहाँ पर observe करो. This is an accumulation. The bigger the building erected, the bigger the accumulation. As anyone who has gone long, at least they are sitting till this point, below the last point of accumulation. As long as that point is intact, how can you tell me market people will exit? यार देवांग मेहरा has bought over here 15,700. मैं क्यों निकलूंगा on this shortfall? I probably will add position. लोग ये समझते नहीं है. People basically in intraday they panic over here कि market में तो कुछ हो ही नहीं रहा. All I'm trying to say is, ज्ञान ये बोलते हैं जब तक accumulation के दोबारा नीचे नहीं आओगे ना, short नहीं करना. I will repeat it because you didn't hear me well. If you again come below this accumulation, ये जो मैं circle दिखा रहा हूं, the first accumulation, the bigger one, only below that people are getting stuck in the longs, and that is when all of them will be forced to accept the ruthless behavior of the tape, and they will have to exit. That is when I say Devang short. But यहाँ पर when an accumulation is happening above another accumulation, when this breaks, I will enter long again. And you can see the market tried to come down, but because I haven't come down below my last accumulation, there is no problem. आधे लोग यही करते हैं, आधे लोग यहाँ पर पुट ले लेते हैं. यार देवांग डार्क क्लाउड कवर बन गया, मेरे को फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता डार्क क्लाउड कवर क्या है, मुझे तो फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता. If dark cloud cover came and you went below this accumulation, I would like to think everyone who was trailing longs or everyone who was holding a long with keeping this stop loss of this accumulation, they get trapped. So once I go below 16,141, I am going short or I am sell on rise. But that didn't happen. Market came down, had to get bought in. Remember the first page of CMT book, what did I say? Find the trend and sit through that trend as long as there is no sign of churning out of that trend. अब यहाँ observe करो, there is no sign. 17,400 एक और accumulation बना, मार्केट ने ब्रेक किया. You never went below this. आप जब तक इसके नीचे ही नहीं जा रहे हो, people who are going long here, they are not exiting. तो आप यहाँ पर short नहीं कर सकते हो. If you've gone short, scalp and exit. Scalp and exit. यहाँ भी देखिए मार्केट गिरा, but they always supported that accumulation. But once the market in the future, first of all, can you see a double top on the chart? Please see. Ever since the August rally happened, market till here always gave higher high, higher low. यहाँ पर it gave double top. Double top बन गया, structure बदल गया. Number one. Number two, you also are going below accumulation. चले गए ना आप. तो जो ये last accumulation थी, once you are going below them, ये सब लोग निकल गए. एंड ये सब लोग कौन है? ये भी ट्रेलिंग वाले हैं, ये भी हैं, ये भी हैं. The rest is history. November 21 was the high of the market. After that, you know what happened? We are still there. That's how I read the chart. I always focus on what's the accumulation, what's the distribution like. And they are my places of logical SLs. I'll explain something in live market. Why not? I am going to go to chart of Nifty Bank. जो मैंने सिखाया उसको अब ट्राई करो लिखने का. Okay, I will give you chance if you want to chat. Put on a chat. What do you guys think of the view? I will give you a chance. You can put it on the chat. When do I look for short? That's the question. किसी को anyone wants to answer? Below 35,600 कौन सा लेवल है? 35,600 है? 35 है? इसमें क्या है? 35,600 में कुछ दिख ही नहीं रहा मेरे को. Sorry, 36,500. Sorry. Okay, I got confused. ठीक है. यहाँ पर एक अब आप दिमाग लगाना. अब ये मत करना मंडे मार्केट में जाकर, ये मेरे लिए एक रिक्वेस्ट है, ये मत करना कि यार okay, market's coming down below this. oh my god, 10,000 quantity put, अब तो टॉप मिल गया, that will be a short, but short term. आप 15 मिनट चार्ट पे हो, observe, you're on a 15-minute chart, it'll give you a short only based on that, maybe a small scalp or a small kind of a thing. But I will look for sell on rise, because the question you have to answer now is two. If a dip comes, do you buy or do you sell? That's the question. If Devang ICICI Bank is coming down, do you buy more or do you exit? तो उस क्वेश्चन का आंसर ये है, अगर तो मैं एक शॉर्ट टर्म ट्रेडर हूं, इन्वेस्टर हूं, मेरे लिए ये एक्यूमुलेशन था. नाउ इफ मार्केट गोज बिलो दिस, अगर हो गया, आई एम इन प्रॉब्लम. अदरवाइज डिप्स शुड बी बायबल अपॉर्चुनिटीज. व्यू बन गया यार, व्यू खत्म. मंडे मार्केट खुलेगी, मार्केट में डिप आएगा, आई विल नो व्हाट टू डू. आई विल नो व्हाट टू डू. समझो बात को. Because the trend is intact, number one, you have not got any higher, lower high, not got any lower low. How can you short? So if for once you get a red candle like this, you will think कि यार ये थोड़ा सा things are getting confusing. What should be the state of affairs here? And then once this gets a follow through and maybe breaks 36,500 or 36, जो भी ये levels बनते हैं, then all of these guys get trapped. A very simple example is over here. I can give you a chart of Nifty जहां मैंने काम किया था. I went long over here, 16,000 calls. When I got this accumulation, I got scared, whatever is the reason. Profit was getting too big. I was getting anxiety. यार पता नहीं, I want to capsulate this. मैंने यहाँ पर कुछ 18-19 लाख भी क्लोज किया पोजीशन. उसके बाद ये टूट गया. Okay. पर जब मार्केट वापस, इसने अब बात को समझना, when the market even for a second broke this consolidation low, some problem is there. These people who had come along with me at any point of time, they had to exit. So for short term, to give them an exit, market covered, but then just got precedent went down. Simple सी बात है. Always remember the same thing even यहाँ पर हुई है यार. आप observe करिए, accumulation happened over here, it broke out. So if you go below this, then I could have gone short, but market took support and went up. So accumulations and distributions are good cutoffs for you to make a view. If you can't do something, do a massive OTM strangle and try to make some money in the day. But just don't take a useless position. I don't want you to trade in hurry. And last now part of the topic is trader sitting fees. बहुत सोचा मैंने क्या नाम दूं. 10-15 मिनट लूंगा मैक्स. ऑप्शन सेलिंग के ऊपर कुछ डिस्कशन करना था आप लोगों के साथ. I uploaded a video on my Instagram that I bought 3 books on option buying selling. मैंने लिखा and 50%, 60% comments I got. Devang, can you recommend books on option buying? मुझे नहीं समझ आता कि लोगों की क्या फैसिनेशन है. मेरी भी बहुत थी, मेरी अभी भी है. मैं तो अभी भी सोचता हूँ एक वो ट्रेड ले लेते हैं, वो रहती है. It's that mushroom growth, mushroom decay kind of a thing. The one thing is option selling is costly. Let me first put it this way. I am not propagating to do option selling. I used to do option buying for 3 years myself. I have seen the sites. All I am saying is to make a balance. कभी कुछ करना है, कभी कुछ करना है. In my video on Friday, मैंने जो भेजा आप लोगों को, I told you when markets consolidate and break out, option buying करो. And in the rest of the days, if you can, do option selling. थोड़ा सा एक अल्फा आप लोग जनरेट कर लोगे. एंड मेरा काम आपको सेफ्टी देने का है. अगर आपको रिटर्न बहुत ही बड़ी चाहिए, देन यूट्यूब पे लोग बैठे हैं. ट्रेडर सिटिंग फीस. ऑप्शन सेलिंग इज कॉस्टली. ऑप्शन सेलर्स एंजॉय लेस रिटर्न. अग्रीड. वी विल एंजॉय अ मीगर ऑफ 1.38% return in a day max. Something if you're a sideways day or very lucky, I think the 1.38% is a maximum. What people do in option buying is 10% daily. ये compare होता है. Something the buyer is not interested in, but if done properly, can give you consistent returns. Because options are wasting assets. Once you understand this, you will look at this side of the market. Option is a wasting asset. It has to go to zero. अगर आपको वो बात पता है, मैं एक बड़ी टाइम पास बात करता हूं. आप आज 19,000 कॉल बेच दो, आप पैसा कमा लोगे. क्यों? उसने जीरो होना है. अगर इतनी सिंपल बात आपको पता है, So why aren't we allocating some part to this? What I'm trying to say is, if you have 1 lakh capital, example there, you can do 20,000 ki option buying. You can do 80K option selling. You can do both. Don't do this कि I will do 20K option buying. Rest देखी जाएगी यार क्या होता है, ऐसा ना करो. यहाँ सारा ही option buying करते. That I don't like. Because then you are giving too much risk. You are becoming too much on the option front. Option buying is profitable only when underlying is moving fast. If it is not moving fast, as I showed you in a presentation, what Edwards and McGee said, 70% market is sideways. If option doesn't move fast, you are a wasting asset. You will become zero. एक ना लोग मुझे कहते हैं देवांग ऑप्शन में रिस्क अनलिमिटेड है. यार क्या आप लोग क्या ये प्रैक्टिकल बात है? People tell me, Devang, you have sold a example दे रहा हूँ. Devang, you have sold a call option of 40 rupees and put option of 40 rupees. What if the market goes trending? I will know when to exit. I will have a stop loss 3:1, something like that. अब ये थोड़ी है कि मैं 40 का मैं 1000 तक वेट करूंगा. That is stupidity. So when this statement comes, option selling as unlimited loss, it really doesn't. Same thing in option buying. You don't have unlimited profit. You don't wait till 3:30 on Thursday. You exit in the middle only somewhere. So same thing applies over here also. This is very important. With a 15-20% haircut, your portfolio can be used to write options and create rental income. Someone asked me a doubt I got in the questionnaire that Devang, why don't you trade in Zerodha option selling? One doubt that you all know is Zerodha doesn't allow you kite, doesn't allow you far OTM. I think intraday you are allowed, but overnight you are not allowed. I am a person who trades safe, so I do a little bit OTM selling. And when I'm very, very sure, then I come to ITM selling. But because I want to do OTM selling, might want to carry it forward, Zerodha doesn't allow me. But the main reason is, you know what? I don't have 50 lakh sitting cash. या तो मैं कोई पॉलिटिशियन होता कि यार पैसे की लिमिट ही नहीं है, जब चाहिए ले आओ पैसा. या तो मुझे आप ये बोल दो, आई विल आस्क यू, आपको ऑप्शन सेलिंग करना है, आप 1 लाख से कर लोगे स्टार्ट, यू विल गेट द फ्लेवर ऑफ इट. You will have to increase capital eventually. As I told you in my video, problem under capitalization. Now the thing is, one option is I sell every stock in my portfolio, get 30-40 lakh and do selling in Zerodha. Usme kya hoga? 2 things. Number 1, I am not getting any dividend because share बेच चुका हूं. I am not getting any whatever क्या कहते capital appreciation. Return तो मिलेगा नहीं. Plus, what if the market is not performing according to me and option selling doesn't give me return? What will happen is I will be a 0-0. कुछ हो ही नहीं रहा. If I am pledging my portfolio and trading options against it, my portfolio is giving dividend. I just got dividend in HUL. I got dividend of 10K in Tata Steel. But उसके against selling भी चल रही है. Double फायदा हो गया. Rental income आ रही है. Spare cash नहीं चाहिए. टाइम वैल्यू ऑफ मनी जो मेन है वो तो यूज हो रही है ना. आप मुझे बोलो देवांग पुट 50 लाख इन Zerodha, यार उसके ऊपर कोई ग्रोथ नहीं आ रही है, वो ऐसे का ऐसे ही पड़ा है. सो देन तो आई विल हैव प्रेशर ऑन मी दैट आई हैव टू बीट इन्फ्लेशन. बट नाउ माय इक्विटी पोर्टफोलियो इज बीटिंग इन्फ्लेशन. माय ऑप्शन सेलिंग, ऑप्शन बाइंग, जनरेटिंग अल्फा. आई एम हैप्पी. इस पार्ट को समझना सीखो. Some people ask me, before I come to strangles and all, people ask me, how do you put the strike prices? I will advise one thing. If your strategy is using 2 or more strike prices at the same time, मतलब आप एक complex hedge कर रहे हो, कुछ आगे थोड़ा iron flight है, कुछ complex कर रहे हो. मैं अभी expect नहीं करता, आपको पता है, कई लोगों को पता भी होगा. आप iron contour कर रहे हो, example कर रहे हो, कुछ spreads अलग अलग लगा रहे हो. जब तो कोई कॉम्प्लेक्स स्प्रेड है that is involving 2 or more strike prices of legs of strike prices, it is always advisable you execute them at the same price. पता है उसमें क्या होता है? लोग सोचते हैं मैं मार्केट गिर रहा है पुट बेच दूंगा, मार्केट बढ़ेगा तो कॉल बेच दूंगा. यार उसके अंदर do you expect yourself to be GAN? Because I don't know the exact turns. If you don't know the exact turns, what's going to happen? You will be inexperienced. It can reduce your RR. It will lead to loss. So whenever 2 or more legs of strikes are there, always advisable साथ में execute करो. थोड़ा सा in the start you will be at cost to cost or small loss, but then due to wasting asset decay, you will be in profit. So then it'll be no problem. Okay. The second thing is for people who do strangles and yeah, koi trade banate hain, bull put, bear call, what strike prices I select? So I can use 3-4 things that I can suggest you. I might be using ATR called the average true range. It's an indicator. ATR is telling you on an average kitna share ghum sakta in a day. That's ATR. I can use volatility index, VIX. I can use Bollinger bands, upper lower range of Bollinger bands, and identify how far I want to play with option writing. I have learned one thing. मेरे को रिस्क लेना ही नहीं है यार. मेरा मन है मैं यूरोप घूमने जाऊं सितंबर में, मे भी दिसंबर में ये करने जाऊं. मुझे ना जो सपने देखता था ना पहले, इतना कमाना है, वो देखता ही नहीं हूं. तो मैंने एक स्टाइल अडॉप्ट किया, बिल्कुल सेफ खेलता हूं. I try for a 4%, 5% in a week, and I go slow, try for a 1% in a day if I'm doing intraday aggressively, and I'm happy with that. Because of that, I need to select some strikes. Kahan par main sell karu? Either I am using open interest, either I am using swing high, swing low, or I am using ATR, VIX or Bollinger band. अब ये क्या है मैं समझा देता हूं. एक बार समझ लो, बाकी आपका काम बहुत आसान है. One thing I can do is this. I am bullish, Devang, market is bullish. I want to sell puts or bull put karna chahta hu. I will use a swing low and sell 16,400 puts. Of course, it's quite low now and you might not make too much money. If I go to my Obstra website of open interest, a 16,400 put right now is costing 6 rupees. So it doesn't make sense. अभी प्रॉब्लम ये है, विक्स बहुत लो है, तो ये आज 6 रुपए का है. बट अगेन इफ यू आर ट्रेडिंग इन लाइक अ मंथ एंड एक्सपायरी, 16,400 इज करंटली एट 72. इट मेक सेंस. सो अगेन ये आपके ऊपर है, आप कर क्या रहे हो. मैं आपको अप्रोच सिखा रहा हूं. सो आइदर आई कैन यूज अ स्विंग लो कि यार ये स्विंग लो है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल मेरे को लगता है मार्केट गिर सकता है, मेरे को यहां पर एक रेजिस्टेंस दिखता है, स्विंग हाई था, आई कैन सेल 17,500 calls. That is one thing. Number 2, I can try to make a confluence with open interest. I am using Obstra and I'll click on the 4th of August expiry. The red is the put writing, green is the call writing. For example, I can see right now that 17,500 has a very good call writing. बहुत ज्यादा है. Put writing तो वहां पे है ही नहीं. और 17,600 एग्जाम्पल देता हूं, 17,600 has the highest call writing. Uska matlab hai market, we are not expecting that market will break that level. People have sold calls. Obviously call ka price 10 hoga because मैं 4th August को देख रहा हूं. आप ये भी तो कर सकते हो that you are using a confluence of swings and open interest. For example, you think that 17.5 is a swing high plus OI highest at 17.6, तो आप इनमें से कोई strike select कर लो. ये भी कर सकते हो. At the end of the day, I am trying to be safe. I am trying to choose that level that will not come on the chart. मैं उसको यूज कर रहा हूं. I'll be safe. तो यहाँ तो सिर्फ स्विंग लो कर लो, यहाँ कंबाइन कर लो. अब फॉर एग्जांपल मेरे को दिखता है कि यार 16,500 has much more OI than 16,400. Obviously because ये round number है. तो I could sell 16,500. थोड़ा I can take a risk. I can do that. The other thing I can do is I can use Bollinger bands. The setting I use is simple. Normal setting of Bollinger band जो भी default है 20 and 2, वो कैसे होता है. अब for example, अभी तो market trending है, so not important. Let us say market was trapped in this range, एक range bound था, and you want to do strangles and straddles. आप क्या कर सकते हो? You are basically selling an option upper Bollinger band के ऊपर and lower Bollinger band के नीचे. Because Bollinger band tells you how much volatility can be there in the market. कितना range रह सकता है. For example, if the market was here, आप 16,330 पे हो, you can sell 15,800, 700 calls and 1,600 calls. You are making a range like that. Of course, ये daily chart है, which means it will tell you about a bigger time frame. You can go to 4-hourly chart. If you are trading little bit tighter on the expiry, then this can come. और छोटा करना है, 1 hour can come. For example, if you were trading over here, you can make this and this the range. ये जो है ये लेवल है एंड ये लेवल है. सो इवन बॉलिंगर बैंड आई थिंक डेली इज गुड व्हेन द बॉलिंगर बैंड्स आर कॉन्ट्रैक्टिंग. डेली आपको एक अच्छा रेंज दे देता है. अबव एंड बिलो दैट कैन ऑफर यू मच सेफ्टी. The other thing I can use is called ATR. ATR is another indicator. ATR is average true range. अब बॉलिंगर बैंड को छोड़ दो फॉर रेंज. एवरेज ट्रू रेंज आपको ये बताता है कि निफ्टी कितना मूव कर सकता है इन अ डे. ATR यहां दिखता है 209 लिखा हुआ है. इफ यू रीड यहां पे लिखा आएगा 209. मतलब निफ्टी ऑन एन एवरेज या तो 200 पॉइंट ऊपर जाएगी या नीचे आएगी. इतना ही रेंज है. तो आपका ऑटोमेटिक रेंज बन गया. If you are saying that Nifty will only move approximate 250 point, you can sell 200 plus, 200 minus. ये भी कर सकते हो. You are basically trying to adjust it to volatility. अब यहाँ पर if you wanted to make a range over here, यहाँ पर ATR 271 था. So you can sell wherever you are 270 plus, 270 minus, call and put. You can do that. So ATR is also very, very helpful. Sorry. The last thing that I can do is with VIX. Volatility index is very, very important. One thing I would like to explain is that volatility index has to come down for your premium to make money. Ya to your options expire and give you money. If you want the options to keep on decaying at a good rate, the VIX has to be number one. I would like them to be below 20. Agar VIX below 20 hai, you will make good money on a hour to hour basis. Because your option will decay. But if VIX is above 20, decay will be less. If VIX on a day is increasing, let us say you are trading, let us say आपने एक strangle बनाया, you have sold this call, this put, market is here, but at this point of time, VIX is up 5%. You will not get any decay or very less decay. So whenever you are selling, especially non-directional trades, strangles, straddles, something like that, you want VIX to be below 20 if you can. Above 20, thoda sa we have to increase range. Above 20 doesn't mean you can't do selling. Just increase range because movement zyada aayega. And below 20, range can be less. At the same time, intraday VIX is coming down. Good for you. Options will decay. But if intraday VIX is going up, then non-directional trades will not make too much money. So you might actually also end up in a small loss on intraday. But yes, overnight decay will come if you plan to carry it forward. But I will recommend all of you, ओवरनाइट करना ही नहीं है. आप 1% आराम से दिन का निकाल सकते हो अगर लालच ना रखो. 1 लाख का 1% 1000, 10 लाख का 1% 10,000. आप 1% एम करो, निकाल सकते हो. जब कोई क्लियर ट्रेंड है ओवरनाइट कर लो, जब कंफ्यूजन है नहीं करना. सो विक्स के अंदर एक और इंपॉर्टेंट बात है. एक फॉर्मूला होता है विक्स का, विच यू कैन राइट इट डाउन. विक्स, इफ विक्स इज करंटली राइट नाउ एट इंडिया विक्स इज करंटली ट्रेडिंग at 16.5. This basically means on an average 16.5 divided by square root of 252. ये आपको बताएगा per day movement of market. On VIX tells you what? VIX tells you implied volatility for next 30 days. इतना इसका मतलब है, इसका काफी बड़ा फॉर्मूला है. एंड आपको अगर ऑन एन एवरेज निकालना है, based on the VIX, how much on an average can I move today? On an average, exact नहीं है, आपको टारगेट बुक करने जो भी है, ये होता है, इसका होता है आंसर 15. ये 15.6 होता है, आप कैलकुलेट कर लेना. तो दिस डिवाइडेड बाय 15.6, वॉट एवर इज द VIX. अगर आज VIX 20 है, डिवाइड है 15.6, ये आपको बता देगा एवरी डे का ऑन एन एवरेज मूव क्या है. सो इफ यू डूइंग स्ट्रैंगल्स, बुलपुट, जो भी करते हो आप, ये जो भी परसेंट है, मान लो ये आती 1.5%, आप ऊपर नीचे काम कर सकते हो. सो जस्ट टू कंक्लूड, यू कैन ट्रेड between swing low, swing highs. Number 1. Number 2, you can use ATR. Whatever is the ATR above that, below that trade कर सकते हो. You can also trade Bollinger Band ranges. You can also use volatility index. All of them are fine. So I am using divide by 15.6 to give me the per day average movement on volatility index. तो ये क्वेश्चन आ गया, स्ट्राइक सिलेक्ट कैसे करना है. एंड फाइनली आई जस्ट वांट यू टू फोकस ऑन 4 थिंग्स. ज्यादा दिमाग मत लगाओ. मैं 4 चीजें करता हूँ. कॉम्प्लेक्स तो बहुत है, ऑप्शन सेलिंग में यू कैन गो वेरी डीप एंड यू आर स्टार्टिंग आउट. एज आई सेड इन पॉइंट नंबर 4, कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी इज योर एनिमी. द फर्स्ट थिंग इज बुलपुट. बुलपुट है व्हेन यू आर बुलिश. बुलपुट में क्या होता है, ये मेरे पास एक सपोर्ट है. मैं आपको एग्जांपल दे देता हूँ. पीपल हु आर न्यू, and then you can go into detail by reading some books and YouTube videos. You are very bullish. आप क्या कर रहे हो? आप call नहीं ले रहे हो, because call में you have it could decay. What you are doing is you are selling this put. Example दे रहा हूँ. You are or you are saying यार market ना मुझे लगता है comfortable है. So what you are doing is you are selling 16,800 put you are selling and you are buying 16,400 call. इसको बोलते हैं bull put. Example है ये. You can do anything. You can do sell 16,800 buy 16,700 depending upon the hedge. क्या हो रहा है इसके अंदर आप प्लीज ऑब्जर्व करिए. 16,400 800 का मैंने पुट बेचा, कॉस्टिंग मी $25. तो अगर मार्केट 16,800 के ऊपर बंद होगा, आई एम मेकिंग $25. इफ मार्केट इज कमिंग बिलो 16,775 आई एम लूजिंग. 16,800 पे मैंने $25 पे किया है, मतलब my break even is 16,775. I'm an option seller. Things will work reverse now. So if I am closing at any point of time, any time, Thursday तक 16,800 के ऊपर, my premium will become 0. At the same time, मैंने एक मान लो 16,500 का put खरीदा है to hedge कि what if the market crashes? तो that 16,800 का put will act as hedge. But मान लो you are staying above 16,800, तो the 16,500 का put is 8 रुपए. I am paying that, that's a net debit. ये मेरा 16,800 is net credit. 25 minus 8 is 17. That is the money I will make on Thursday. काम खत्म हो गया, आपका काम खत्म हो गया. You can, अगर ये हो गया बिल्कुल ही safe. When you think कि मार्केट बढ़ ही नहीं सकता, बट अगर आपको डर लगता है कि यार मार्केट बढ़ सकता है, you sell for example something like a ATM kind of a put. You are selling a 17,000 put of $60, लिखा हुआ है $60, and you are buying 16,900 call, $39. तो आपका रिस्क भी लिमिट हो जाएगा इन केस ऑफ अ ट्रेंडिंग मार्केट. तो वो रिस्क अराउंड 20 रुपए तक का रह जाएगा. दैट कैन बी द मैक्सिमम लॉस. तो अगर गलती से मार्केट इज क्लोजिंग अबव 17K, तो आपका ये 60 तो प्रॉफिट हो ही गया, ये 0 हो जाएगा, प्लस इवन दिस विल बिकम 0. तो 20 रुपीज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन दिस यू विल अर्न. 20 is the net credit you will make on expiry. तो आप ये नहीं कह रहे हो कि मार्केट भागेगा. You are saying market will expire above this. I am bullish. The market will expire above this. That is called bull put. You are selling a put और उसके नीचे का put खरीद रहे हो to hedge. The same thing we can do is called a bear call. Bear call मतलब I am bearish. I am selling 17,500 call. और उससे सस्ते का कॉल मैं खरीद रहा हूं. आई एम बाइंग 17,700 कॉल. ये मिलेगा मान लो 5 रुपए का, ये मिला 20 रुपए का. नेट क्रेडिट इज 15 रुपए. दैट कैन बी मैक्सिमम गेन. तो प्रॉफिट इज मैक्सिमम इज लिमिटेड. हाउ टू कैलकुलेट पे ऑफ्स एंड ऑल, कितने आएंगे, हाउ टू चूज, यू कैन गो टू ऑब्स्ट्रा सेंसिबल. वो यहां पर आ जाता है ऑप्शंस, व्हाटएवर, बैक टेस्टिंग सिमुलेटर यहां पे कहीं मिल जाता है. तो यहां पर ना आप कर सकते हो ऑप्शन स्टिमुलेटर में जाकर मुझे क्या बनाना है, इधर कहीं होता है. सो दिस यू कैन कैलकुलेट कि मुझे क्या लेना चाहिए, एंड देन अकॉर्डिंगली प्लेस अ बास्केट ऑर्डर फॉर योरसेल्फ व्हेन यू कम टू योर एप्लीकेशंस. The second last thing is short straddle. Short straddle means I am expecting sideways momentum. मेरे को लगता है मार्केट अब आज फॉर एग्जांपल है 9,500 पे है या थोड़ा ऊपर है. मैंने ये भी मतलब when I do a short straddle, I am expecting market is stuck in a range. The difference between strangle and short straddle is, in short straddle you are actually getting more premium as credit. Strangle में is what I did. I sold 38K call, 36K put. So I will get less premium. I will be more safe. When I am expecting whipsaws, sideways, I will be more safe because range बहुत बड़ा है, but I will not get too much money unless I play very close. But in a short straddle, if I know अब market sideways है, अब कुछ नहीं होगा, then I can do this because I am getting more premium. I make a short straddle basically by asking myself that Devang, where do you think that the market will expire? अब यहाँ पर मैंने एक example दिया है, निफ्टी का 9500 call is 350, put is 50. So if I'm selling both of these things, इसका ये मतलब है that the market might be a little bit higher. So because that's why the call is higher. So I am short straddle will give me a 400 point का net credit. Our range will be what? 400 minus 400 plus. So मतलब if the market is within this range, I have nothing to worry about. So we will take our 70-80% decay and exit. Maximum profit will be if market closes at 95, because at that point everything is zero. Anything above that you will get a little bit less profit. But आप सोचो, आपको लगता है मार्केट कुछ नहीं करेगा. You are making a short straddle. You have such a big range. इतने बड़े रेंज में nothing to worry. That's why option sellers win. For example, आज मार्केट में यार आप एक व्यू बनाते हो, अरे देवांग कुछ नहीं हो सकता. 1 minute. आप कहते हो यार देवांग nothing can happen in the market. It's all time pass now. You make and you say देवांग market will expire at 17,000. You make a 17,000 short straddle. So you are getting a call of 23. अब ये 4th August का है. So you are selling call 23, selling put 60, around 83. Your range is 16,920 and 17,180. If market is in this range, profitable. If not, loss. So this is basically how I decide मुझे क्या करना चाहिए, what should I do, what should the plan be, and accordingly I am making my decisions. So strangles are highly successful, but if the market becomes trending, then loss can be very, very big also. So the key is follow risk management and cut losses when you have to do that. So with that, I am done with the meeting. The last 10 points, and thank you very much. Thank you. So what we'll do right now is I've opened the chat and I will open the mic. You can raise if you have any doubts throughout the meeting you want to ask me, please raise your hands. Don't interrupt just like that. But all I'm saying is कि ना आपने कुछ क्वेश्चन भेजे मेरे को, तो मैं उनकी वीडियोस बनाकर आंसर कर रहा हूँ. तो I've already answered many, तो मैं I'll upload that. तो I'll try to answer 50-60 क्वेश्चन today अगर हो सकता है, बाकी हम लोग बाद में कर लेंगे. So let me start. रघुराज, आप बीच में बोलोगे, मैं मीटिंग से निकाल दूंगा. I'm very okay with that. रघुराज, प्लीज बताइए.
Sir, we love the way you teach.
Thank you very much. Question है आपका कोई? Okay, ठीक है. Thank you so much. चिराग.
हाँ, हेलो सर, आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ, बताओ.
सर, मैं फर्स्ट पॉइंट पे आ रहा हूँ. माय फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज क्या होता है स्टॉक ऑप्शन में? यू नो दैट आफ्टर 15 or 16 days the stocks option melting very fast. You know that what time stocks option?
Stock option.
I just didn't realize at 2360 मैंने ऑप्शन सेल किया. आपने जो बताया वो बियर पुट करके हेज करके और 50,000 कैपिटल. सर माय क्वेश्चन इज थोड़ा डिफरेंट है. तो वो मैंने किया, मैंने 30 to 35 रुपीस प्रीमियम कलेक्ट किए इन रिलायंस.
ओके.
तो सर माय क्वेश्चन इज दैट आई एम राइट नाउ इज रोमिंग ब्लाइंडली इन मार्केट. तो आफ्टर मार्केट जो स्टडी करते हैं कि हमें चार्ट देखना है, स्टॉक्स देखना है, वो कैसे करें वो समझ. जैसे मैंने एक रिलायंस ढूंढा कि या इट्स टेकिंग अ सपोर्ट.
सो द फर्स्ट थिंग इज जो आपने इसका पोजीशन लिया था, अब वो इट्स इन 30 पॉइंट प्रॉफिट, तो आपको अब उसको पहले सीटीसी ट्रेल करना है.
नहीं सर, वो हो गया ना. रिलायंस को कैप्चर किया.
आई एम जस्ट सेइंग, ठीक है. मतलब आफ्टर मार्केट आप कह रहे हो क्या करना चाहिए,
मतलब एक स्केड्यूल क्या होना चाहिए इन द फर्स्ट ईयर?
मैं आपको सिंपल बताता हूं. आफ्टर मार्केट, ठीक है, चिल मारो, नहीं सोचना. और आप स्कूल जा रहे हो, आप अगर मुझे एक बात बताना, मैं जिस स्कूल में अपना आई डोंट नो आपका क्या है, अपना बताता हूँ. मेरे स्कूल का पता है रूटीन क्या था? वी हैड टू वेक अप एट 6 AM, डू पीटी कंपलसरी था. 7 o'clock हैव अ शावर, 7:30 क्लास till 9 o'clock, ब्रेकफास्ट, असेंबली, क्लास till 12:30, ब्रेक, उसके बाद क्लास till 2 बजे तक, फिर वी आर फ्री फॉर स्पोर्ट्स, देन स्टडी. ऐसे होता था. आप अगर पूरा दिन ही पढ़ते जाओगे, आप तो डम हो जाओगे.
नहीं सर, राइट नाउ आई एम ओनली डू इंट्राडे में सिर्फ इंडेक्स देखता हूं. तो उसके बाद
मैं तेरी बात समझ गया. मैं तेरे को इतना ही बोल रहा हूँ यार, तूने मार्केट के अंदर भी ना आधा 1 घंटा काम करना है, ज्यादा नहीं करना. तूने एक व्यू बनाया रिलायंस का, ये तो तू बना के, ये थोड़ी कि तूने आज बनाया, ये तो तू बना चुका है. यहाँ फॉर एग्जाम्पल मैं निफ्टी की बात करता हूँ. मान ले निफ्टी गिर जाती है, मैं तो लाइव मार्केट में देख रहा हूँ, स्टडी कर रहा हूँ, तो मैं तो जो व्यू बनाऊंगा 2-3 दिन में बना के इसको बना लूंगा ना कॉन्क्रीट के देवांग, अब कुछ नहीं होगा. सो अब उसको बनाकर छोड़ देना है, उसको देखना नहीं है, एंड एडजस्ट तभी करना है व्हेन इट इज रिक्वायर्ड. सो माय एडवाइस टू यू इज ज्यादा ना भटको आफ्टर मार्केट, अपनी लाइफ को एंजॉय करो। अगर थोड़ा पढ़ना है ना तो रात को डिनर के बाद थोड़ा आके 1-1.5 घंटा देख लो क्या चल रहा है ओवरनाइट मार्केट्स में, अमेरिका में क्या चल रहा है, क्योंकि दैट सेंटीमेंट आई वांट टुमारो। एंड थोड़े से हमारे मेजर, आई ऑलवेज हैव अ सेक्टर वॉच लिस्ट। यार ये मैंने कुछ
बस वही जानना था किस तरह स्क्रीनिंग करें।
मैंने ना एक सेक्टर की लिस्ट बनाई हुई है, तो मैं ये देख लेता हूँ सेक्टर में क्या क्या चल रहा है, वो देख के खत्म हो गया काम। अब मेरे पास टाइम नहीं है कि मैं ये करूं सारे स्टॉक को, माय गॉड, अच्छा मेरे पास टाइम नहीं है यार, मेरे को
अब
सेक्टर
बस रोज 50 नहीं देख सकता ना रोज निफ्टी के, इसलिए।
मतलब सोचो ना, आपको अगर सेक्टर दिख गया व्हाट इज गोइंग टू डू वेल, देन तो आपका काम आसान हो गया ना। अगर आपने सोच लिया है, अब एग्जांपल देता हूं अपना, मेरा मन है टू बाय डिविडेंड स्टॉक्स जो एनर्जी के हैं, मैं ट्रैक कर रहा हूं। मैं आपको दिखाता हूं सोचता कैसे हूं। आई एम ट्रैकिंग S&P ये गोल्डमैन सैक कमोडिटी। अब जब S&P गोल्डमैन सैक कमोडिटी इसके ऊपर आएगा, एनर्जी विल बिकम स्ट्रॉन्ग, तो फिर मैं सोचूंगा एनर्जी में क्या लेना है, कि कैन आई बाय ONGC। तो ये अभी क्वेश्चन मार्क है, जब ये होगा देखूंगा। नाउ दिस प्लानिंग आई हैव डन, आई एम ओके टू नॉट लुक एट मार्केट 10 days आल्सो। मैंने अलर्ट लगा दिया। हरित बताओ।
सो द आंसर इज सेक्टर वाइज।
हाँ हरित,
सर एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन साइकोलॉजी के बाद।
बाद में लेता हूँ। हरित बताओ।
ओके ओके ओके।
Sir, can I go ahead?
हरित
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
यस।
So good afternoon. First of all, thank you for this amazing webinar, sir.
हाँ
And
जी।
sir, my question is on spread, sir. So I've been shifting to bull put spread and bull call spreads. But sir, when the ticker opens of Nifty and Bank Nifty, I go in a freeze mode that यार आज bull call spread करना है या bull put spread करना है. So sir,
Advice
do
very
you have?
simple. First 1 hour, just be a blind duck.
Okay.
कुछ नहीं करना.
Okay.
In the first 1 hour, excitement rides over. That is when you do a loss.
100%.
I always, if you want to do adjustments, advise do it after 2. Because
Alright, sir.
and you know what's going to happen.
Okay.
So I also, if I want to enter intraday trade, is also in option selling. I will do after 10:30, 11. When I have a base, I don't have a base earlier than that. So
Alright,
I'll wait for that.
Alright, sir. Sir, I have one more question, sir. Just a quick question. Sir, I have my particular strategy right now. So, sir, could I WhatsApp it to you, sir? I have my trading checklist. And sir, could you just go over it and sir, your expert opinion would highly be appreciated, sir.
Thank you.
Alright, sir.
Aditya Soni, please.
Hello.
हाँ जी.
Sir, can you please open the chart of Bank Nifty on 23rd June?
On
3rd June.
अच्छा बैंक निफ्टी कहाँ चला गया? ओ यार ये मैंने, ओ शिट, ये मैंने गलत कर दिया, थोड़ा सा मैंने इसको एडिट कर दिया. ओ माय गॉड. बता.
Sir, 23rd June का small 1 hour time frame का chart.
23rd June, हाँ जी. ये नहीं, ये बताओ. ये
No, sir. 23rd. ये वाला. हाँ.
हो गया फिर.
Sir, यहाँ पे as per double tops. Sir, I know मेरी एक गलती है, मैंने longer time frame पे नहीं चेक किया था.
बोल आगे
But
बोल.
यहाँ सर ये जो यहाँ पे ब्रेक हो रहा है बेस 32,750 अप्रोक्स.
अच्छा
सर यहाँ पे मैं शॉर्ट था इधर.
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल बात ऐसी हो जाती है, तू यहाँ पर लॉन्ग भी नहीं कर सकता क्योंकि तेरे पास ऊपर लेवल है. एज आई सेड, फाइंड आउट ऑलवेज सेलर स्टॉप लॉस क्या है, वो यहाँ पर है. तो इसके ऊपर तो शॉर्ट, इसके ऊपर वो ट्रिगर करके कवर करेंगे. एट द सेम टाइम तू अगर यहाँ पे शॉर्ट करता भी है, ये क्या है, खिचड़ी पकी हुई है. देखो ये दिख नहीं रहा, यहाँ तो ये फिगर होती यहाँ पर ऐसे, एंड यू वुड हैव गॉन बिलो दिस. बट आपकी यहाँ पर एक खिचड़ी पकी हुई है. आप ऑब्जर्व करो ना कितनी ज्यादा यहाँ पे कंसोलिडेशन है. तो आप अगर उसके नीचे जाओगे तभी हम कुछ कर सकते हैं, अदरवाइज आई कांट डू एनीथिंग.
ओके. एंड सर जैसे ये डबल टॉप्स एंड डबल बॉटम्स होता है सर, उसमें जो फर्स्ट पुल बैक या पुल डाउन आता है, तो हम चार्ट पे विक ट्रेल करें या फिर जो कैंडल क्लोजिंग है वो ट्रेल करें. सर कुछ केसेस में ऐसा होता है कि विक बहुत ज्यादा लंबी होती है और वहां पे आप रिस्क रिवॉर्ड
ऐसे करो ना,
एडजस्ट
5 MA को लगा लो. आप 5 MA को लगा लो 15 मिनट चार्ट पे, वो चल जाएगा.
ओके सर, थैंक यू।
प्रॉब्लम नहीं देगा। हाँ शुभम, वार्ष ने।
Yeah, hi Devang. First of all, thank you so much for all your teachings.
हाँ जी हाँ जी।
So I have a question regarding trailing. So can you just teach us a bit about trailing, like how to trail your stop loss in a good manner?
What I can say right now, one is swing low. If you're long, as long as swing lows are protected, just don't worry. And thoda be in the trade. Give it that room. The other thing is you can use 5 moving average. These are 2 things I can tell you right now. 5 moving average is very good to get you a trail. आप अगर उसको लगाओगे वो आपको बता देती है कब रहना चाहिए, कब निकलना चाहिए। आप एग्जाम्पल दिखा देता हूँ। अब जब यहाँ पर लॉन्ग आया था तो ये आपको बता देता है कि बैठे रहो बैठे रहो बैठे रहो। इफ यू आर क्लोजिंग बिलो दिस, अब निकल जाओ। तो विक्स डोंट मैटर, वैसे यहाँ भी हो गया था। विक्स विल नॉट मैटर बट क्लोजिंग अबव और बिलो विल मैटर। सो इफ फॉर एग्जाम्पल यू हैव एंटर्ड अ शॉट and anytime you are यहाँ आप short थे, if you are giving a closing above this, then exit. Don't trade it like इसके ऊपर long short on long on price action just for trailing to use this.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mayank.
Hi Devang. Devang bhai. So I have a question regarding scalping in option buying. So अगर आप एक 30 मिनट का रेंज बनाते हो, if Nifty is in range of 30 minute or 1 hour, ठीक है, और अगर उस रेंज का लो पे निफ्टी आता है और then when as a scalper and as a option buyer who's rather new in the market, आप कोशिश करते हो कि वो जब नीचे वाले रेंज से वापस वो ऊपर की तरफ रिकवर कर रहा है।
Are you new in market?
Yes sir.
And if you can tell us what is your capital if it's okay? Trading.
Sir, around 50,000.
स्कैल्पिंग सूट आपको करती नहीं है।
Okay.
आपके लिए स्कैल्पिंग है नहीं।
Okay sir.
मैं हार्श बात करता हूँ, मेरे को खुशी मैं नहीं दे सकता यार।
नहीं,
आप क्या, आप मुझे बताओ कितनी क्वांटिटी में काम करते हो?
सर मैक्सिमम 1 लॉट 2 लॉट।
एक सेकंड, तो 1 लॉट में काम करता है और जब तू स्कैल्पिंग करता है प्रेशर तो आता होगा।
बहुत
आता है कि नहीं आता है? जिस काम में प्रेशर आता है ना वो नहीं करना। तू अगर 1 लॉट में काम कर रहा है ना 50,000, अगर तू मेरी बात सुनकर सिर्फ थोड़ा सा अपना टेनिस राइड ग्रिप बदलता है, व्हाट स्पोर्ट डू यू प्ले?
क्रिकेट।
हाँ
क्रिकेट।
क्रिकेट में हम एक ग्रिप पकड़ते हैं। मैं तेरे को सिर्फ थोड़ा ग्रिप बदलने को बोल रहा हूँ, तेरा कोच हूं आज। अगर तू बदल लेगा ना, तेरे को अपने आप मैं कह रहा हूँ, तू 50 से ऑप्शन सेलिंग आज कर। तू जितना इसमें कमाता है ना, मैं तेरे को बोलता हूँ उससे कम से कम 4 गुना इसमें कमाएगा। ये मेरा प्रॉमिस तेरे को है। स्कैल्पिंग उसके लिए अच्छी है, इसका पैसा बड़ा है। बिकॉज तेरे लिए स्कैल्पिंग इज व्हाट, आप आ रहे हो, आप छोटे चार्ट पे हो, 5 मिनट 3 मिनट मे बी 1 मिनट ऑल्सो, आए मोमेंटम आया आउट। तू मुझे बोलेगा मैं करना चाहता हूं, तू कितना कमा लेगा? अप डाउन सारे होंगे तेरे को, कुछ मजा ही नहीं आने वाला। मेरे हिसाब से नहीं करना चाहिए।
सही है, क्योंकि जनरली क्या होता है ना, मैं बस यही पूछना चाहता हूँ कि व्हाट हैपेंस कि अगर एक कंफर्मेशन का वेट करते हैं अपन, अगर लोअर रेंज से हाफ आवर या 1 आवर के लोअर रेंज से अगर निफ्टी वापस पुश बैक कर रहा है और एक कंफर्मेशन का वेट किया, तो वो स्टॉप लॉस का जो मार्जिन होता है वो बहुत इट गोज बिग एंड द टारगेट रेशियो वो पूरा छोटा हो जाता है।
तो तू ऑप्शन सेलिंग करता है, कौन सी करता है, कौन से कॉन्ट्रैक्ट करता है? ओटीएम
ऑप्शन सेलिंग में कर ही नहीं रहा हूं मैं।
ऑप्शन बाइंग, सॉरी, ये जो स्कैल्पिंग
मैक्सिमम नेक्स्ट बेस्ट ओटीएम।
तो वही ना, पागल हो ना, है कि नहीं?
यस सर।
तेरे को पता है आंसर, वो बस तू मेरे से वो लेने आया कि मैं ओके बोल दूं। मैं ओके बोलूंगा नहीं कभी। ओटीएम में कर रहे हो ऑप्शन सेलिंग, 50 कैपिटल है, कुछ बचेगा नहीं।
Can't imagine सर, मेरे बड़े से बड़े प्रॉफिट
हाँ
ओवरनाइट हो गए।
पता नहीं क्या बोली जा रहे हो आप सोते सोते यार। अच्छा एनीवेज, विकास चौधरी बताओ।
हेलो।
हाँ जी
सर मैं ये बोलना चाह रहा था, जो आप शेयर करते हैं एक बार उनका वो भेज दीजिए। हम अमेजोन पे चेक करते हैं तो वो उनके प्राइस बहुत ज्यादा ओवररेटेड है।
किसका क्या?
अभी आपने एक पीछे डाउ थ्योरी किया था, वो 1500-1600 रुपए, इतने पे नहीं कर सकते ना।
आपका ना वॉइस नहीं क्लियर आ रहा, मुझे दोबारा बोलेंगे प्लीज?
जो शेयर की थी आपने पीछे, द डाउ थ्योरी, रॉबर्ट रिया।
हाँ अच्छा, वो महंगी आप कह रहे हो, ये कह रहे हो?
हाँ जी।
आप उसका पीडीएफ कैसे ढूंढ लो ना, अब लोगों का जुगाड़ तो होता ही है।
नहीं मतलब आप कहाँ से परचेज करते हो, थोड़ा सा वो
यार
कर
मैं
देना।
अमेजोन से लेता हूँ यार, मैं तो वहीं से लेता हूँ ना, अमेजोन से सारे लेता हूँ। उसमें यार ऑफिशियल कॉपी मिल जाती है, मतलब कहीं कहीं लोगों की, कहीं की तो फेक होती है बट कहीं ऑफिशियल मिल जाती है। सो बेटर रहता है क्योंकि मेरे को ना मेरा एक शौक है, आई डोंट लाइक कलेक्टिंग नो कार्स एंड ऑल, मुझे आई लाइक कलेक्टिंग बुक्स। तो हार्ड कॉपी जब होती है ना वो फाइन प्रिंट, तो मैं वो खोल के ना रेफर कर सकता हूँ। अब फॉर एग्जाम्पल मेरा ना आई एम ट्रेडिंग इन द मार्केट, मेरा एक डाउट आ जाता है कि देवांग इसमें कोई एक रूल है, तो मैं फिर जल्दी से ये किताब खोलता हूँ, आई नो वो कहाँ पर है, देखा, ओके डन। तो ये पीडीएफ में हो नहीं पाता मेरे से, सो फिर थोड़ा सा मेरे को, मैं वहां पर एक खर्चा करता हूँ। ठीक है, ओके। अमरिंदर सिंह।
हेलो सर, हाउ आर यू फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल?
ऑल वेल जी, ऑल वेल, थैंक यू।
सर मुझे एक बार शॉर्ट स्ट्रैंगल और शॉर्ट स्ट्रेडल समझा दो ना, क्योंकि मैंने कभी वो किया नहीं है। आई ऑलवेज डू बुल पुट,
ओके,
बट शॉर्ट स्ट्रैंगल ये मुझे
स्ट्रैडल में
समझना नहीं है।
देखो, यू कैन स्टार्ट विद शॉर्ट स्ट्रैंगल। शॉर्ट स्ट्रैंगल तब करते हैं जब पता ही नहीं है यार। अब जैसे मैं आज हूं ना, मुझे पता नहीं है क्या होना चाहिए, मेरे को नहीं पता, मैं ओपनली बोलता हूँ, बट तब भी पैसा कमा लूंगा, मैं ऑलरेडी प्रॉफिट में हूँ। जब आपको पता है ना क्या होना है, तब कुछ और करो, बट जब आपको यार पता ही नहीं है व्हाट द मार्केट विल डू, तब करते शॉर्ट स्ट्रैंगल। आप मतलब, अब एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ, ये पुट बेच रहे हो और कहीं ऊपर कॉल बेच रहे हो, आप एक बड़ा सा रेंज बना रहे हो, तो अब उसके अंदर तो एक्सपायर हो ही जाएगा ना मार्केट, लाइक दैट। ओनली रिस्क इज इफ इट टर्न्स ट्रेंडिंग, then if I have sold something for 40 rupees, it can become 80 rupee or something, I can be in trouble.
Okay.
Because right now both of them are like 30 example देता हूँ, तो अगर I am covered till 30 points movement of premium, delta अभी कम होता है, but अगर ये ज्यादा मूव कर गया and it's become 100, मेरा लॉस हो गया ना, because I am not protected. तो that you have to adjust, but when you know markets have trended a lot, अब व्यू क्या बनाना है, you can do strangles. शॉर्ट स्ट्रैडल तब करते हैं, आई डू लाइक, आई रिमेम्बर मैंने एक दो एक्सपायरीज में करा है। अब एक्सपायरी में क्या होता है, अगर तो मेरे को 12-1 बजे मार्केट एक लेवल तोड़ती है, आई डू अ ट्रेंडिंग ट्रेड।
ओके,
बट अगर 12-1 बजे हाई, मतलब मार्केट यहाँ बैठी है, एक्सपायरी पे हाई यहाँ पर है, लो यहाँ पर है, आई नो ना ये टूटेगा ना ये टूटेगा, बिकॉज एक्सपायरी है, बोथ ऑफ देम आर वेरी वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग। सो अगर तो मैं ये स्ट्रैंगल करता हूँ इसका, I will not make much money because expiry premium is very small. What I do is इस level का strangle. So then automatically this range is formed. So I become safe. But the condition for that is that the day should not be trending. If it turns trending, I'm in a big loss. So that I have to make.
And sir, like if the market reverses in our direction, so what should we see and how we can get out the market?
देखो, there are 2-3 ways. I'll tell you. I'll show you one trade I took.
Okay.
एक सेकंड, मैंने ना यहाँ पर, if you look at the chart, I saw a good consolidation happening over here. ये.
Okay, sir.
What I did was I had sold some calls इसके ऊपर, and
okay.
मैंने कोई पुट ये बेचे थे ऐसे कुछ, मैंने ये नहीं, सॉरी ये ऐसे मैंने ये रेंज बनाया था ऐसे, क्योंकि मेरे को नहीं लगता था कि, बिकॉज आई थॉट लेवल्स हैं ऊपर, अभी रेंज बाउंड टाइप है, मार्केट हो गया ट्रेंडिंग। अब जब इसने ब्रेकआउट दिया तो मेरा हो गया सीटीसी प्रॉफिट, इट विल बी सीटीसी और स्मॉल लॉस। तो मैं उसी टाइम निकल गया एंड मैंने इसको इसका बुल पुट में कन्वर्ट करा। यू हैव टू चेंज दैट, क्योंकि आपको दिख रहा है मार्केट हैज टच्ड द लेवल मेनी टाइम्स, कंसोलिडेटिंग हियर, नाउ ब्रेकिंग आउट। सो आइदर यू कैन डू टू थिंग्स, या तो आप बुल पुट बना लो इफ इट्स अ ट्रेंडिंग डे, या आप अपना स्ट्रैंगल शिफ्ट कर दो और ऊपर कर दो, जो भी करना है वैसे कर लो, वो भी लोग करते हैं। अगर आपको लगता है कि थोड़ा ऊपर जाके फिर गिर जाएगा, देन बुलपुट का भी नहीं है कोई, देन आप स्ट्रैंगल शिफ्ट कर लो ऊपर।
ओके सर, थैंक यू सो मच सर, थैंक यू सो मच।
हाँ जी, ओके ओके, सेकंड, हाँ जी सुनिए एक सेकंड, सॉरी रोहन प्लीज।
हेलो सर।
हेलो
सर, एक्चुअली मैंने धारामिक ठक्कर का कोर्स परचेज किया था।
ठीक है,
अराउंड इट,
आई डोंट वांट टू कम इनटू नेम्स एंड ऑल, मैं क्या करूं?
ओके सर, मैं जस्ट ये पूछना चाहता हूं सर कि क्या कॉल और टिप से पैसा बन सकता है?
आप मुझे खुद बताओ, मुझसे पूछने आए हो इतना आप पैसे खर्च के, मुझे खुद बताओ सोच के। बताओ।
सर वो तो प्रॉफिट्स के स्क्रीनशॉट डाल देते हैं बट मैं नहीं बना पा रहा, यही क्वेश्चन था सर एक्चुअली।
सर मैं आज एक स्क्रीनशॉट बना सकता हूँ। मेरे को फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई डोंट नो एनी वर्क ऑफ देयर, मुझे नहीं पता।
ओके
आपको
सर।
सिंपल देखो बात करता हूँ मैं, तब भी सबके लिए रिस्पेक्ट करता हूँ। आई एम
ओके
रिस्पेक्टफुल टू ऑल। मैं आपको सिंपल बोलता हूँ, पूरी जिंदगी कितनों पे डिपेंड कर लोगे, वो आंसर है। मैं भी आज बोलता हूँ आई विल स्टार्ट माय कॉल सर्विस, मैं आज ला सकता हूँ 1000 लोग आ जाएंगे, पर यार मेरा कैपिटल, मेरा वे ऑफ ट्रेडिंग अलग है। मैं 90% लोगों को जानता हूँ जो ये ऐसे काम करते हैं ना अलग अलग लोगों से, गलत जगह ही जाते हैं, फंसते ही हैं। आप कोविड इन्वेस्टर हो गए आई एम अज्यूमिंग, हाँ जी? आर यू अ कोविड ट्रेडर रोहन?
नो सर, नो सर, नो सर।
ठीक है, चलो फिर अगर आप नहीं हो तो देन यू शुड एक्चुअली टेक चार्ज ऑफ योर लाइफ। आप टेक चार्ज ऑफ योर लाइफ। माय ऑलवेज बेस्ट इज डोंट डिपेंड अपॉन एनीवन. What if someone stops? Let us say the guy is doing very well. What if that guy stops the service? Then what? Then you starting from zero again. So that's the problem. रोहन बताइए रोहन, आपका डाउट।
वही था सर एक्चुअली।
यार मैं रोशनी रोहन से बात, अच्छा आपको हो गया, ओके डन, ओके थैंक यू। कुणाल बताओ।
हेलो सर।
क्या हाल चाल?
सर मैं पूछ रहा था कि ये जो ऑप्शन स्प्रेड्स होते हैं इसमें डूइंग दीज इन द इंडेक्स आई फील इज फार मच सेफर देन डूइंग इट इन स्टॉक्स, क्योंकि कोई भी अगर बुरा दिन हुआ, लाइक सपोज आई एम इन अ बुल पुट, तो इंडेक्स वोंट फॉल मोर देन 1% और 1.5%, बट यही अगर मैं स्टॉक्स में खरीदूंगा तो 3-4% ऐसे ही गिर जाएंगे, तो उसमें रिस्क लिमिट ज्यादा होता है। सो आई प्रेफर बुल कॉल स्प्रेड एंड bear put spreads in stocks. So what is your thinking on this? Like
I'm okay.
इसमें risk limited हो जाता है।
I am totally okay with that. You can do another thing also. You can do one more thing to make things more simple. Whatever companies that you buy, equity,
हाँ,
आप उनको hedge करते रहो and make your equity free. Example, आपने आज ONGC का शेयर लिया 120 का,
हाँ,
sell 140 call of the month, make your share free. 3 महीने में शेयर फ्री हो गया, ये भी कर सकते हो। बट आपकी जो बात है, जो आप कह रहे हो सही कह रहे हो यार, स्टॉक्स में गलती से कोई न्यूज आ गया,
हाँ,
around 10%, then I'll be stuck in these net credit spreads. I'll be stuck. So that's why I do Nifty Bank, safer for intraday. And if I got this advice very recently that if you want to, do equity long term, make your shares free at the end of the day. Make it free and do option selling then.
okay, but what if like I want to do the option selling spread swing in stocks?
आप कर लो, मैं आपको एक लिस्ट भेजता हूँ आफ्टर दिस, मुझे आप व्हाट्सएप करो, मैं आपको भेजता हूँ एक लिस्ट।
ठीक है, ओके, थैंक यू सर।
हाँ जी भानु। हाँ जी
हाय देवान,
क्या हाल है, ठीक हो?
मैं बढ़िया, आप बढ़िया, कैसे हो आप?
बस ऑल वेल है, ऑल वेल।
ओके, 2 क्वेश्चंस हैं, एक टेक्निकल से। टेक्निकल्स में आपने जो विक्स कैलकुलेट करी थी 1.3 का, दैट इज नथिंग बट इंडेक्स कैन मूव 1.3% इन अ डे, राइट?
या
ओके, गॉट इट। और इंडिकेटर्स में
इफ विक्स इज 30 देन 30 by 15 तो 2 हो जाएगा फिर,
राइट? अंडरस्टूड, यप अंडरस्टूड। और इंडिकेटर्स में इंडिकेटर्स में काफी इंडिकेटर्स हैं जो कि पता नहीं, वॉल्यूम में आपने जो डिस्कस करी थी 5 इंडिकेटर्स बताए थे जो नाम भी नहीं सुने, जो कि ऑन बैलेंस, चेक इन बैलेंस, आई मीन अब, और हम लोग जो यूज कर रहे हैं वो वॉल्यूम तो आज से हम लोग तो सेशन वॉल्यूम प्रोफाइलर यूज करना और फिक्स्ड रेंज प्रोफाइलर्स जो वॉल्यूम आपने यूज किया था वो तो यूज करूंगा ही, बट व्हाट अबाउट दोस 5? सो आई गॉट कंफ्यूज्ड कि वो यूज करने हैं या ये यूज करने हैं, बिकॉज़
वो बहुत, अब जो आप करते हो ना, आई टेल यू व्हाट, if you are someone who uses RSI and you are good at finding divergence and all, then indicators like OBV will help you a lot. OBV on balance volume में ना वो यही बताता है, बेसिकली वो ये बता रहा है कि यार it will precede the price, कि अगर मार्केट बढ़ रहा है और OBV गिर रहा है तो कुछ प्रॉब्लम है, तो they are very very helpful. I think OBV is one thing that you should always learn. उसके बाद मनी फ्लो इंडेक्स एंड देन चेक इन मनी फ्लो, ये 3 है जो मैं रेकमेंड करूंगा टू स्टार्ट विद ओबीवी फर्स्ट। मैंने बुक भेजी है सीएमडी के ग्रुप में आप लोगों के, देन दैट यू कैन यूज एज अ बेस टू स्टार्ट।
ओके, तो एंड दिस हैज टू बी यूज्ड इवन विद एसवीपी एज वेल, और हम लोग सिर्फ आरएसआई के साथ
इंट्राडे
देखना
की
होगा?
चीज कर रहे हैं ना, वो कॉन्सेप्ट अलग है। आप आरएसआई में
अच्छा,
जो काम करते हो, आप जनरली
राइट,
क्या करते हो इन आरएसआई? व्हाट यू डूइंग इज यू ट्राइंग टू फाइंड आउट ओवरबॉट है, कोई डाइवर्जेंस तो नहीं है। आप इंट्राडे भी करते हो, बट आपका मेन फोकस है कि नाउ मार्केट थोड़ा सा आर दे कंफर्टेबल, आर दे बुलिश, दैट्स व्हाट ओबीवी इज डूइंग फॉर यू।
राइट, ओके,
SVP is giving you that volume at price. So SVP can be compared to the volume that you're using under the price. वो comparison है, उसका comparison OPV के साथ बिल्कुल नहीं है।
ओके, OBV is like a more of a long term
It's like an
comparatively what
index. It's an index. मैं दिखा देता हूँ. It's an index. OBV. इस पे होगा OBV. ये देखिए, निफ्टी में ही आएगा। आप, मैं कोई निफ्टी फ्यूचर पे कर देता हूँ, ये ऐसा आएगा। इट्स लाइक एन इंडेक्स ओनली, ये आपको बताता रहेगा क्या हो रहा है। तो
अच्छा,
आपको
ठीक
फिर
है,
देखने पड़ते हैं वो, फॉर एग्जांपल ओबीवी का नया हाई बन रहा है, निफ्टी का बन रहा है, अच्छी बात है। ऑल दिस काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स, सेम थिंग।
अंडरस्टूड,
ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि ओबीवी का हाई हाई नहीं बन रहा, इसका बन रहा है, देन सम डाइवर्जेंस इज देयर, ये बात हो जाती सारी।
ओके, तो मिक्सिंग विद दिस आरएसआई और
अब
अच्छा है,
एग्जांपल,
ठीक।
एक बड़ा छोटा एग्जांपल है। अब यहाँ पर आप देखिए, मार्केट बढ़ रहा था ना, बट ओबीवी देखो नया हाई नहीं बना पा रहा, वो गिर रहा है, मतलब वॉल्यूम फ्लो नहीं हो रहा इस तरह।
राइट,
तो ये
राइट,
नेगेटिव है।
ठीक है, ठीक है। ऑन द पोर्टफोलियो साइड देवांग, एक डाउट था ऑन द फंक्शनल फंडामेंटल्स। ये आपने अभी बताया था कि इंटरेस्ट रेट्स के हिसाब से फेड मैनेज करता है, और काफी रेड कुछ ज्यादा ही बढ़ रहा है तो फिर वो इंटरेस्ट रेट बढ़ा देते हैं सो दैट इकोनॉमी थोड़ा सा रेड हॉट ना हो जाए। बट अभी तो फिलहाल के लिए तो पूरा उल्टा ही चल रहा है, जैसे कि इंटरेस्ट रेट्स
सर
तो बढ़ा
आपको
रहे हैं
ये जिस बंदे ने शेयर, आप अभी मत सोचो ना, जिस बंदे ने शेयर इस साल लिया है, लास्ट ईयर लिया, उसकी आज वाट है। मैं आपको ओपनली बताता हूँ, मेरे को पता है
राइट,
ना, जिसने भी कोई फंड अपना शुरू किया है लास्ट ईयर, इस ईयर, उसका डाउन है कुछ। जो तो
यस,
बंदा बेटर पुराना, जो तो कोविड वाला भी है, उसका भी काफी लोग डाउन है,
हाँ,
अगर आप स्मॉल मिड कैप वाले नहीं थे।
राइट,
बात ऐसी है, देखो आपका ये जो फॉल आया था, ये डिस्काउंट हुआ है ना, कितना, तो और कितना डिस्काउंट हो जाएगा। अब मैं फिर बोलता हूँ, आज इन्फ्लेशन आप 9.6 ले आओ, मार्केट फिर गिर जाएगी, आप ले आओ। बट अगर ये नंबर नहीं आएगा, तो हम कहीं ना कहीं बाय ऑन डिप हो जाते हैं, फिर हो जाते हैं।
ओके, ओके, बट अभी तो पूरा उल्टा चल रहा है। आई मीन इन्फ्लेशन बढ़ रहा है, इकोनॉमी डाउन है, फिर भी
सर बट वो
इंटरेस्ट रेट बढ़ाए
डिस्काउंट
जा
हो
रहे हैं।
गया ना, आप बात समझे नहीं, दैट्स डिस्काउंटेड,
ओके,
discounted.
ओके,
So the next step is very simple. Now don't buy the FOMO. Don't buy the FOMO. Whatever you already have, enjoy that. If you don't, कोई बात नहीं. Now when the dip is coming, फिर उसको लेना है, अभी नहीं लेना, ऊपर कभी नहीं है। आप सोचो, आप 1700 पे ले रहे हो, आप एक्सपेंसिव ले रहे हो मोर देन 2000 पॉइंट,
राइट,
तो वो
राइट,
वर्थ इट नहीं पड़ता। इन शॉर्ट टर्म शायद प्रॉफिट दिख जाएगा, बट इन 1 मंथ फिर आप बोलोगे ये क्या हो गया, तो वो नहीं चाहिए। ठीक है ना? सो आपको भी आंसर करना है, इन्फ्लेशन एंड ऑल के नंबर्स क्या आते हैं, अब उसके हिसाब से कोई एक व्यू बनाएंगे अब आगे, मैं बताऊं
ठीक है,
कंटेंट, डोंट वरी।
ओके, अंडरस्टूड, यप, थैंक्स देवांग, यप,
संदेश।
We actually had the same doubt of the weeks, the significance of dividing that into 15.75.
252 days the number of trading days in a year, that's why.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Parmar.
हाय सर।
हाँ जी
सर मुझे फ्यूचर का पूछना था। जैसे आपने ऑप्शन सेलिंग का बता दिया एंड बाइंग का बता दिया, बट फ्यूचर में कोई सिनेरियो हो या अपन कुछ कर सकते हो उसमें?
फ्यूचर आप तब करो, मेरे हिसाब से फ्यूचर तब करो जब आपको नजदीक का व्यू पता है। मतलब अगर तेरे को लगता है मार्केट चॉपी है तो मत कर, या एंड ऑफ द डे ये जितने भी इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स है ना, ये तेरे पैसे खाने के लिए हैं, इतनी सी बात को समझ लो। मैं फ्यूचर कब करता हूँ, या मैं इतना करता नहीं हूँ, बट फ्यूचर कब करना चाहिए, अब जब एक ओवरऑल, अब जैसे मार्केट में ब्रेकआउट यहाँ आया था, ये फ्यूचर का टाइम था, कर लो, यू कैरी फॉरवर्ड करो, कोई बात नहीं है। जब आपको लग रहा है, क्योंकि फ्यूचर में आप लेवरेज्ड हो, आपका एक्सपोजर बहुत ज्यादा है उतने पैसे में, तो आप बड़े गलत भी हो सकते हो, एंड हैबिट ही हो जाती है, लोग काटते नहीं है। एक बार गलत हो गए, देन कैरी कैरी कैरी, वो फिर आदत हो जाती है। अगर तो आप इंट्राडे कर रहे हो तो करते रहो। इफ यू वांट टू डू पोजिशनल एडवाइस तब करो जब एक व्यू क्लियर है, फ्रेश ब्रेकआउट है, फ्रेश ब्रेकडाउन है, उन
हाँ, लाइक आपने कहा कंसोलिडेशन के बाद ब्रेकआउट हो, उसके बाद
हाँ, तो वहां पर आप ऑप्शन बाइंग फ्यूचर कर लो, ऑप्शन सेलिंग मत करो। द अदर थिंग इज, फ्यूचर में मैं ज्यादा शॉर्ट नहीं करता, मैं थोड़ा सा लॉन्ग साइड रहता हूँ। एक वो मेरा साइकोलॉजिकल बैरियर है, वो शायद गलत है, बट एक मेरा रहता है। शॉर्ट साइड में बाइंग में ज्यादा प्रेफर करूंगा बिकॉज रिस्क लिमिटेड है। समझ रहे हो बात को? ऑप्शन बाइंग में रिस्क लिमिटेड है, तो अगर मुझे शॉर्ट करना है, आई थिंक दैट्स द बेस्ट प्लेस। फ्यूचर में लॉन्ग में बेस्ट है, बिकॉज अगर गलती से एग्जाम्पल मैंने कोई शेयर फ्यूचर में लिया होता है, वो चल गया है, आई कैन कीप ऑन कैरिंग इट फॉरवर्ड नाउ, तो वो एक अच्छा हो जाता है। थैंक यू
सर। एक
हाँ निखिल लालवानी, ओके, यश अरोड़ा।
हेलो सर, एक और डाउट था मेरा, एक्चुअली म्यूट था।
क्या था?
एक और डाउट था मेरा, एक्चुअली म्यूट था, तो मैं बोल रहा था, बट बाद में देखा म्यूट है। सर जैसे आपने WD गान के बारे में कहा था, तो सर एक्चुअली WD गान एस्ट्रोलॉजर और मैथमेटिशियन भी थे, तो उसके ऊपर क्या व्यू है आपके? जैसे आपकी मैंने पुरानी वीडियोस भी देखी, उसमें आपने टॉप्स निकाले थे निफ्टी के।
Today I am not even 0.5% close. That's the view. So I am
हाँ सर, क्या?
So I will put it this way, that become more serious when we get more maturity with age. ये जो concepts हैं, इसमें दो चीजें चाहिए आपको। नंबर 1, बहुत पहले सीखना पड़ेगा, अभी भी मैं सीखता रहता हूँ। दूसरी चीज पैसा चाहिए पीछे, बिकॉज ये गलत बहुत होंगी, तो वो पैसा गवाओगे आप। एट द सेम टाइम राइट नाउ मैच्योर नहीं है हम लोग, मैं भी मैच्योर नहीं हूँ, सो मुझे लगा दैट्स नॉट द बेस्ट वे टू गो अबाउट इट, सो आई एम रीडिंग इट एज फिक्शन एंड अब जैसे मैंने कुछ पॉइंट्स बताता था आप लोगों को, बट स्टिल नॉट वेरी हार्ड ऑन इट राइट नाउ। मैं भी नहीं कर पर्सनली, I think if you are serious, I can only recommend one people. It's called Safety in the Market in Australia. If you're very serious, if you have 7-8 lakh to spare, they're the one. I don't know anyone else. बाकी सब टाइम पास है, मैं आपको बता सकता हूँ।
ओके सर,
हाँ जी
थैंक यू
लालवानी
सर।
बताओ। हाँ निखिल बताओ।
सर हेलो सर।
हाँ हाँ
सर मैंने रिसेंटली ऑप्शन सेलिंग स्टार्ट की है, तो सर आप जैसे कहते हैं कि 3:1 रिस्क टू रिवॉर्ड रेशो लीजिए, और सर जब भी हम एंटर करते हैं ट्रेड में, और हमारा दिन का 1 to 4% हमारा एक वो है कि आपका एक रेंज बना के चलना है, और सर अगर हमारा दिन का 1% निकल जाता है लेकिन हमारा टारगेट हिट नहीं होता है 3%,
वहां पर आपके ऊपर है। सो डाउट आपका ये है कि शुड आई वेट फॉर माय फुल टारगेट, और तो मैं आपको सिंपल फॉर्मूला देता हूँ। या आप अगर सेफली सर्वाइव लॉन्ग करना चाहते हो ना, आप कर सकते हो 1% पर डे। ये तो फिर ये उसके ये जो करता है हार्डकोर करता है, ये आसान नहीं होता, बट इफ यू नो यू कैन डू इट, अगर कर पा रहे हो आप ये करो 1% पर डे और 3-4% इन अ वीक। नंबर 1, या तो इस पे निकलो, फर्क नहीं पड़ता मार्केट में क्या हो रहा है, उसमें प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। सेकेंडली यहाँ टारगेट पे निकलो। थर्डली इफ माई प्रीमियम बिकम्स 20 रुपीज, वहां पे निकल जाओ, 60 का लिया 20 हो गया, निकल जाओ। एंड फोर्थली 3:1 लॉस, जो आपको अच्छा लगे आप कर सकते हो, चारों आपके ऊपर है।
1 to 2% तक टारगेट इज गुड फॉर द डे।
1% ही बहुत है, 2% क्यों करना चाहते हो?
सर रिसेंटली स्टार्ट किया है 1 वीक से,
तो फिर 0.5 to 1% ले आओ। आप अगर अपना रिस्क रिवॉर्ड थोड़ा कम भी कर दोगे चलेगा मेरे को। समझ, स्टाइल को समझो, नया स्टाइल है ना, थोड़ा डिफरेंट है, इसको पहले समझ लेते हैं, फिर आगे अपना कैपेसिटी बढ़ाते रहो। बट 1% इज अ गुड नंबर, ज्यादा मत करो। हाँ जी
थैंक यू।
हाँ यश अरोड़ा।
Am I audible, sir?
हाँ जी
Hello, sir. How are you?
गुड यार, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Sir, my doubt is if a stock crosses its all-time high, if we take that trade, what should be our target, or on what basis should we set our target?
See, if depends what you are doing. If you're someone who's if you some all-time high अगर टूट गया है, there's a tool called Fibonacci extension. ये आप थोड़ा सा एक बार देख सकते हैं, it's a good tool. Generally, the other thing, you can use the technical analysis tools to project future. मान लो ये resistance है और मार्केट ने से फ्लैग बना के ब्रेकआउट दिया है, तो दिस लेंथ कैन बी द टारगेट। ये हो गया फिक्स टारगेट, ये भी हो गया फिक्स टारगेट। द अदर वे दैट यू कैन डू इज यू कैन ट्रेल एसएल। अब अगर तो आप इन्वेस्टर हो, डिफरेंट स्टोरी है। आप अगर ट्रेडर हो, यू कैन यूज एवरी लास्ट कैंडल लो एज अ स्टॉप लॉस और अ 5 मूविंग एवरेज एज स्टॉप लॉस। जब ये ट्रिगर हो जाएंगे निकल जाओ।
Okay. Thank you, sir.
थैंक यू।
Have a good day.
हाँ जी हर्ष सिंगल।
हेलो,
हाँ जी
गुड इवनिंग सर। So first of all, like, thank you very much for the presentation. Like, this is like one of the best presentations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sir, I wanted to ask, like, I am not able to keep up discipline. Like, I am being like really honest. So how do I make up that discipline? I am over trading and I'm not honestly.
आप अभी कॉलेज में हैं?
Yes, sir.
क्या करते हैं आप?
सर स्टूडेंट हूँ, अभी इंटर्नशिप स्टार्ट हुई है.
होगी स्टार्ट इंटर्नशिप?
हाँ.
कब हुई है शुरू? When?
1 month ago.
ठीक है, अब लास्ट 1 month में आपका परफॉर्मेंस कैसा था? If you compare this with आपने शुरू कब किया?
Sir, around 1 year ago.
तो if I take the last 11 months and 1 month into internship वाला, क्या डिफरेंस था कि नहीं था? पहले ये बताओ.
सर डिफरेंस काफी था. लाइक आई स्टार्टेड विद ऑप्शन सेलिंग एंड
मुझे फर्क पड़ता. मुझे सिर्फ इतना बताओ, आप डिसिप्लिन की बात ही कर रहा हूँ, क्या अभी आप ज्यादा हो, पहले कम थे, ऐसा है?
Sir, to be honest, like for the past 25 days, I was very disciplined. In the past 5 days, I really messed up.
So एक उसका आंसर आपने खुद ही दे दिया है. अब मैं एग्जांपल दूं, मेरा एक प्रेजेंटेशन मुझे बनना था, मार्केट लाइव चल रही है, मैंने ट्रेड लिया. अगर तो मैं फ्री, इफ आई एम फ्री, मैं देखता रहूंगा, ऐसे देखूंगा कि आई ऑर्डर अ पिज्जा, खाते हैं, यही करूंगा ना, और क्या कर सकता हूँ?
यस सर.
अगर मेरा कुछ काम है, आई विल टेक अ ट्रेड, छोड़ दूंगा लॉस, और आई विल एग्जिट, देन आई विल स्विच ऑन. यार देवांग, प्रेजेंटेशन बनाना है, उस पे काम करते हैं, आई विल बी बिजी. द गोल इज 7 months you are free, so you are spending 6 hours in market. It is wrong. Why?
True.
So the first only advice I'll give you is market time कम करना है. ट्रेड वो लो जो आपको पता है आपने करने हैं. फॉर एग्जांपल, अब तुमने डिसाइड की है अपने यहाँ पे कि 36.5 के नीचे हम थोड़ा शॉर्ट देखेंगे. अब पता है ना, जब वो आएगा तो करेंगे. अब एक और 2-3 ऐसे व्यू बना लेंगे. अब जब ये होंगे तो ठीक है, अब नहीं होंगे तो थोड़ा सा चिल आउट करना है. हर रोज नहीं ट्रेड करना. वैसे कल फॉर एग्जांपल मेरे पास ट्रेड ही नहीं था. मार्केट बढ़ रहा है, हर रोज लोग कर रहे हैं अप डाउन, मेरे पास ट्रेडिंग नहीं था. मैंने एक स्ट्रैंगल किया, वो ट्रेड नहीं था, कोई ट्रेड नहीं था मेरे पास. मैं क्या करूंगा? बैठना पड़ेगा बाहर. सो वो इमोशनल कंट्रोल करो.
या राइट.
बिजी रहो बस, और कोई बात नहीं है. 1% कमाने के लिए ना दिन का आधा घंटा भी काफी होता है. बस दिमाग लगा के पहले से आओ. सोचना पहले है. You think before the market, not in the market.
Okay, sir.
Samik में.
Sure. Thank you very much.
हाँ जी, समीक जी बताइए सर. ओके, समीर, आपका डाउट है कोई? ओके, विद्यासागर.
हेलो.
हाँ विद्यासागर बताओ.
सर मेरा डाउट ऑप्शन सेलिंग से रिलेटेड है कि लाइक यू सेड कि हम ऑप्शन ओटीएम ऑप्शन सेल करके भी मतलब पैसा बना सकते हैं कि मतलब 1000 पॉइंट्स 800 पॉइंट्स के ओटीएम सेल कर दिए मार्केट.
हाँ जी.
तो लाइक अभी की मार्केट को देख के लगा लीजिए कि 36,500 की जो पुट है वो मतलब 100 पॉइंट्स के ओटीएम है एंड उनके प्रीमियम 60 और 70 चल रहे हैं, ऐसा कुछ चल रहे हैं. तो अगर हमको सेल कर देते हैं, लगा लो मंडे को उनको सेल कर दिया.
क्या चीज बताओ, दोबारा बताओ.
लगा, मैं कह रहा हूँ कि जैसे लगा लो कि 36,500
कह रहे हो.
हाँ, 37,500 के जो पुट्स है
हाँ,
वो
तो
60.
और वो तब करोगे अगर फॉर एग्जांपल मार्केट अपने ऐसे हाई तोड़ देता ना, तो आप ये सेल कर दो, वो जीरो हो जाएगा.
और लाइक की लगा लो कि मतलब ट्यूसडे को ऐसे मूव आए कि वो मतलब ये इंट्राडे में करेगा या फिर होल्ड में?
इसलिए है, अब वो आपके ऊपर है ना. आपको अगर लगता है कि अभी मूवमेंट अभी है बाकी, तो फिर होल्डिंग वाला काम हो गया. और अगर कोई रात को न्यूज नहीं आनी है, अगर आपको लगता है कि यार वॉलेटिलिटी रहेगी, तो आप, मुझे तो मैं कह रहा हूँ ऊपर भी हेज करो ना. व्हाई देन लीव इट ओनली वन साइड? तो वो तो व्यू की बात है. आपको अगर व्यू लग रहा है कि नहीं यार अब मार्केट टूटेगा, तो फिर आप कॉल बेचो. अब आपको है कि मार्केट टूटेगा बट बढ़ भी सकता है दोबारा, कॉल पुट दोनों बेचो, स्ट्रैडल कर लो. वो आपको देखना है तेरा व्यू क्या है. बट एनीवेज 60 रुपए की चीज वो जीरो हो जाएगी, क्योंकि यहाँ पर बहुत लेवल है. तो उसको गिरने के लिए आपको आरबीआई का न्यूज चाहिए, मेरे को ऐसा लगता है. अगर गिराना है इसके नीचे ना, तो देयर इज समथिंग टू बी विद इन्फ्लेशन, वो ही गिरा सकती है. वो थर्सडे को आई थिंक वेडनेसडे को इवेंट है.
राइट, बिकॉज इसका जो गैप है ना वो 100 पॉइंट्स का गैप है।
तो मैंने भी 1000 गया, पर मैंने भी तो ये किया हुआ है ना,
हाँ,
मैंने
हाँ
पर्सनली
नहीं 1000
मैंने भी पर्सनली मैंने ये बेचा हुआ है, मैं तो 30 का बेचा हुआ है ये, और इसके आगे 39 मैं तो ऐसे बेचा हुआ है।
और लाइक सर ये लगा लो कि ना मतलब किसी वजह से 37,400 जो करंट प्राइस है उससे 200-300 पॉइंट नीचे इतना फास्ट मूव से आए कि वो हमारा ओटीएम का मतलब 20-30 रुपए बढ़ जाए।
20-30 नहीं बढ़ेगा, वो पता कितना बढ़ेगा, वो यहाँ लिखा होता है, डेल्टा में लिखा होता है, चलो बढ़ जाए, हाँ बढ़ 20-30 नहीं बढ़ेगा, वो बढ़ जाएगा मे बी 10 रुपए या 8-9 रुपए बढ़ जाएगा एग्जाम्पल।
मतलब 200-300 पॉइंट अगर
वो
बैंक निफ्टी जाएगा तो
तेरे
उसमें
3:1 में बैठेगा नहीं, वो लॉस में आएगा नहीं।
अच्छा
तो
अच्छा।
जैसे ही फिर जैसे गलती से 50 पॉइंट का भी रिवर्सल आएगा ना, वापस ही उतना हो जाएगा, ये तो फायदा है। तो वो तेरे
और
को
सर एक वो
2-3 दिन खेल के
हाँ,
देख, 2-3 दिन थोड़े लॉट के साथ खेल के देख, पहले समझ इसका स्ट्रक्चर है क्या, फिर पैसा लगा, वर्चुअली काम कर लो।
हेजिंग के साथ सी भी कर ले और पी भी
हेजिंग के
कर ले
साथ
आउट ऑर्डर
करना
में।
चाहिए, ये मत करो हर रोज ही स्ट्रैंगल कर लिया, ऐसा ना करो, थोड़ा सा स्ट्रैंगल तब करना है जब नहीं पता, अटक चुकी है मार्केट, तब करना है, जब व्यू बन रहे हैं तो अलग काम करना है, ये है।
और एक सर जो आप
हाँ।
वो जो प्लेजिंग वाला बता रहे थे कि आप सिक्योरिटीज अपनी प्लेज करके फिर आप ऑप्शन सेलिंग करते हो, तो वो सब में मतलब वो बात तो पहली बार सुनी है कि भाई पोर्टफोलियो पे भी मतलब प्लेसिंग करके ऐसे हो जाता है।
सकते हो, एक ब्रोकर को
तो
आप
वो
फोन करो, या मेरे को आप कल फोन करना, समझा दूंगा आपको, ठीक है।
ओके ओके सर, थैंक यू सर।
हाँ जी ध्रुव, हाँ समिक बताओ प्लीज।
Sir, where do you see the market breadth on a daily basis? Like how many shares are advancing and
वो ना मनी कंट्रोल पे आ जाता है, मतलब तू
on a daily
जस्ट
basis?
मनी कंट्रोल पे आ जाता है।
I couldn't find it.
अच्छा
Like
डेली आप कह रहे हो, नॉट लाइव मार्केट, डेली।
yeah,
देन ना एक सॉफ्टवेयर है ईडलवाइज का, TX3, T for Tiruvananthapuram, X for Xylophone 3. It's a free software on the Windows. वो एक अच्छा चार्टिंग प्लेटफॉर्म है, बाकी और भी प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं जो सॉफ्टवेयर होते हैं, तो जो आपको अगर और एडवांस जाना है विच सेक्टर में क्या हो रहा है एडवांस है, तो वो आपको उधर दिख जाएगा, FII इनफ्लो आउटफ्लोस क्या है, ट्रेंड क्या चल रहा है, तो मैं उसको काफी देखता हूँ, TX3 ईडलवाइज।
okay, sir. And sir, another question is, what's your views on IT sector now? You said you will be looking.
I'm okay about 29,000. I'm okay
And
about 29,000.
yes, sir, it is currently above 29,000. So
I
how
am
will
I
be-
now I will be now buy on dip, or I will be good weightage on IT. So, but that will also again be depending upon what the inflation is. अगर inflation का jerk आ जाता है तो शायद फिर ट्रेलिंग ऐसे लेके निकलना पड़ेगा. But I believe currently IT is doing okay. मुझे लगता है IT ने काफी एक स्टेबिलिटी ऑफ जनरेट above 29 के जब तक है तो ठीक है, मुझे प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, मैं कंफर्टेबल हूँ। सो मैं खरीद सकता हूँ, बट डिप अगर मानो डिप आ जाती है मैं खरीद लूंगा, बट ड्यूरिंग जो इन्फ्लेशन वाला न्यूज है, क्योंकि अगर इन्फ्लेशन बढ़ जाती है IT पे गिर जाएगा आपका, वो एक मेन ट्रिगर रहेगा आपका आगे जाकर। अभी ओवरऑल अभी मार्केट ठीक है, एज ऑफ टुडे 31 जुलाई 3 o'clock एवरीथिंग इज फाइन, डिपेंड्स अपॉन हाउ इन्फ्लेशन आउटलुक विल बी, वहां बदलना पड़े शायद व्यू। ध्रुव।
Thank you.
Hi Devang, I want to just ask you that you told that a stop loss hits, we have to exit at that point. So you told me earlier that we have to re-enter it, that we can re-enter the
re-enter
trade.
कब करना है, when the एग्जांपल देता हूँ, मार्केट बैंक निफ्टी ने हाई तोड़ा, आप लॉन्ग चले गए, वापस नीचे ऐसे लगा गया, निकल जाओ, फिर दोबारा ऊपर चला गया, फिर दोबारा लॉन्ग कर लो, मतलब बोल।
ओके मैं मुझे सिर्फ इतना पूछना था कि कब हमें री-एंटर करना है, एट आवर स्टॉप लॉस और एट द प्राइस वी हैव बाइड इट।
कंफर्म आपने, यू विल ऑलवेज मतलब आपने मान लो यहाँ पर 100 रुपए का कॉल खरीदा है और वो ऐसे लग गया, अब वो दोबारा ऊपर जाएगा तो ये 120 हो गया होगा, तो वहां पर कहीं लेना है, नॉट एट 100 ओनली, यू हैव टू बाय लिटिल बिट एक्सपेंसिव व्हेन इट गेट्स कंफर्म्ड अगेन, लाइक दैट।
Okay, and one more question, that what are your levels you have marked for going overnight again at the bullish side or bearish side?
Nothing as of now. I've taken a strangle only, that's all. Nothing.
Okay, as you told in Telegram voice note that you told that when market will go 37,200, so you were going overnight. So did you carry some overnights?
37,200.
Yeah, you told in that Telegram voice note.
नहीं हो सकता, हो ही नहीं सकता, पता नहीं कब आप कह रहे हो, मैंने यहाँ पर ओवरनाइट लिया है, यहाँ पर ये हफ्ते में, इस हफ्ते में मेरे पास नहीं था ओवरनाइट का दम, मैंने नहीं लिया। कुछ आप मिक्स कर रहे हो, एक बार दोबारा
तो आप मतलब उस टाइम से बोले थे कि जब मार्केट वो लेवल्स क्रॉस करेगा, क्योंकि आप यहाँ पे देख सकते हैं यहाँ पे एक नीचे गैप फिल नहीं हुआ है पूरा।
हाँ, ब्रेकअवे
उसी
गैप
चार्ट
है।
में
हम 35 के ऊपर तो बुलिश ही हैं, वहां हमने लिया था, तो मैं एक बार चेक कर लूंगा, मेरे को वो एग्जैक्ट पॉइंट याद नहीं है। आशुतोष। हाँ
ओके,
आशुतोष सर, लास्ट।
वेरी गुड आफ्टरनून सर।
हाँ जी सर।
So like हम देखते हैं कि अपना इंडियन मार्केट कितना भी ऊपर हो, whatever the point they close है, like how strong we are, but at night like US मार्केट जो भी करता है हम लोग नेक्स्ट डे वही करते हैं।
ऑब्वियसली ना, अमेरिका आपको सेंटीमेंट बताता है ना, आपकी आधी कंपनीज वहां डिपेंडेंट है सारी, बात ऐसी है ना। तो ऐसा नहीं है कि वो सेम करता है, ऐसा नहीं है, वो गलत है। बट आप अगर अमेरिका में 3% गिर रहे हो तो कल आप इंडिया वीक हो, ये सही है, ये मैं गलत लेके नहीं चलूंगा। मैंने ऐसे बहुत कम दिन देखे व्हेन अमेरिका इज डाउन 2%, ओवरनाइट इंडिया इज अप 2%। वो तब हो जाता है, फिर आप खुले हो नीचे, फिर आपने रिकवर थोड़ा डे में किया बिकॉज सम न्यू इवेंट हैज हैपेंड इन द डे, वो मैंने देखा है। बट अमेरिकन मार्केट को देखना इंपॉर्टेंट होता है, मेरे लिए इंपॉर्टेंट है। मैं मतलब अगर प्योर एक टेक्निकल ट्रेडिंग की बात करूं तो।
बट दिस इज नॉट टोटली करेक्ट सर, राइट?
आप ये जो कह रहे थे ना कि आज अमेरिका चॉपी है तो हम भी चॉपी निकलेंगे, वो गलत है। अगर अमेरिका चॉपी है मतलब वो एक ट्रिगर का वेट कर रहे हैं, मे बी दैट ट्रिगर कम्स टुमारो मॉर्निंग इन इंडिया, देन वो अलग बात हो जाती है। ठीक है।
And so one more question sir, like is there any option or instrument that we can execute our trade on time sir, by time, like we want to exit my trade at 2:55 o'clock, 3 o'clock, so I can put the trigger?
देख के बता देता हूँ, एनीवन इफ कैन टेल इन द चैट।
जीरोधा पे है ना?
जीरोधा पे है,
या यू कैन एग्जिट बाय,
आप एक बार
स्टॉप लॉस
by time?
या
Okay sir, thank you sir.
ठीक है, जीरोधा पे काफी कुछ आता रहता है। ओके,
anything else sir except the Zerodha?
नहीं, that's all. Pulkit.
Hi Devang, how are you doing?
Good, well, thank you very much.
यार thank you so much. I've been in touch. मैं आपको बताया, मैं मे के चॉपीनेस में बहुत फंस गया था, बहुत गंदे तरीके से।
हाँ जी, हाँ जी।
The problem here is right now I do the analysis, I write things down. I'm not able to re-enter the markets. That's the problem.
Re-enter मतलब?
Confidence नहीं आ रहा मेरे को।
To again come back.
Sorry?
To again now enter now. मतलब?
Yes. I can't take the trades. I don't know what's with my mind. Psychological question this is.
आज मैंने आपको सिखाया, एक मैंने ट्राई करा है कि काफी लोगों को सेलिंग में डालूं। मैं भी नहीं पहले करता था, आज मैंने एक एफर्ट किया है, थोड़े दिनों से कर रहा हूँ। ये चीज को लेकर ट्राई करो। मैं इतना बोलूंगा, मैं हर बंदे को बोलता हूँ, मैं पीछे बैठा हूँ। आप अगर मेरे वेबिनार में हो ना, इवन फॉर 10 मिनट्स, एंड इवन इफ एनीवन डजंट लाइक मी, मैं तब भी आपकी फैमिली हूँ, और आप कहीं फंसोगे तो मैं बचा लूंगा आपको, ये मेरे पास है। तो इतना मैं आपको हौसला दे रहा हूँ, करके देखो, फंसोगे ना मैं आ जाऊंगा पीछे से।
मैं आपको स्क्रीनशॉट भेजे, मैंने जून और जुलाई में एक ट्रेड लिया।
मैं रिप्लाई नहीं करता, मैं देखता रहता हूँ, वो बहुत लोग लिखते हैं।
वो करी सेलिंग मैंने, सेलिंग करी मैंने।
माय व्हाट्स इंस्टाग्राम रिक्वेस्ट आप मेरे आ जाते हैं फीड में, मुझे पता है, एंड आप बड़े पुराने हो मेरे, कोई नई भी नहीं हो। तो इतना ही मैं बोलूंगा, आप जो सेलिंग में सिखा रहा हूँ वो ट्राई करके देखो, बाइंग में नहीं बोल रहा।
ओके,
करके देखो, मे बी आता सब कुछ आपको है, सिर्फ इंस्ट्रूमेंट आप गलत कर रहे थे, ये भी हो सकता है।
Probably. ठीक है, थैंक यू सो मच देवांग।
ठीक है, हम एसबी, आप कुछ डाउट हुए, एसबी है कोई यहाँ पे? एसबी, कैन यू अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ? आप कुछ पूछ ही जा रहे हैं
देवांग, दिस इज शुक्रिया बंदोपाध्याय।
अच्छा सर, क्या हाल है? हाउ आर यू?
आई एम फाइन सिंह देवांग। Devan, just while I have been in the trading for the last almost 15 years now, and only in buying.
हाँ जी सर।
And purely Nifty. I don't know anything other than Nifty. No stocks, nothing. I don't have a portfolio.
ठीक है।
But the challenge is that I want to move to selling now. And my main purpose of attending today your webinar was to get an insight into selling.
ठीक है।
But I need more. So
no
that's my question is where and how. Because before I move into a selling, I need to have there needs to be a.
What I will do is one thing for you. आपको मुझे ना एक आप कॉल करिए मुझे, आप आज रात को समवेयर, आज रहने दो, कल, आज संडे है, कल एक मुझे एनी टाइम ड्यूरिंग मार्केट कॉल करना। आप फ्री हैं ड्यूरिंग मार्केट?
During market, I won't be able to call you. I can call you only after market.
आप मुझे आफ्टरनून के कहीं फोन करना, कुछ
Sure.
मैं आपको एक स्टेप बाय स्टेप कुछ बताऊंगा. आई एम नॉट डूइंग एनी मेंटरिंग एनी मोर फॉर द ईयर, सो आई कैन ओनली हेल्प यू by guiding you what to do and how to establish certain rules. And once we try those rules and see the performances, then we can get better. I will try
The option-
something maybe in the next month or so. We have a mentor in TFA who's doing hardcore selling. So I'll try to convince him if he can do some webinar on for like a good 8-9 hours. So मैं एक बार देख के बताता हूँ आपको.
No, the main reason for asking this is very simple. On a day-to-day basis, while you don't carry forward anything, it's quite stressful. So,
क्योंकि आप सर आप काम भी करते हैं ना,
वो तो
आप क्योंकि यू आर वर्किंग ऑल्सो प्लस आप ये भी करना चाहते हो, तो फिर वो दोनों थोड़ा सा क्लैश कर जाता है. कहीं आप अगर वर्क में फंस गए हो, यहाँ आपका दिमाग लगा, यहाँ पे लॉस हो जाएगा आपका. सो इट्स समथिंग लाइक दैट. So don't worry, I will get you through it. I have got a message also from you. I will just read it today and I'll reply there.
Thank you so much, Deva.
Thank you, take care. Okay, Jatin.
हेलो
हाँ
हेलो
हाँ जी.
पॉइंट एंड फिगर चार्ट लर्न करना है तो क्या कैसे कर सकते हैं?
मेरा एक पॉइंट में किताब पढ़ो और क्या पढ़ सकते हैं. मैं एक वेबिनार
मैं
करूंगा. मैंने अगस्त में सोचा हुआ है, एंड ऑफ अगस्त मेरा वेबिनार करूंगा. बट अगर उससे पहले सीखना है, पहले वेबिनार देखो, मेरा एक फ्री में दे चुका हूँ, फिर किताब पढ़ो. किताब में बेस्ट है और यूट्यूब पे कुछ नहीं अवेलेबल है.
आपने सीएमटी का जो करिकुलम भेजा है पीडीएफ, उसमें से अभी मैं पढ़ना चालू कर रहा हूँ.
इट विल टेक टाइम.
लास्ट क्वेश्चन
कॉन्सेप्ट है ना यार, नई चीज है ना, पता ही नहीं है वो क्या है, कभी किसी ने किया ही नहीं है. मैं इंडिया में बहुत कम लोग जानते, तो करते हैं. सिर्फ आई नो लाइक 5 people जो लोग करते हैं, बाकी कोई नहीं करता. बट उसका इंपॉर्टेंस बहुत है, बिकॉज वो ज्ञान के टाइम से चलता आ रहा है. तो मेरे लिए इट वाज हाईली रिवॉर्डिंग सिंस लास्ट 3-4 months. तो एनीवेज करेंगे अभी, उसको बात की बात है. वो ओमकार.
सर लास्ट क्वेश्चन है देवा,
बता.
आप वो टेलीग्राम पे FII एंड DI का जो भेजते हो डेटा, वो रीड कैसे करने है?
लंबा काम है ना वो भी. ये सेशन का मतलब अलग था, वो थोड़ा और स्पेसिफिक है. तो मेरा जस्ट टू फॉर यू, मेरा एक वीडियो है दिसंबर 2021 TFA का यूट्यूब चैनल खोलो, वहां पर दिसंबर के मेरे मार्केट आउटलुक सुनो. उसमें मैंने समझाया हुआ है. मेरे पास और कोई भी नहीं, मेरा कोई, मैं आई एम नॉट ट्राइंग टू गिव एनी नाउ कोर्स, में खत्म कर चुका हूँ यार. ओमकार.
हाय देवांग सर,
हाँ जी.
हाउ आर यू?
ऑल वेल सर.